Book 3, Chapter 11 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 3, Chapter 11, The Glory of His Fighting. The midday hush of the prairie is around her. Its hot sun is blazing down upon her when Estrella reopens her eyes to a day of strange passion with its astounding joys and curious fears. For a moment she looks about her astonished. Then physical anguish makes her remember. Every joint in her delicate body seems to have been racked and made stiff. She who had been considered a dashing equestrian on Harlem Lane, New York, discovers that the wild, long night ride of the prairies has been altogether too cruel a travail for her fair limbs. But bodily suffering is effaced by the mental ecstasy. How near I am to my dear father! Then through her mind runs a stronger emotion, a stranger joy. He is by me. He is watching over me. She does not dare to ask herself who, but glances out timidly from her leafy bower upon a little prairie surrounded by thickets of plum, osage orange, oak, and pecan, where their caballada is grazing contentedly on the rich buffalo grass, and over which Mr. Love, rifle in hand, is keeping an alert eye. All through this day it is apparent that very great precautions are used for her safety. Her food is given to her cold by Hampton, who apologizes. I dare not have a fire lighted. These redskins are about us. Their accursed eyes see everything on the prairie. We must lie close, for if you could travel, your maid could not. She has not been inured to horseback exercise. This is too true. Poor Zelma can hardly move at all. Every moment the careful, tireless watch of the frontier is being kept about her. Miss Godfrey has heard Hampton whisper to Love, "If we are surrounded, these girls are incapable of taking the saddle. Therefore, keep the lookout of your life, old man." "Bet your gizzard," has answered Wild Harry promptly. Once she has been cautioned by the captain of the Rangers. Remember, the Comanches are about, for Estrella has wandered timidly away into some cottonwoods and willows, which mask a little stream that trickles through the prairie to join the waters of the Blanco. I just wanted to wash my face," she mutters. "Shucks, you'd look purty enough if you didn't wash at all," Mr. Love has remarked authoritatively. And fortunately, Miss Godfrey's beauty is that of nature, or it would all have been torn from her by the wild ride of the night before. Even now her fair cheeks are covered with dust, and her lovely hair, having escaped from its confinement, is hanging in tangled curls about her, well below her waist. It's hardly fair, Captain Hampton," she says bashfully but archly, "to look at me before I've made a frontier toilet." For he is gazing with tender commiseration at his exhausted charge. He brings her some wild flowers he has plucked in the glade, and places carefully a saddle for her to sit upon. She is pleased to see he can't keep his eyes off her. This is not to be wondered at, as passion has made her bright face exquisitely tender, and the masses of brown hair, unconventionally but effectively secured about the graceful head, permit the sun to shine through their loose bands and tint them golden. But all the time the girl notices that though Sharpe Hampton apparently wishes to linger in her presence, there is a nervous restlessness in this man of energetic temperament. It is not fear of Indian pursuit, she is sure, For in making arrangements with Love about this matter, the ranger's tone is cool and incisive. Perceiving that his eyes at times rest wistfully on their horses, she murmurs a slight reproach in her voice. "Ah, you're anxious to get on your journey." "I am, for military reasons," he answers, "but I'm more anxious to put you safe at your father's hacienda." "Then I won't detain you. I can ride. I know I can ride. Just let me run about a little, and I'll be as active as a fawn," asserts Miss Godfrey. But Hampton, looking at the reclining Zelma, whose well-molded yet languid Creole limbs have not been inured to horseback exercise, answers, "I believe you could, but your girl can't." "Zelma shall," cries Estrella. Striding to the recumbent octoroon, she speaks in mistress tones. "You must travel," but finds that nature is stronger than her commands, and her slave cannot. Then come the long hours of waiting, Hampton and Love, from points of vantage, carefully watching the prairie. Gazing at them, Estrella smuggles Sharpe's flowers into the bosom of her tunic, and grows petulant, as she gets comparatively little of her cavalier's attentions, for which now she is beginning to long, yet dread. Dread because she fears herself. She is alarmed at the strange misery in her heart, as she thinks of Carmelita's passion for the frontier captain, and shudders. "That dancing girl saved his life, while I only put danger on it." Wild Harry, happening to be near her, she diffidently whispers to him, "Did Carmelita's warning out on the prairie, the one she risked her life to bring, save him from the Mexican lancers yesterday?" "Save who?" "Why, Captain Hampton, of course." "Shucks, no," answers the frontiersman. "We'd expected that danger all along, and allowed for it before we started out from Corpus Christi. We talked of it again when we seed the greaser at the ferry with his horse marked with a South Rio Grande brand. Of course, we didn't guess that a war band of Comanches was upon the trail ahead of us, but the minute we saw their smoke signals, we'd fixed our plans just exactly how to make the greasers and redskins wipe each other out." "Ah, then Carmelita didn't save the captain's life?" she asks, quivering with jealous eagerness. "Nary a leetle bit," answers Wild Harry. "Wah, Sharpe Hampton ain't the kind of critter as needs any one to save his scalp in an Injun scrimmage. He can take care of himself. Didn't he once all alone upon the San Saba save 2 little children from a whole tribe of Kiowas? Why, darn it, what's the matter wi' ye?" For Miss Godfrey has turned away, her eyes full of tears, but lighted up with a strange, wistful delight. Shortly after, blushes burn up the tears. The octoroon has looked at Sharpe with grateful eyes ever since he carried her through the ride of the previous night. Chancing to be in attendance upon Miss Godfrey, and noting the Texan's gentleness in handling the horses as he makes some changes in their pasturage, Zelma suddenly exclaims, "Oh, if a man like Captain Hampton could be my master!" "Captain Hampton? How could he be your master?" asks Estrella, astonished. Why, by marrying you, of course, Miss Estrella. Sometimes I've thought as he looked at you his eyes meant—" But her mistress stays her with a half-scream of bashful rage. "Not another word. My heaven, if he hears you!" She almost staggers from Zelma, the red blood pouring up through her face till her very skin seems to burn. For an hour the words of her maid make Miss Godfrey strangely cold to the captain of Rangers whenever he approaches her, lured even from his duty of guarding her by the desire to look upon her bright face. But soon coldness is effaced by a new wild joy. Before she had seen her Texan cavalier use the strategy of the backwoods and the arts of the frontier to save her from savage enemies, now she has the glory of beholding him fight for her. Hampton is seated by Miss Godfrey, telling her how he hopes on the morrow to put her in her father's arms. His hacienda is but 40 miles away, he says. As the words leave his lips, Estrella sees his whole appearance change. His eyes, that have been soft and tender, suddenly light up with a cold gleam with which he had cowed the Mississippi gambler, only more deadly, more awful. To her he says, as he forces her down behind the bundles of the pack mule, "Use your pistols!" Turning, she utters an affrighted cry. In the middle of the glade, in full war paint, mounted on his war pony, like a statue of bronze, the sun lighting up his gleaming skin and glittering arms, is a young Comanche brave. He is setting an arrow in his bow. But as he draws the feathered shaft to its head, a rifle cracks sharp as a whip from the outlying thicket, and with a stream of blood spouting from his breast, the warrior, uttering one wild yell that echoes through the timber, falls from his horse and dies. "Had to shoot this time. The skunk seed us." "I'll take his pelt," cries Love, and springs out into the open. But a band of 8 braves comes dashing round the mesquite bushes, and in a second Harry is on the ground, pinned by a Comanche lance through his arm. To run to his aid would be too late for Harry's life. So now the ranger captain, standing like a statue, gives out death. To the report of his revolving pistol, the savage, raising scalping knife over Love, falls dead. Then 3 times in quick succession his deadly marksmanship shows itself in 3 falling warriors who sink from their horses. Another dies to the crack of Love's pistol, who, lying upon the ground, has fired again. "Wah! That sickened 'em," screams Harry, as the other 3 turn and dash madly off, though one leaves an arrow driven through Love's wounded arm. "Not one must get back to their band," cries Hampton, as he seizes the riata of his steed. Springing upon the bare back of the horse, armed only with the pistols and bowie knife in his belt, he dashes off, calling to Harry, "See to the Indian mustangs!" "Follow him! Follow! He's going after 3!" cries the girl frantically to Love, who, with the arrow still skewering his arm, is hastily shooting the riderless war ponies. One of these has run out onto the main prairie. Pointing to it, Wild Harry says, "If it gets back to the Comanches, its track will guide 'em to us. Follow it and kill it for your life." "First, let me bind up your wounds. You'll bleed to death," falters Estrella. "No, I'll tend to myself. Get out on that prairie. Kill that horse. You've pistols in your belt. Kill the Injun's horse. That's our lives." Wildly excited, she runs out upon the prairie, and creeping within range of the Comanche war pony that has stopped to crop some pleasant grasses, for a moment cannot kill the beautiful creature. Then murmuring, "It is his life as well as mine," and remembering the marksmanship he had taught her, she raises her revolver and slaughters the beast with 3 nervous, trembling shots. But her pursuit has taken her well out on the prairie. From here she can see Hampton gaining, stride by stride, on the 3 Indians, for his horse is fresh and theirs are tired by the war trail. For just a moment she gives a shudder of apprehension. Comanches are no cowards. Nothing but one man following them, the three warriors turn. Even at the distance, she can hear the twanging of their bows and see the war arrows flashing through the sunlight. She runs frantically towards them. Her pistol may aid Sharpe. Probably the embarrassment of her presence would give him death, but fortunately the distance is too great for her to reach them. Even now, she sees Hampton spring off his horse, standing behind it, and making a pivot of it as the Indians circle round him. Resting his long dragoon pistol over the animal's shoulder, he takes 3 long shots. The heavy revolver does its work. One Indian falls dead. Another, desperately wounded, is half dragged by his pony into a mesquite thicket. Then the other flies. She sees him speed off over the prairie, followed by Sharpe, till pursued and pursuer pass out of sight around one of the timber moats of the prairie. And she stands gazing so eagerly, she never notices the slight waving ripple that gradually draws nearer through the long prairie grass which rises almost to her waist. After a few minutes that seem an age, one man comes riding back. Recognizing him, Estrella gives a sigh of joy, the tears coursing down her cheeks as she is thanking God. But not approaching her, he gallops hurriedly into the chaparral where the wounded Indian's mustang had dragged the warrior. A moment later, he dashes out of the thicket and, urging his horse to its full speed, flies straight towards her across the prairie, calling, "Use your pistol! Quick, your pistol!" On what? Suddenly the girl sees on what. Rising before her, wounded but deadly, is a Comanche brave. Blood is dripping from his naked, painted body. All he wants is her young life before he dies. Half crawling, half staggering, he drags himself towards her, his eyes malevolent, his knife upraised. With trembling fingers, the girl shoots and misses. Then shoots again, but doesn't stay him. What is another flesh wound to a Comanche with a scalp in his very hand? She is fumbling in her belt for her other pistol and trying to pray. The brute's hot, fetid breath is on her face, his knife uplifted, when to the hoarse bark of the ranger's big revolver, the savage falls groveling at her feet, the blood spurting from his head. Hampton has shot from the back of his mustang at full speed. The impetus of his horse takes him past her. As he passes her, Estrella finds herself plucked from the prairie and gathered in his arms in front of him. Then they go dashing on. To save you, I had to let the war pony of that dead Indian get away. A riderless horse will tell the Comanches that their party has been slaughtered. Vengeance will give them speed. We've got to light out. Hang on to me while I take you into camp. These are quick words as they fly across the prairie. So nestling to him, she rides in his arms, blushes on her cheeks, and whispered thanks on her lips for the life he has given her. Through her light fawn-skin tunic he can feel the quick throbbing of her rounded bosom. It sets his heart to beating also. Her face confronts his. Her eyes gleam into his, then droop bashfully, and her head, with all its wealth of soft brown hair that blows out in the light prairie wind, falls on his shoulder. The ranger's hand, which had been very steady as he pulled trigger on Indian braves, quivers as he holds to him the dainty body of this graceful creature, who enchants him and makes him tremble with a tender passion. A short, blissful ride. Neither speaks, but the girl's head hangs lower and lower on his shoulder, and his clasp is more possessive about the slight waist and exquisite limbs that nestle closer and closer to him. Still their lips are silent, for between their beating hearts are the words of the young dragoon. Keep my loved one safe, Hampton, for it is my life." So he gallops into camp, but doesn't pass Estrella to Harry as he had done the octoroon girl the night before, for he glides off his horseback, still bearing a loved burden in his arms, as if he could not give it up. Though even as he dismounts, he is speaking rapidly. "Quick, Harry, how is your wounded arm?" "All right. Zelma did a good job binding it up. Only a flesh wound." "Then get up the horses. One of the Comanche ponies escaped me. We must light out." And the captain goes to packing the mule. For Love says, "I can bridle the plugs anyway." "Now, Miss Godfrey," whispers Hampton. This time he doesn't refuse the little foot that is extended to him, but swings her into her saddle. "Quick, Zelma!" But the octoroon, with the languor of her race, half sobs. "I cannot go. I'm too tired. My limbs ache so." Then Miss Godfrey discovers a new feature in the Texas captain. He says, "Girl, you have got to ride. Now Love's wounded. My arms must be free. Up at once. Your legs will get easier with exercise." But Zelma, hesitating, with a single gesture, he swings her into the saddle, commanding, "Ride! Ride, or by heaven, I'll leave you to be scalped. Ride! You've got to ride!" Then the cavalcade dash off. Turning in his saddle, he says to Love, "Harry, if Zelma falls off her horse, we must tie her on, that's all." Then he gallops by Miss Godfrey's side, asking her anxiously, "You feel strong enough?" "Strong enough? Oh," she whispers buoyantly, "I could ride in your—" Her face grows red as the prairie roses. "By your side all night." Yet every stride of her mustang, bringing her nearer her father, makes her heart grow heavier. She is approaching the place where they must part for the present, for now she has linked this man, who has saved her from savage enemies, with her future. Perchance as they ride along, Hampton talks himself further into her goodwill. He seems to have lost all of that quaint southern dignity that had made him formal during their first intercourse. Anxious to make her forget the dangers of pursuit and the fatigues of enforced horsemanship, he tells her stories of the border, of Davy Crockett, Bowie and Milam, of the War of Independence, of Gillespie, Sam Walker, and Jack Hayes of Indian fame, of the great fight on the headwaters of the Guadalupe, sometimes called that of the Pinto Trace, wherein 14 Texan Rangers, under the command of Hayes, had driven 80 Indians for 6 miles, slaying nearly half of them, with a loss of 3 men killed and 4 wounded. Likewise he describes the ill-fated Meyer expedition, where he, in company with 270 Texans, after killing 700 Mexicans, surrendered from lack of ammunition. How, recaptured after their attempt to escape, they had been decimated by order of Santa Anna, a gourd having been placed before them filled with beans, each one representing a man's life, 9 white to 1 black, which meant death. How he had drawn, by the mercy of God, a white bean. How old Blackburn, to whom fate had given one of the black beans, had jeeringly called out, "Boys, I always draw a prize in every lottery," and had gone laughingly to stand up against the adobe wall and die. To this last the girl listens, her eyes lighted up wild and horrified, as she thinks, trembling at her own emotion, if he had drawn a black bean. Noting her nervousness, Sharpe whispers reassuringly, "But a few miles more to your father's hacienda." "And you?" Then I go on to San Antonio." "No, I cannot stay." For she has said some pressing words of hospitality Duty calls me. I must ride through the night, he answers. But should you want me at any time in stress like the present, if I am not dead or across the border fighting for my country, send for me. And if horse flesh will get me there, his face tells her the rest. Yet during this ride, at times a weird and uncanny horror seems to smite Hampton's very soul. Estrella has noticed this ever since he encountered the Comanches. You're not sad about the Indians you killed? It was to save my life, she whispers, then is horrified at the jeering, yet awful laugh, which is his answer. Sorry at killing those red devils? He breaks out. Sorry? He bows his head upon the saddle, and tears run down between his brown hands. Oh, you don't know my life, or you'd not ask me that, he mutters. You have perhaps wondered why I haven't all the rough diction of the prairie, that I sometimes speak as people living in the cities. I was educated at college for 2 years, and then went back from my sophomore year to our plantation in Shelby County, Texas, where I had a loving father, a dear mother, and a sweet sister. When I arrived there, a bleakened prairie greeted me, where there had been gardens and a cottage with woodbines and Virginia creepers climbing over it. A desert where there had been a happy home, and that was all. No living thing but the hoof tracks of the war parties told the massacre of my family. Since then I have been alone. That's the reason, Miss Godfrey, why my name has been connected with so many bloody deeds done on this frontier. To protect other men's homes from those red devils, I entered the Texan Rangers. I never have taken life but to save life. I am not a duelist, like a good many of our boys are, if I can help it. Though no man, I think, can say Sharpe Hampton ever turned his back on him. Anyway, that's my history. You don't think my hand has wanton blood upon it? What? When it has protected me this day? And the girl leaning over her saddle extends her own hand to the Texan Ranger. It is gripped so that she screams from very agony. Oh, forgive me, he pleads. Why, you can grip it again, says Estrella bravely, and extends her delicate fingers once more, then gives a little agitated cry as the tenderest kiss is placed upon it. Fortunately, the night is dark. They are riding through the prairies that are opening. The waters of the Atascosa Creek, heavily timbered, are on their left. A light gleams on the prairie. It is one of the outlying cabins of your father's settlements, he says almost sadly. Have we ridden 35 miles? She asks, astonished. Not yet. Your father's acres are pretty numerous, but we've come very quickly, yet not too fast. His face is serious. He cries suddenly. Quicken your pace. Urge your horse. Why, we're nearly there. Listen to the Comanche hoofbeats behind us. Quick, Harry, whip up Zelma's Mustang. As her steed springs under her, Estrella can hear the sharp sounds of the cuerta as it is plied behind her on the tired horse. But now more lights open up before them. They have dashed past several log cabins, and Love, spurring up from the rear, cries, Those skunks have quit at the lights of the settlement. Yes, but drive on, cries Hampton. You never know when a Comanche's beaten. So they rush on again, and are just in time. To the right are pattering hoofs, trying to head them off. But now, riding past Virginia rail fences, there is a blockhouse, at which they are challenged, and the ranger cries, Comanches behind us, boys! A scattering volley and the ponies' hoof sounds pass away into the darkness of the prairie from which they came. Indians do not often face palisades with rifle fire behind them. A moment later there is quite a crowd about Estrella and her party. Rough men, some with German accent, and 2 or 3 Negroes. But on hearing who it is, the garrison of the blockhouse set up a yell and drive Miss Godfrey nearly frantic with joy, for they tell her father is at the hacienda, having arrived there the day before. "You must stay and let him thank you," Estrella whispers. "Only tonight. Tomorrow you can go on." "No, love goes on now. Though tough as whipcord, you've seen his pluck. He is a wounded man, and I must follow him and see he gets into San Antonio de Bexar safe. When the regiment rides down, they'll be coming soon, en route for the Rio Grande. I'll try to run over and see you." They still are at the blockhouse, arranging that Zelma be sent on by wagon, Miss Godfrey's maid being utterly exhausted. Love, who has been looking on uneasily, now says in wild, nervous tone, "No further, Cap. You know I can't stand the looks of this here place. Over thar, beyond that cross timber, my poor old mammy lived. Let me get on to San Antonio, as we agreed, and good luck to ye, Miss Godfrey, and," says the girl, "whenever you need a friend or want a resting place, remember Estrella Godfrey. Come back. This place was the home of your boyhood. It'll be your home as long as I have any influence with my father, and I think I have a good deal," she adds in radiant confidence, then breaks out, her soul in her eyes. "My father, Hampton, think, my father. Let us get along. My father is waiting for me. My father, whose face I will not know, whose kisses I never remember." Then the two ride on together alone. Think, says the girl in excited gratitude, as their horses pace side by side. "If I had not met you, it would have been to me as if the sun had never risen," mutters Hampton half to himself. "You said if I wanted you to send for you," remarks Estrella pensively, then suddenly asks, half archly, half indignantly, "You wouldn't come unless I sent for you?" The Texan captain half turns to her in his saddle, but answers resolutely, "No, never until I'm wanted." For the words of young Pelham, the dragoon, are yet in Hampton's mind, and still his tongue. Then wounded pride keeps the young lady silent, as coming through fruit lands and passing big cotton fields and huge cattle corrals, and being challenged by 2 or 3 sentinels who are all alert, for the place has almost the appearance of a frontier fortification, they ride up to the strong adobe walls and heavy timber doors of the hacienda of Live Oaks, and after some parley are admitted. In the big courtyard, half patio, half garden, a man dressed partly in the costume of the prairies, partly in that of the city, comes hurriedly to meet her. To him Hampton cries, "Jim Godfrey, I've brought your daughter." And Estrella screams, "Father!" At this the man, muttering, "Daughter!" and holding out his arms, the girl falls into them and greets him with tender kisses, sobbing, "Thank God, at last, my dear father!" Then, for he has only saluted her forehead, she says archly, yet lovingly, "My lips, papa, my lips," and holds up for his caress 2 rosebuds made sweet by a daughter's happy affection. From this sacred meeting the ranger steps a few paces away. Some minutes afterwards, despite the hospitable protests of the head of this great estate, and his thanks for bearing his child to him, he says shortly, "Military duty won't let me stay. Taylor has marched for the Rio Grande, and Hayes's regiment must go after him." To this Godfrey cries, "Hurrah! There'll be big government contracts and lots of profit." Wondering how the father can think of pelf with his exquisite daughter just given to his arms and her first kisses warm upon his lips, Sharpe turns away. Undeterred by even the young lady's detaining grasp and faltered thanks and entreating eyes, he wrings her hand and mutters, "Farewell." But in the very archway of the hacienda he looks back. The lights from the adobe building illumine the woman of his love, nestling in her father's arms, and prattling how she has come from the world to make his frontier fireside less lonely. It is the vision of a home he will never have. With a sigh, the ranger captain turns his horse through the heavy gates and spurs away into the darkening night on the lone trail over the prairie to San Antonio de Bexar. End of chapter 11. Recording by John Brandon. Book 4, Chapter 12 of The Spy Company. A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 4, Miss Godfrey's Father. Chapter 12, My Dear Daddy. That evening, Miss Godfrey goes in very happily on her father's arm to supper. This has been hastily spread late at night. To him, she says, her eyes lighting up as they sit down, "For the first time at the head of your table, my dear Daddy." It is a profuse meal, though served in homely frontier style by a bright-faced mulatto girl called Millie. Over it she tells her father of her journey from New York and her adventures after leaving Corpus Christi. Perhaps her account of the ranger captain's care and guardianship of her is slightly too fervid. During this her father looks at her once or twice with so perturbed a countenance that she says hastily, "You don't think I did wrong in coming across the prairies alone with a frontiersman? You know it was to see you. I had got so far, I felt that I couldn't wait any longer for your kisses." Then she questions, a diffident confusion on her features. "You don't think I'm too grateful to Captain Hampton?" "Oh, that's all right. Your journey's over. That's the end of it," remarks Godfrey. You're too tired, my child." There is a slight hesitancy in his expression. "Best go upstairs. Zelma, your girl, has arrived by wagon. What you want is to sleep for a day or two," he suggests. "Oh, I'll wake up tomorrow for my first day with my father." Putting her arms around him, the girl kisses him tenderly and runs upstairs, where she finds that a plain chamber in this backwoods house has been made as pretty as possible for her use. It is handsomely furnished for the frontier, has flowers in jugs upon its tables. She has also noticed in the sitting room a piano that has been purchased for her in New Orleans and sent up by wagon from Matagorda. From her window she looks out upon the prairie to the west and sighs to the night wind. Hampton. Then goes to bed, and though worn out, sleeps a sleep that is not always dreamless, for in it are Indians and war whoops and rifle shots, and she rides again in the ranger's arms on his bareback steed. That blissful ride when he had plucked her from the death that seemed to claim her. The next morning Estrella awakens to find the bright sun lighting up her pretty chamber, and to sniff the perfume of flowers that Millie is placing about it. The wench with a little salute says, "Missy, Massa said as how he wouldn't expect yo to breakfast this morning. He 'lowed you might be too used up." "Not too tired to meet my father," cries Estrella, and springs out of bed, smelling the beautiful flowers with which her room is decorated. She murmurs to herself, "Daddy, he thought of me this morning. He has plucked these himself." In the adjoining room, her maid is working on the little wardrobe brought across the prairie. "Zelma, is my muslin frock ironed?" she asks. It must have been mussed fearfully on the mule. Miss Godfrey, always feminine, though she has brought with her only one gown, has selected one that she feels sure will make her look well in her father's eyes. She glances at her watch and cries, "Mercy, nearly 12 o'clock. Papa will be waiting for me." To her maid she says, "You seem tired, Zelma. Just make me pretty for my father, then take a rest," and laughs. No more an Indian maiden. Dad shall see how his daughter looked civilized. Miss Godfrey, her eyes full of love, trips downstairs and pouts to find that her father has ridden out 5 hours before to look at his cotton fields. A bright idea flits through her mind, and calling Millie, she goes to work at domestic matters. From these she springs, her face radiant, as about an hour after, Godfrey comes riding up to the house and throws his reins to a Negro boy. Running out to him, she cries, "Come in to lunch, Papa dear, and see what a housekeeper your daughter is." Putting a kiss on his lips, she leads him into the dining room, which had been quite homely in style and furnishing, but now has been made under her hands bright with flowers, and its table adorned with snowy linen. "What do you think of a civilized meal?" she says proudly. "Ah, you expect company?" asks Godfrey, a curious nervousness in his tone, his eyes opening at unwonted luxury. For till this time he had lived in almost backwoods manner, his bearing being that of a man unaccustomed to the world, his face one that has borne the brunt of outdoor life. His clothes and manner also indicate he is a plain frontier planter. This only makes his daughter more tender to him. She cries, "No, only you. Nothing is too good for you. Look, prairie roses on the table, and I've had everything cooked that Millie said you liked." So they sit down, she radiant, and he quite well content. But the meal being over, and Millie having gone away, she says archly, standing before him, "Take a good look at me, Dad. What do you think of me civilized, Papa? See, silk stockings and slippers." She displays in daughter's freedom, dazzling ankles exquisite in their molding and dainty feet decked in Parisian style, then suddenly gasps, You're not ashamed of me?" For a red flush has flown over her father's face, and there is a somewhat abashed look in his deep eyes as he gazes on his daughter's loveliness. "No," he stammers, "but I was afraid, with your fine dresses and highfalutin things, you might be ashamed of your frontier daddy." Apparently almost forcing himself, he glances at the beautiful figure the girl makes before him, favoring with a little paternal pat her superb shoulders that gleam white as marble under the sheer muslin of her corsage, as he continues, "I was afraid you might put on shines with me and be hard to control, and—" "Oh, no, Father," she says simply, her eyes lighting up with devoted love. "Understand me, I intend to give a daughter's full and entire duty to you." At this declaration, Godfrey's face becomes easier. He takes Estrella's little shell-like ear between his big thumb and strong forefinger, gives it a slight pinch and laughs. "Then be very careful, miss." Flushing, yet pleased at the familiarity, for until this time her father had been somewhat more formal with her, she whispers, "That's the way I want you to treat me, just as if I had been brought up here on the plantation and had always been under your charge and accustomed to obey you." "That's it, Dad, accustomed to obey you. Accustomed always to obey you. for you will give me your guidance and direction." "And correction, eh, my little girl?" he observes, his tone having grown more confident and dominating. Gazing into his eyes, she sees that her father will exercise the authority she has so freely yet gracefully conceded, and in the exuberant love that she has kept waiting for him all these years, she is happy in the familiarity of his control and dominion. "Yes, when I need it, I suppose," she murmurs, and hangs her head bashfully and nestles to him a little. "But I'm going to be a very good girl," she cries in sweet enthusiasm. "Indeed I am, Papa dear," and seals her promise with a whole-souled daughter's kiss. "Well, since my little girl's going to obey Dad in all things," remarks Godfrey, his voice quite confident, "I'm going to go and look at some mules I'm shipping to Matagorda for Uncle Sammy." "Oh, can't I go with you?" "Why, certainly. I had feared that you were too tired." "Not too tired to ride with you," she cries eagerly, but a moment after pouts, "I have no horse." "Why, there's that mare you rode across the prairies." "What, Mulefoot?" "Yes, Captain Hampton left her as a present for you," says her father. "Oh, he always thinks of me." Miss Godfrey flushes with pleasure. There's a tender look in her eyes that causes a cloud to cover her father's face. But this she doesn't notice, having already run from him to get ready for the excursion. The moment their horses are at the door, she comes down looking like an Indian princess, her face flushed at Hampton's gift, and pats the glossy neck of the mare. Turning to her father, she laughs. "I'm barbarous again. No riding habit, so I'm an Indian maiden." "Oh, my superintendent will have your clothes and fixins up from Matagorda very soon," remarks Godfrey heartily, and puts his beautiful daughter in the saddle. Then the two ride off together through osage orange hedges and paths bordered with wildflowers for a look at the great plantation. As they lope over the cotton fields, her father explains to her the great extent and possibilities of the estate. They go into the cattle corrals to inspect the mules ready to be sent down to Matagorda for Uncle Sam. "You see, there's going to be a big war, Estrella," he says cheerfully, "and this is my first chance to make big money." "Oh, then you'll have to leave me here and go on to Matagorda soon?" Her eyes grow misty at the thought of his parting from her. "Not a bit. My superintendent who is down there is a man of the finest business ability, a great friend of mine also," remarks Godfrey, adding rather earnestly, "when he comes up here, I want you to like him, Estrella." "Oh, of course I will. Any friend of my father's," cries the girl enthusiastically, and they enjoy a very pleasant afternoon, though once a shock comes to Miss Godfrey. Standing in one of the cotton fields waiting for her father, who is giving some directions to an overseer, the conversation of a nearby Negro gang that gaze with darky curiosity on their young mistress, who has given the toiling creatures some kindly words, comes to her ears. "'Pears like the hand of God had been put upon us, and an angel had come down on this 'ere plantation," orates a big Congo man. "Can't be no angel in hell, honey," answers a woman sadly. Then the driver cracks his whip, and she places her pickaninny under a bush and goes with the rest of the gang to wielding a hoe through the long rows of the unending cotton fields. Knowing the exaggerated expressions of the Negro race, Miss Godfrey doesn't give any great heed to this, regarding it simply as nigger talk. But still, the whole plantation has an animalism in its great gangs of slaves working in the cotton fields under their drivers that isn't entirely obliterated by its somewhat romantic surroundings. The outlying log cabins of German settlers who cultivate their own little farms among its islands of sycamores and oaks being diversified by several blockhouses, each garrisoned by a few frontiersmen and hunters. As they ride back, her father says, "Were it not that this place is a big one and able to protect itself, we would have been wiped off the face of the earth in these last few years by the raids of Mexican rancheros or forays of the Comanche. As it is, we have to keep a pretty sharp eye for our scalps. But this war will finish up the ranchero raiders, and then this country will settle up and be frontier no more." "It shall be frontier no more to you, dear papa, from now on," remarks Estrella gaily as she springs off her horse, full of the idea of introducing some of the elegances of the world into her father's big adobe backwoods household. Consequently, Godfrey, who has departed on some plantation business, chancing to return a little later and step into his bedroom, starts, astounded, and questions nervously, "What are you doing here, daughter?" "Mending Dad's trousers," replies Estrella. This is quite evident. The fair princess of domesticity, with the sleeves of her dress rolled up to her dimpled elbows, is seated, in daughter's familiarity, at work with needle and thread on his frontier wardrobe, which in truth has much need of attention. "By gum," he mutters, "that's real kind. Even fear of a hiding won't make Millie keep the buttons on." And he looks grateful but shamefaced as Estrella cries, "Papa dear, you are to buy a new suit of clothes the next time you go to Matagorda. Your daughter wants you to look scrumptious." At his supper, also, he finds some confections. The young lady had learned to manufacture from Mr. Martin's chef in New York. These appeal to her father's palate so greatly that he says, "Daughter, them kickashaws are better than any I have ever eaten in the Tremont House, Galveston." For this is the nearest to the great world, Estrella discovers, Godfrey has been in the last 20 years. Reflecting that during all this time he had been accustomed to nothing but this rough and tumble frontier plantation, devoid of all elegances of life, until she entered his doorway, the girl sighs to herself, "And Dad endured all this to give me a fortune." Whereupon she introduces a little more civilization into Papa's life by sitting down at her piano and singing, as he smokes his cigar, some of the tunes that have lately pleased New York. As she finishes, Godfrey says, "You've made a new world for me, my daughter. God bless you. I don't want you to ever go away from here again." "No, Father, I won't." "That's right. You marry some Texas fellow who won't take you from me, and we'll settle down here." "Yes, Father." Her cheeks are blushing. Some Texas fellow who won't take her away from here? She knows one. "Ah, I'm glad you see the thing in my light," observes her father pleasantly, as she sits herself by his side and takes his big hand in her little one. "Papa," says the girl suddenly, "Captain Hampton must have spent a good deal of money for me. There is that horse that Zelma rode, and other expenses." "Oh, as to the money, I'll take care of that," replies Godfrey rather testily. His voice has a slight command in it as he continues, "Don't you trouble Hampton. As to the Mustang your gal rode, it has already been sent on to San Antonio. By the way," he adds, "I've had your wench down at my office and registered her in our livestock. Cracky! I never guessed you had such a valuable piece of property in New York. That girl with her white skin and fine lady airs will bring $2,500 in the New Orleans market if she'll bring a cent." "Oh, you'd never think of selling her," cries Estrella. "Mother had Zelma since she was almost a child. Don't you remember? You wrote once that if she was faithful to me, Zelma should have her freedom." "What? Manumit that likely piece of goods? That ain't Jim Godfrey's way," cries her father angrily. Then he stammers, I wrote about her? And looks astounded. Yes, but that was before you were wounded at Rock Springs, replies the girl. Wounded so you couldn't write to us for nearly a year. Though noting the hand she holds in hers bears the signs of injury, she is somewhat astonished to see that it is his left one, not his right. Oh, yes, answers Godfrey hastily, but at that time I had so much upon my mind, the wench probably went out of it. I had to build up this plantation and resettle it. When I came back here, there wasn't a living thing on all this place but a dog. Every nigger had run off, every white slaughtered. Except Harry Love, cries Estrella. What? Who's he? These are too hasty and anxious questions. Why, the ranger I told you of, who with Captain Hampton escorted me across the prairie, Harry Love, who was a boy here before the massacre. Before the massacre? Shudders Godfrey, the horror of that awful time seeming to come into his face. Yes, his father and mother lived over there in the cross timbers and were killed with the rest, but he escaped. Here Estrella is startled. As she has spoken, her father's features have grown almost ashen. He has staggered to the sideboard and taken a long pull of whiskey, muttering, Harry Love the boy. Wild Harry escaped. Yes, I remember him. And he remembers you, too. He said you were the kindest-hearted man in all of Texas. But I couldn't get him to stop here last night. His father and mother had been killed just out there, and he couldn't bear to look upon the place. That's the reason he has never come near Live Oaks in these 10 years. Then she half screams, Father, the recollections are too horrible for you. For he is looking at her wild-eyed and shuddering. Don't bring these recollections up to me, child. Pity your poor old father, and don't let this Harry Love come here. The meeting would be as cruel for him as for me. Every old face brings up your mother and your stolen sister. And sinking into a chair, he puts his head in his hands. Stepping to him, Estrella tries to pull his hands away to kiss his face, but cannot. Apparently he doesn't wish her to see how the memories of the harrowing past have unnerved him. So she presses her lips to his forehead, reverently murmuring, Poor Papa, and goes silently away. End of Chapter 12. Recording by John Brandon. Book 4, Chapter 13 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 4, Miss Godfrey's Father, Chapter 13, The Coming of the Superintendent. The next morning all is bright again, and that afternoon, coming in from his office, which is down on the road a couple of 100 yards away, Godfrey finds Estrella in Daughter's Freedom in his chamber, making his room more homelike. Gazing at his bed, he gasps, Sheets? Certainly sheets, laughs the young lady. There was plenty of cotton cloth in the house, and Selma and I can sew. Besides, I wanted sheets for myself, she adds archly. Well, I ain't seen sheets since I was at the Tremont House, Galveston, says her father. You make me luxurious as a king, daughter. And he pats her on the head and makes her happy by calling her his good little girl. So now come to her days happy in her father's companionship, when, as princess of the plantation, she rides by Jim Godfrey's side over the great estate and strives to make his homely life less crude by a daughter's love and devotion. In addition, finding her father speaks Spanish, she takes to learning that tongue, and as quite a number of the people about the plantation jabber that language, Estrella soon becomes fluent in it, after the Mexican way, which is rather different to the true Castilian. During this time the excitement of first meeting have passed. The daughter begins to contemplate the father, and finds him a man of strange weakness, yet strange strength. In appearance he is somewhat younger than she had expected, very active and strong in person, and very hard in his dealings with others, though not to her. To everyone else on the plantation he is autocratic, but to her he is always kindly in word and bearing, though sometimes strangely diffident and bashful for a father. In fact, his weakness seems only to be for her and his absent superintendent. Upon this man, from his remarks, Godfrey appears to lean, especially in a business way. When displeased by the backwardness of work on the plantation, he so often says, "If Jasper was here, things would be different," that the daughter grows rather jealous of the absent Mr. Jasper. As the days run on, everything and everybody seems to be turned to account. Millie, the dining-room girl, is put to chopping through cotton in the field, and Zelma, who has but little to do, as her mistress's wardrobe has not yet arrived from Matagorda, is placed in the dining-room. Pondering on this, as Estrella does at times when she is not by her father's side or riding with him on the plantation, which is her great pleasure, Miss Godfrey cannot understand how a man who has been so liberal to her in faraway New York grinds every ounce of muscle in the slave gangs of the cotton fields into money. Anyway, she thinks this is not altogether Dad's doings. It is the arrangement of his superintendent, who is down at Matagorda, the man upon whom he seems to be so dependent and to lean so much, for she has heard "de young boss" and "der hard drivin' Massa Jasper" in the Negro quarters. These she visits often, trying to make the existence of the toiling slaves more bearable by kindly sympathy, at times demanding and getting from her father better food rations for them, and once begging for them a half-holiday, as it is her birthday. This, strangely enough, her father seems to have forgotten, though when she mentions it to Godfrey, he cries effusively, "Oh, yes, by jingo, the 15th of April. How could that have slipped my mind?" and gives the recreation to everyone on the plantation, and quite humbly brings her this day a handsome jeweled locket of Mexican workmanship, saying, "It was your mother's, and was concealed in the strong box with my money, which fortunately escaped the fiends when the plantation was destroyed." "Ah, thank you, dear Dad," cries the girl, and kisses it. Then, as Godfrey notices that her fingers, urged by woman's curiosity, move over its golden surface trying to open it, he laughs. "There ain't any inside to the thing. I've tried it 100 times myself. The bauble's as solid as a nugget." "Ah, but there's a spring in its handle," exclaims the young lady, who is more used to jewelry than her parent. "See, the mechanism is very stiff from disuse, but—" She gives a little excited cry, and her agile fingers force it open. Then she eagerly asks, "Whose miniature is this?" She is looking at the face of someone painted on ivory, who seems a very dim memory to her. Her father, who has sprung to her apparently to aid her, gives a start, gazes at the locket, then chokes a little and mutters, Your mother's brother, I reckon. Didn't she ever speak of him? A moment after, he suggests, Best take it out, and someday I'll have a picture made for you of your daddy, and goes away to superintend a festival for her natal day, having flowers and fruit brought in, and sending out hunters to shoot wild turkeys and other game. Yet 2 or 3 times during the festivities, as her father glances at the locket she has hung about her white neck, Estrella imagines he half regrets the gift, though he is more loving to her than ever, and kisses her forehead, which he has crowned with wild flowers, and calls her his beautiful daughter. In the next few days, she inspects the picture in the locket during idle moments in her chamber. Yet the portrait continues only a dim memory to her. She discovers in almost microscopic characters at its foot the name of Amalfi, presumably the artist who painted it. But this brings no suggestion with it, and finally the locket almost passes from her mind, the girl having other and more important matters on her brain, the chief of which is her father and Captain Hampton. As to the first, a great joy wells up in her heart, hungry for his affection, as at times she ponders of her father's hardness to others and his liberality to her, for she concludes his open-handedness to her in New York must have been on account of his great devotion to her. This is fortunate, as soon after an incident arises that tests her love and makes the strain upon her obedience very heavy. As the days have run on, Miss Godfrey has several times spoken to her father with regard to the Texan captain who had escorted her across the prairies, once or twice suggesting that, as San Antonio is only 40 miles away, a note be sent to Hampton asking him to visit their hacienda, if he can find time from military preparation, that she may thank him again. These suggestions Godfrey has generally put away with the remark that he is too busy for company and hasn't the time to entertain a military lounger. At her repeated mention of Hampton's name, her father has looked at her sharply and seemed not over-pleased at her enthusiastic gratitude to her protector of the prairies. And once he has brought consternation on her by chuckling, Just hold your horses a little, daughter. Soon there'll be a fine young fellow to ride around the plantation with you and do the polite. She is so abashed at this, she doesn't ask her father to whom he refers, though she guesses. Finally, one day a wagon arrives from Matagorda bearing Estrella's trunks. "You can thank Jasper for your luggage," laughs Godfrey. "Lord, how he must have shoved things to get your belongings up over these muddy roads in this time. Besides, at my suggestion, he had a feminine side saddle sent from New Orleans. It's here also. Now you can ride woman fashion again. I reckon that'll please you." "It does!" cries the girl, who has already taken from one of her trunks her New York riding habit, her Indian prairie costume having grown rather worn by her plantation excursions. The arrival of her baggage has made Miss Godfrey vivaciously happy, so she longs to look well in her father's eyes. She goes babbling on. "Dad, what will you think of me in this?" and crying, "Tulle over white satin. That will make you open your backwoods eyes. You never saw your daughter in décolleté Parisian ball gown in your life, did you, Papa?" Yet in the very midst of her delight, Estrella's face grows agitated and miserable. The driver of the wagon, chancing to state that the news is that Sam Walker's and Sharpe Hampton's companies of Hay's regiment of Rangers are already mustered in, and are to start at once for the Rio Grande, where things look like blood betwixt Taylor and the greasers. She leads Godfrey to one side and breaks forth suddenly and nervously, yet quite bashfully. "Dad, I must write to Captain Hampton before he goes to battle, to tell him that I have not forgotten him." Then pauses, astounded at her father's manner, for he says to her quite sharply, "I don't wish you to write to Captain Hampton. Your very enthusiasm may put some foolish ideas into his head, now that he wears real regular government shoulder straps." "Foolish ideas? What do you mean, Papa?" "Well, ideas that you may have more than gratitude for him." At this, Estrella's face gets as red as some poppies standing on the table. She says indignantly, "Surely my father doesn't think I have been unduly forward with any gentleman?" "Certainly not," answers Godfrey heartily. "Then let me tell you, Captain Hampton's bearing to me when I was alone in his hand on the prairie was the impersonation of respect." She draws herself up very haughtily. "Oh, I have no doubt of that," answers her father. "The trouble is, this rough-riding ranger is too chivalric and too brave. It's these very qualities that make him dangerous to romantic girls. Therefore, I judge it best that you do not write to him." "But, father, he will think me ungrateful. I cannot permit that. He is going to danger. I must write." "Understand me, Strella," replies Godfrey, his tone more severe than it has ever been to her. "You have offered me a daughter's full duty and obedience. That I exact from you. I don't wish you to write to Captain Hampton." So her father goes away, leaving the young lady with tears in her eyes and rebellion in her heart. In the enthusiasm of first meeting, it had been easy to offer obedience. 'Tis difficult now to fulfill her promise, for Estrella Godfrey had been accustomed to do pretty much her own will with Mr. Martin of New York, and had been but slightly chided at school. And now it seems hard to her, in her young womanhood, when her soul is yearning to do a thing, to be told, "Thou shalt not." She thinks deeply, then sighs to herself, I cannot let him go, perhaps to death, and think me an ingrate." The evening of the third day thereafter, she astounds her father. Immediately after dinner she says, "Papa, and hesitates and trembles, something she had never done before any man. "I do not wish to have any secrets from you. I think it right to tell you that I wrote to Captain Hampton 3 days ago." "What? You mean to tell me, after your voluntary promises of a daughter's duty, that you have deliberately disobeyed me?" Godfrey says slowly, as if he can't believe. "Yes, if that's the way you put it, I did disobey you." "How did you send the letter?" His face is flushed by a terrible anger. "That I don't wish to tell you. It might get some of your servants into trouble." "It will get some of my servants into trouble." And Zelma, chancing to have come into the dining room on some of her duties, Godfrey says sharply to her, "Here, wench, your mistress wrote a letter. Tell me what she did with it." "Master, I don't know," stammers the octoroon. "Your face tells me that you're lying to me," cries her master savagely, for Zelma's pretty knees are shaking under her. Now, if you want to save your white skin, my nigger lady, tell me, or I'll take you down to my office and give you the rawhide till you do." Here Miss Godfrey, stepping between them, says indignantly, "You shall not punish Zelma for my fault. I took the letter out myself and gave it to Pablo." "What? That nigger greaser who drives one of my ox teams to San Antonio?" asks her father, his face growing more tranquil. "Yes, sir." Gave it to Pablo. Very well. I suppose it cannot be helped now," he says, as if the affair was beyond his grasp. Then he commands, "Go to your room, Strella. Your disobedience has wounded me. No, I shall not permit you to kiss me." For she is pleading, even as she goes away, "Forgive me, father. I felt I must write. Forgive me." Perhaps Miss Godfrey would not be so contrite did she know that ox teams travel exceedingly slowly. Therefore Pablo won't arrive at San Antonio until the morrow, and that a few minutes after she has told her father, one of his under-superintendents on horseback is speeding along the San Antonio road, charged not to spare the horse. Late that morning, Estrella, waking up, gasps suddenly, "What load is this upon my heart?" Then, remembering, sighs, "For the first time I have displeased my dear father." Rising rather languidly from the bed after a time, she thinks a ride will give her better spirits, and gives her orders to this effect. Some few minutes later, as she comes down in her riding habit, Zelma says timidly to her, "The master, Miss Strella, wants you in the dining room." "Certainly," as she goes in bravely, yet almost penitently, to endure her father's correction, little guessing that he has now in his pocket the letter to Hampton, which he has just opened and read. An innocent little note. It reads simply, "Dear Captain Hampton, hearing that you leave for the front, I would like to say good-bye to you and thank you once more for your care and kindness to me in the long ride over the prairies. As your regiment or company must pass not very far from us on its way to the south, if it is possible, ride over, if only for a few minutes, and let me say adieu to you, for whose safety in battle I shall ever pray. Yours most gratefully, Estrella Godfrey. P.S. Do you recognize the little wildflower, one of those you gathered for me on the prairie? The rest I shall keep." This postscript and this wildflower make Godfrey very stern with his daughter, as she comes in and, looking lovingly yet anxiously into his face, pleads, "Father, am I forgiven?" "Not until I have made you know you must never disobey me." "Oh, Papa!" Her face flushes as she stands before him, her graceful pose in her riding habit as drooping as poor Psyche's when that unfortunate nymph awaited Venus's chastisement, for Miss Godfrey has never been accustomed to childish correction. Perchance it is the riding habit that puts the idea in her father's head. He says sternly, "For your offense, I'm going to take away from you the use of mule foot." What? His gift? His gift makes her father very angry. He says determinedly, "Yes, you ride no more for the present. Put your foot over that mare's back, and I'll have her shot." "Oh!" gasps the lovely culprit, and she runs out onto the porch, and fondling the graceful neck of the black mare, cries to the Negro boy, "Take her away quick," as if she feared her father even now might destroy the ranger's present. Coming in from this, she half sobs, "That was a cruel threat, father. That was a cruel threat." Debarred of horseback exercise, Miss Godfrey during the next few days turns to Hampton's other present. She takes to practicing at a mark with the 2 revolvers the ranger had given to her, and in the course of time, remembering his directions, becomes quite deadly with these weapons, and jeers herself as she makes bull's-eyes. "It wouldn't take 3 shots now to kill a poor mustang," or I don't think I'd miss that Comanche the first time I'd pulled trigger at him." Then, imitating Wild Harry, she cries, "Wah! I'm becoming a frontier girl, I am." During these days, Pablo, returning from his trip to San Antonio, is eagerly questioned by his young mistress. To her, the mestizo says, "Yas, I gave de letter to dat ranger cap'n." And then? Miss Godfrey's tone is very eager. "Den he took a glass of Nuya and says, 'Dat's all right,' and stuck it in him pocket. He was drinking with some other of those ranger fellas. Santos, all dat dey is talking now is about butchering de greasers down on the Rio Grande." "He said nothing? Nothing else?" "Not a word of mouth." "You're sure it was Captain Hampton?" "Sartin. Caspita, everybody know dat Diablo Sharpe Hampton." Then Miss Godfrey goes silently away. Pablo, half Mexican, half Negro, but whole slave of her father, has done his work very well, as the poor wretch had good reason for doing, having promise of a silver dollar if he lies straight, and 50 lashes at the whipping post if he blabs about the letter having been taken from him by Godfrey's orders. But a month passing and no acknowledgment nor visit coming from Hampton, and the news being brought by teamsters that Sam Walker's and Sharpe Hampton's companies have left San Antonio and gone down in advance of Hayes's regiment to join Taylor's army, the girl's face grows prouder, yet paler. The ranger's seeming neglect brings her nearer to her father once more. She sighs to herself, "I disobeyed and wounded my dear old dad by perhaps being unduly forward with this man who thinks more of killing greasers than of being polite to me, and forgives her dear dad for his severity about Mulefoot, and goes to making his house very pleasant for him, embellishing it with many of the little feminine knickknacks which have arrived with her trunks, and decking herself each evening in pretty gowns to make her father proud of her." So time runs along until one morning towards the end of May, Estrella hears a commotion and cheering outside the gates of the big patio. Coming out, she finds quite a little concourse of the hunters and trappers and German immigrants of the estate, who are standing about some wagons which have arrived from Matagorda. Their cries that the war has begun, and that Taylor has defeated the Mexicans in 2 pitched battles. Chancing to hear the name of Sharpe Hampton mentioned, Miss Godfrey gets hold of a newspaper that has been brought up by one of the teamsters, and taking it to her room, sits down and reads in the Galveston Herald an account of that glorious deed of arms, which probably prevented the discomfiture of Taylor's army. It states that the Texan Rangers, under Sam Walker and Sharpe Hampton, arrived by forced marches at Point Isabella, which Taylor had made his depot for provisions and supplies, though he had located his army 25 miles away on the Rio Grande, having built the fortification known as Fort Brown, opposite the Mexican town of Matamoros. That when the Rangers had left Point Isabella to join the American forces, they had immediately found themselves confronted by the whole Mexican army under Arista, which had got between Taylor and his base of supplies, and was now about to crush the slender garrison at Point Isabella. Knowing that intelligence of this was vital to the American commander, 6 men had volunteered to make their way by night through the whole Mexican army, and that but 2 had got through alive, Sam Walker and Sharpe Hampton. This information, so desperately born, had been the salvation of General Taylor, who, leaving a heavy garrison in Fort Brown, had immediately returned to Point Isabella and reinforced his base of supplies. Then he turned upon his foe again and fought his way once more to the Rio Grande, winning the 2 pitched battles at Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma. Even the account of the gallant Ringgold, killed mid his batteries during the first engagement, or the charge of May's dragoons at Resaca de la Palma, where they had sabred the Mexican gunners, and in which she sees young Pelham's name honorably mentioned, is not in her mind as her eyes grow misty over the last paragraph of the article, which states that both these glorious victories had been made possible by the unexampled feat of Captain Samuel H. Walker and Sharpe Selby Hampton. Over this she gets to crying and wringing her hands and muttering, "He only thinks of battle." Then, awed and ashamed of the intensity of her own emotion, Estrella dries her eyes and comes down to her father. The gentleman is sitting on the porch and greets her in happy voice. "By golly, the war's commenced, and they'll give us a fortune." Here consternation seems to come upon her father in his elation, for a wild idea entering Estrella's mind places a wistful hope in her excited eyes. She says hurriedly, Dad, answer me one question. Square as you hope to see your God, have you ever intercepted any letters?" "What do you mean, girl?" cries Godfrey, starting up, his face for a moment on fire, then growing pallid. "Oh, I mean, you have never intercepted any letters from Captain Hampton to me?" "Certainly not," says her father promptly, his features becoming more composed. Then he breaks forth. You haven't had any correspondence with this man? Answer me square as you hope to see your God, girl." "No, father, nothing but the one letter that I told you of, and which you were perfectly right in forbidding me to send. But I am punished for it. Oh, heaven, what a humiliation!" She shudders half hysterically. "Why, I kind of threw myself at his head. At least, I gave him a hint. And her beautiful face is so piteous that Godfrey, knowing what he does, should have compunctions of conscience. But his daughter's confession only seems to make him alarmed and angry. Still judging that wounded pride will now make the penitent pliable to his wishes, he controls himself and, putting his arm possessively about her, says, "I don't wish to mention this Hampton matter again. Understand me. You are to have no further communication with this man." "Yes, my self-respect should keep me from that," breaks out the girl, her lips trembling, her eyes full of tears. "And if you have not pride in this yourself," mutters Godfrey sternly, "by the Lord Harry, I have pride enough as our Father to keep you from it. Disobey me in this, and I shall punish you severely." "Yes, Dad," she cries almost deliriously. "Only forgive me for having disobeyed you." She half hysterically throws herself sobbing into her father's arms. At her submission, a look of tremendous relief ripples Godfrey's stern features. Apparently filled with gratitude at her devotion, seating himself, he draws the beautiful penitent upon his knee and thanks her for her compliance with his wishes. And she, filled with joy that the difference between her and her father is now absolutely healed, and feeling that he entirely loves her, this being the first time he has ever treated her with so much paternal familiarity, clinging to him, sobs her heart out upon his breast. So a couple of days later, Godfrey, thinking his daughter is well in hand, makes Estrella's pallid features grow very red by saying, "You needn't mope for gentlemen's company from now on, daughter. There's more news come by wagon from Matagorda. My superintendent, the boy who is like a son to me, will be up this evening to talk to me about our big contracts for cattle to be delivered to Taylor's army. He's a mighty smart fellow, and tends to business, and is more to my liking than these highfalutin, harum-scarum ranger chaps, who haven't more than a dirty shirt and a six-shooter to their names. Have a nice supper and your wench rigged out for company in the dining room. Get his room fixed up smart and put sheets on his bed. Spruce up a little yourself and do your politest, daughter." To this Miss Godfrey responds tenderly, "Papa, don't I always feed you well? I'll have your superintendent's room in order and see that everything is as you wish." So this evening, arrayed in pretty white muslin, the girl comes tripping down, prepared to make herself pleasant to her father's protege, to be struck with consternation, dismay, and affright. As she enters the supper room, a gentleman whose clothes indicate hasty frontier travel, but who wears conspicuously a little golden circle, rises to greet her. "Strella," says her father, rather nervously, "let me present to you Jasper Monkton, the superintendent of my plantations, whom I have spoken to you about so often, my trusted right-hand man and friend." At these words, bashful trepidation overwhelms her. This meeting has been so unexpected, so unannounced. True, the girl has heard the darkies talk of Masser Monkton, and her father has spoken of Jasper, but has never connected the two names. With a slightly amused smile, Monkton observes, "Yes, we met in Saratoga some 2 years ago, didn't we, Miss Godfrey?" Then his dark eyes gleam possessively as they inspect the loveliness of the maid. Her light muslin dress, displaying the graces of her figure, and her beauty perhaps added to by eyes that are sparkling with a kind of modest terror, for now she remembers what this man had said to her when she had rejected him 2 years ago. Seeming to read her thoughts, Jasper laughs slightly. "From your face, I'm sure you recollect. You were in costume at the fancy ball at Saratoga," adding significantly, "I told you that we'd meet again." Godfrey making no comment on the man's words. Estrella is even more impressed, being certain that her father must have known all this time of their previous meeting. With this ominous thought in her head, the young lady has no appetite for supper, though both gentlemen chat to her quite merrily, and Monkton's glances show open admiration of her beauties, which had been enticing as a schoolgirl, but now in her exquisite young womanhood are enchanting and overpowering. The meal being finished, at Godfrey's request, she sings, though in half-hearted voice, the songs she likes, and even at Monkton's suggestion, makes very bad work of some Italian bravura music. But after this is over, leaving the gentlemen smoking their cigars and drinking their hot whiskey punches together, she comes up to her bedroom. Her face is so perturbed and startled that Zelma, who is waiting for her, gasps, "What is the matter, Miss Strella? Is it because he's the chap who made love to you at Saratoga that you look so scared?" To her maid, the mistress answers nothing, but stepping out onto the veranda of her room, presses her hand to her beating heart and falters, "Why should I not fear this insidious man, whose hand I spurned in Saratoga, who told me that sooner or later I should be his, that the object of his life would be to gain me? What does this mean? When here alone, far from the world, I find him my father's confidant, and my father's master." She starts, shuddering at her own sinister idea, but still repeats it mentally. That's what was in his eyes. Master. I saw it twice when he glanced towards my father at the table, then turned his gaze on me, as if I had been brought here for his wooing. God help me. That's what has happened to me. I have been brought here by my father for this man to conquer and make his. Even now, it scarce seems real to her, but Monkton's voice is heard downstairs calling dominantly in slightly intoxicated tones, "Zelma, you wench! Skip quick with a new whiskey bottle, Madam China Doll." Turning her fair eyes over the prairie, looking towards the Rio Grande, Estrella whispers to the night wind, "Hampton, I fear I need you. Hampton, you saved me from Indians. Save me from worse." Then sighs despairingly, "Oh, my God, even he's deserted me, and misery and terror battle with her love. End of chapter 13. Recording by John Brandon. Book 4, Chapter 14 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 4, Miss Godfrey's Father. Chapter 14, Sharpe Hampton's Sweetheart. After an almost sleepless night, Miss Godfrey becomes satisfied that what she had divined the evening before is the grim truth. Coming downstairs next morning with a sinking of the heart at wounded modesty and humbled pride, Estrella finds that she has been brought from far-away New York to this distant Texas plantation to be convenient for the wooing of Jasper Monkton. True, she is not told this in so many words, but at first opportunity her father says to her, when they are alone together, Monkton being busied with some plantation affairs, for he immediately devotes himself to running the business of the big estate, "Estrella, there's a wonderful fellow." No sooner has he fixed up a big mule and cattle trade with the United States quartermaster and commissariat officers who are picking up things for use in the coming war, than he's up here getting the stuff to fill the contracts. He's just the kind of a man for this country. In fact, he's the spruce young fellow that I would like to settle down with you. Father, please tell me exactly what you mean. Though she asks the question, the girl guesses too well at what he hints. Oh, what I said to you when you first came and made this place a kind of paradise to your old father, he answers. Jasper's the kind of man that you should marry, one who won't take you away from me. She doesn't reply to this, but goes out into the patio and very haughtily to Monkton, when that dark-eyed, dashing fellow, whose manners have the polish of the Mississippi riverboat, but hardly the delicacy of a drawing-room, comes riding up and says, "Good morning, Miss Estrella. The cotton fields are looking mighty well, and the plants doing finely. Like to have a jaunt and look over them with me?" "Thank you, Mr. Monkton," she answers coolly. "Papa has forbidden me the use of my horse. It was a punishment for disobeying him." "Ah, she's a little skittish, is she, Godfrey?" laughs Jasper in a way that makes her writhe. Then he makes her writhe a little more. He suggests, "I'll make your peace with your father," and tears come into the girl's eyes at humiliated pride, as he says, "Jim, you mustn't be too hard on your pretty daughter. At my request, let up on her a little and permit her to have her mare to ride over to the plantation with me." "Why, of course, if you ask it," answers Godfrey, and turning to his daughter, he says, "You ought to thank Monkton for begging you off. Now run upstairs and get into your riding habit." "Excuse me, deprived of the exercise, I have rather lost my taste for it," she remarks indifferently. "Shucks, you need it. It'll make you brisker," returns her father. Then his eyes grow entreating. "You'll do it for your old daddy?" "Yes, if you'll go with us, Papa," she answers affectionately. "Reckon I must," laughs Godfrey. Some minutes after, the young lady sweeps down haughty as a goddess and stands waiting for her horse, the glove-like bodice of the riding habit of that day tracing each rounded outline of her bust and shoulders, and the folds of its cloth skirt indicating limbs graceful as a nymph's. His eyes on fire, Monkton steps to assist the beautiful creature into the saddle. But motioning the darky boy to lead Mulefoot beside the veranda, Estrella springs on the mare's back and makes Jasper and Godfrey scowl at her by laughing. "Dad, Captain Hampton showed me that trick." Then she rides off with the two men, taking care all through the excursion to keep quite close to her father's side. But she feels in better spirits for the exercise, and quite politely thanks Mr. Monkton for the side saddle. So the days go on, the girl acting as her father's housekeeper, and seeing his home is made pleasant, but feeling that pressure is being gradually brought on her in the matter of Monkton's suit, though perhaps it is foolishly brought, for it makes her indignant and rebellious. Before, when she had disobeyed her father, she has felt sad about it. Now she doesn't care. She would write other letters to the Ranger, but he is far from her, and her pride has been too severely wounded at receiving no answer nor visit from this man. In addition, she is now quite certain that there is some secret compact between Godfrey and Monkton, by which the superintendent holds her father at his mercy. On the long hot nights the two have got to drinking together, and whiskey having made their tongues careless, once she has heard the employee threaten, "Make your gal quit being offish with me. You know you've got to do it, Jim." And now, being driven desperate, for she is not always able to decline Jasper's attentions, which are proffered at every convenient opportunity, and which under her father's eye she sometimes cannot entirely refuse. One day she speaks to Godfrey confidentially, saying, "Dear Dad, if Monkton has any hold over you—" "Any hold over me?" half screams her father. "What do you mean, girl? Answer, what do you mean?" "Only this," she says bravely, though the appearance of Godfrey is such that it frightens her. "Tell me about it, and we will together face this man. Send him away. We were happy before he came. For your continued pressure upon me to accept his hand is making me undutiful, even to you, dear Dad." Recovering his composure at his daughter's speech, Jim Godfrey answers so sorrowfully that he gains his child's sympathy. "He does have a hold upon me." "I should think you could see that, and not be so saucy with the handsome young fellow, who is sweet on you as a bee is on honey. You know, he's cottoned to you ever since he saw you at Saratoga. He told me that when he came back from the North. So it is true, what I guessed, that I have been brought here to this plantation to be wooed by this man, whether I willed or not," utters Estrella bitterly, then asks reproachfully, "How could you?" "Because I could not help it," says her father significantly. "Impossible!" cries the girl. "How dare Monkton dictate to you or me?" "In this way," answers Godfrey impressively. "After the plantation was destroyed, I was powerful short of ready money. Even with the gold I had recovered, it has been a great work to build up this place. I had to pay the expenses of German immigrants so as to have settlers enough to make my title to my land grant good. In addition, these big gangs of niggers cost a pile of money. I had to borrow it, and Monkton came forward with the ready cash. Until lately, when this war has given me a little chance to crawl out of my hole, I haven't been able to get hold of any great amount of money, so things have gone on until, with interest and notes and mortgages to Monkton, he could close up the whole thing and put me and you out on the prairie with no more money than when the Rangers picked me up crazy after the fight at Rock Springs. But Jasper's a noble fellow, and I'll see him through all right." So far, Godfrey has made his plea quite skillfully, for his daughter has uttered a sigh of sympathy when he has spoken of being as penniless as when he returned to find his people massacred and his plantation destroyed. But now her parent makes a mistake. "It wouldn't suit you, I can see," he goes on, "with your fine lady airs and handsome dresses, to be put out barefooted into the world. If you get high-spirited with Monkton, I'm afraid he'll cut up rough about it, for he thinks you're the finest girl in the world. Remember, every time you turn up your nose at him or say a saucy word to him, you're putting danger on your poor old dad as well as yourself." Noting that direct methods make his child rebellious, Godfrey is playing the aged parent act. Her answer proves he is doing his role quite well. "I don't think of myself, father," says the girl generously, "though I will think of you. Give me time to consider this subject, and if the task is not too hard, perhaps—" "You'll do the right thing by Jasper," cries the old man enthusiastically. "You'll marry him. You'll give me grandchildren to play about my knee." But the future grandfather has painted domestic life too vividly. His daughter emits a short, horrified scream and runs away. Though her face is not blushing, it is pale with revulsion. To her father, some little time afterwards, she says, "It is impossible. Ask me to work for you, ask me to slave for you, but marry that man I cannot." But it is very hard for a girl practically alone with these two men on this secluded plantation to always resist a father whom she loves, and always to repel the attention of a dashing, persevering fellow who will assist her into the saddle and ride at her side, for under paternal eyes Estrella cannot always decline Monkton's escort. About this time horror comes to her. The maiden, shrinking from Jasper's wooing, begins to fear that punishments are ordered to the negroes, so that she will beg them off from her suitor. For now she finds that to get mercy for the slaves, as has been her wont, she has to plead with Monkton, not her father. But her humanity is greater than her pride, and she humbles herself to do this, though on one of these occasions Jasper says to her, "Am I always to do your bidding for nothing? Don't you, my dear girl, remember Saratoga? Why do you always greet with cold looks the fellow who you know is bound to have you?" His audacious arm would go around her enticing waist, but she mutters faintly, "Have pity on my father," yet shudders from him, hanging her fair head abashed beneath his too ardent gaze. And perhaps this young lady, who has grown drooping and pathetic during these 2 summer months of constant pressure and persuasion, might succumb to her father's entreaties, which become each day more urgent, did not about this time arise in her mind first a mighty joy, then a tremendous, awe-inspiring suspicion. Knowing that Hampton has left San Antonio with his company full 2 months before this, Godfrey one day proposes that Estrella take a trip to that town with Monkton and himself, as he has to see Hayes, the colonel of the Texan Rangers, whose young face is growing old with his efforts to get his full regiment equipped and down to Taylor at Matamoras. But the state of Texas is very slow and very poor, and the Texan colonel, having some difficulty in mounting his command, is now trying to induce Godfrey to take his guarantee and that of the state and furnish him the horses. So the girl, anxious to get away from a monotony that has overburdened her spirits, makes with her father and her suitor a very long afternoon ride, and arrives in San Antonio de Bexar, coming up the banks of its beautiful tree-shaded river into the old town that a few years before had been entirely Mexican, but now has a few gringos in its inhabitants and a lot of Texan Rangers about its unpaved streets. The evening is well advanced when she arrives, and Estrella, arising rather late the next morning, finds that her father and Monkton have left the old Mexican inn and have gone off to their business with the ranger officers. After a cup of chocolate and a bunella, Spanish fashion, she wanders about the dreamy old pueblo, gazing at the Alamo as a sacred place, and thinking of the martyrdom 10 years before of Travis, Bonham, Bowie, and Crockett, and those other Texan immortals who died that their state might live. Finally, strolling from the ruins of the old church fortress, whose battered walls are the altar of Texan liberty, she returns to the old tavern, in which the party has made their headquarters. Here her father and Monkton come in, the latter saying gloomily, "No trade. Hayes has nothing better than Texas scrip to offer us." "Yes, as soon as we have dinner, we'll get into the saddle again for Live Oaks," remarks Godfrey, who has just kissed his daughter's lips, proffered for morning's greeting. They are about to sit down to a midday meal when a faint cheering comes very distantly up the street. "Jingo! Wonder if there's news of another victory from Taylor," remarks her father. "Don't think that's possible," says Monkton. "Taylor won't be able to move for a couple of months at the rate he's getting ready." "Yes, and you're keeping him from it," cries Estrella. "Such men as you, father, when you say that American victory means the settlement of all these lands and enormous wealth to you, why don't you give up a little for the present and let Hayes have horses for his regiment, who defend us from Indians and Mexicans?" "Why, you're quite a stump speaker," laughs Monkton, and her father smilingly pats his daughter's cheek and says, "Business first, my child, then sentiment." About this time a ranger comes riding up and, checking his pony in front of the hotel, calls, "Jack Hayes wants to see you again, gentlemen. He's got something from Taylor's quartermaster. Gentlemen, that will fix you," he says. "Golly, a contract from Uncle Sammy," cries Monkton, and the two men go out together and hurry down the street, leaving Miss Godfrey alone to get a Mexican dinner. So, smiling rather sadly at herself, the young lady rolls in her pretty fingers tortillas and dips up with them her stew of chili Colorado and tasajo. Then, interested in the life of the pueblo, she wanders off by herself into the picturesque Spanish streets, and is quite contentedly inspecting some Mexican boys with donkeys and women who are washing clothes on the banks of the San Pedro Creek, when, to her delight and astonishment, she chances to raise her bright eyes and place them upon Wild Harry. To her excited "Mr. Love, don't you remember Estrella Godfrey?" he answers rather surlily, "Sure, I remember ye, miss, but it seemed to me as if ye didn't remember us." "Remember you? Why not? Did you not hear what I said to you when you left me? To come to the hacienda if you ever wanted a home or a friend?" Then she breaks out reproachfully, "And you didn't go to the front with Hampton's company?" The answer she gets horrifies her. "No, I'm in Gillespie's," answers Harry gloomily. "I didn't care to go with a man who's got death in his eye. I want one chance for my life, and I don't think Sharpe Hampton cares to have any chance. You see, there are some pretty nice girls that gets men's hearts, and well, you're the only woman that ever didn't take a shine to Sharpe Hampton." "I don't understand what you mean to insinuate," returns the reproached one haughtily. "Even if you are crazy, you have no right to speak to me in that manner, or on such a subject." Miss Godfrey moves away, but womanlike, she will have the last word. She turns and adds, "Besides, you're unjust." "Unjust? No, I ain't unjust, and I ain't crazy. I'm only cute, I am." But Estrella is so eager in her self-exculpation that she goes on, "I did write to Captain Hampton." "Well, then he never got it." "Never got it? What makes you think that?" asks Miss Godfrey, her eyes, that have been distressed, now beaming as the sun on Mr. Love. "Wall, when I bid Sharpe good-bye, he said, 'Harry, you'll find me t'other side of Jordan,'" and asserts the Texan, inspecting the superb yet ethereal creature who stands blushing before him. "No man that you'd treated just right, and was dead honey on ye from his spurs to his scalp lock, would want to go t'other side of Jordan unless he toted ye with him. Never got it. Never got my letter? And Pablo swore he delivered it. What? Pablo a greaser, I reckon. Trust a greaser? Why, somebody's been ambushing you, Miss Godfrey. Perhaps, answers Estrella, so sadly that Mr. Love suggests encouragingly, keep up your spunk. Seeing you ain't to blame, I'll tell the cap. Perhaps that'll save his life. Oh, will you? Cries the young lady, for this matter is too close to her to let false modesty thwart it. Please tell Captain Hampton that I did write to him, and that I am grateful for all that he has done for me. Please don't fail to tell him that. Here Love gives her an awful shock. He chuckles. Very well. I'll tell on ye right off. Right off? What do you mean? I mean Captain Hampton's just come up from Matamoras, riding day and night, with an order from Uncle Sam's quartermaster general that will get the horses for our regiment from any bronco dealer on earth. You just take your stand by the river bank down yonder in them pecans, miss. I'll bring him to yer. And Harry strides away. During this last oration, the maiden has been too surprised and confused to open her lips. She now runs after him, crying, No, no! For heaven's sake! What will he think of me? That you're all right, I reckon, laughs the ranger, gazing at her fairy-like loveliness. He chuckles. I'll tell the cap to load for Butterfly. And his long legs soon carry him out of hearing from Miss Godfrey, the clinging skirt of whose riding habit prevents very rapid movement. For a moment she stands, her eyes frightened, her features pale and twitching in bashful tremor. Then her face grows red as some prairie roses at her feet. She says determinedly, I'll do it, and walks tremblingly down a lawn-like slope to sit by the side of the blue waters of the San Antonio, flowing in pretty ripples between banks shaded picturesquely by the varying foliage of grand oaks, graceful ash trees, and a grove of pecans, whose leaves afford the young lady a grateful shade this warm July day. But after a little the strain of waiting overcomes her. She starts as if to fly from the passions raging within her distracted soul, and mutters jeeringly, If he got my letter and didn't heed it, then my message by word of mouth will hardly bring him to me. A few days ago she no more could have waited for Hampton by appointment than have given herself to him unasked. But the helpless despairing misery of the last month, during which have been forced on her the attentions of a man she loathes, from whose suit there is no protection by her father, when in fact she knows Godfrey will ultimately exercise direct authority to compel her to become this man's bride, lends the half-frantic girl a kind of desperate boldness. To herself she cries, I have only had one love in this world, and Harry said that he wanted death because of my ingratitude. Nonsense! 'Twas my love he wanted. Hampton's beating heart against my own told me that as I rode in his arms fleeing from the Comanches. It was the foolish, headstrong, impassioned words of that wild young dragoon that kept his lips silent. Then sneers at herself. That's as immodest and arrogant conceit as woman ever had. No, no, I must not meet him. What will my father think of my humiliating myself again to Hampton, against his absolute commands? Then she answers by, Pish! It's not my dad's correction, I fear. 'Tis that my pride may be once more wounded. And muttering hoarsely, That shall not be, rises to hurry from this place. But in the very act she pauses, and through her lips her heart speaks. She half screams, half falters, Sharpe! And it is as if their separation had never been. The ranger captain is looking at her as he did on the prairie. For Hampton, his dress disordered by the awful travail of 60 continuous hours in the saddle, is standing before the beautiful object of his love. At her cry, the great hope that thrills him makes this warrior of the plains tireless. His eyes grow as brightly possessive as a panther's, though hers are timid and shrinking as a doe's. It is the first time she has called him by his Christian name. Her accents carry with them love, passion, greeting. That during 12 weeks he has hungered for, dreamed of, and despaired of this maiden, who looks beautiful as one of Diana's nymphs, eluding Actaeon, as with her riding skirt gathered up in one hand, she is trying with faltering for any lover if he is loved. The training of a trapper is to catch his game. Sharpe Hampton catches his. With one athletic stride, he has the flying beauty encircled by an arm of steel, and is half whispering, half moaning to her. "Why, for 3 months did you take the sun out of my heavens, sweetheart?" And she in a semi-crazy way is sobbing and crying, and her fair head has fallen upon his shoulder. The next second their hearts are beating against each other as wildly as they did when he had borne her in his arms over the prairie from the Indians. But in addition, their lips have met, not in one kiss, but in a dozen, not short ones either, but whole-souled and passionate with youthful love. And panting on his breast, she who 10 minutes since had thought herself the most miserable girl in the world now thinks herself the happiest on earth, for she knows that she is his. Then, modesty getting the best of love, she falters. "Oh, heavens, what must you think of me?" Next questions in pathetic reproach. "Sharpe, how could you ever go to battle and to death without even bidding me good-bye? Was it the wild words of that crazy Pelham, the dragoon, that I heard from over the balcony at Corpus Christi, when he told you to take good care of his treasure, that kept your lips silent, when you must have known that I loved you, my heart beating against yours in the wilderness, as wildly as it does now, must have told you that." This last is said with averted head. The ranger's eyes are too ardent for her to meet his glance. "I thought Pelham had a right to you," answers Hampton in frontier simplicity. "Now I know he hadn't. You wouldn't give yourself to me if he had. You're not the kind of girl to play with 2 men at one time." "No, indeed I'm not," says Estrella very truthfully, and receives for her candor a very pleasant reward. After a little, both grow slightly more rational and sit down side by side. But soon the lady commences to ask questions. "Why did you not answer my note that I wrote asking you before you left for danger and battle to come and bid me good-bye?" "The only missive that I have received from your hacienda," remarks Hampton shortly, his eyes resting very tenderly on the loveliness before him, for the girl, in her excitement and passion, looks in the flesh even more enchanting than perchance she had seemed to his imagination, and he has thought of her very often. "Was one from her father, in which he enclosed a draft on Galveston for your expenses, and what he deemed the price of mulefoot that I had left as a present for you." "Why, it was almost an insult!" cries his sweetheart indignantly. "Yes, I hardly thought it over polite. At all events, I concluded it indicated your father wished to be rid of an unpleasant obligation." "And Dad did that?" says Estrella bitterly, then queries eagerly, "And you never received my letter begging you to come and say goodbye to me? The one with the little flower in it? One of the posies you plucked for me on the prairie. I kept the rest, Sharpe," murmurs the girl, archly but diffidently, "though Papa commanded me never to think of you again, and my pride told me that too. And if I hadn't been nearly crazy with misery, I don't think you would have got me, Sharpe. Crazy with misery, you turn to me because you're unhappy? Oh, no, not that. But I don't think I would have ever seen you again if I hadn't been so desperate that I wasn't as modest as I generally am. Whereupon Miss Godfrey tells of Monkton's pursuit of her, stating that her father is pressing her to marry his superintendent because they'll both be paupers if she doesn't. But I couldn't give myself to any man but you. And that's embarrassing enough, falters the young lady, for the first rapture of surrender being over, Hampton's eyes are so ardent that she hangs her head, though perhaps she loves him more because her modesty won her. He now fondles her as backwoods boy does frontier sweetheart, though in truth the captain is very tender with his graceful creature, who seems to him like a fairy descended to earth to bless him with her ethereal beauty and radiant love. She now also receives the consolation of being supported by a man who may be very diffident in his wooing, but is very strong in his possession. She is sure that having won her, her ranger's sweetheart will never permit her to be another's. Hampton says shortly, "Sweetheart, don't let that bother you a little bit. You just tell your dad that you're Sharpe Hampton's promised wife, and you tell that also to that Monkton when he comes talking honey to you, and he'll know it means that he lets you alone, or, she breaks in sadly, or you'll risk your life in personal combat? I'm accustomed to that." "Yes, you risked it against a whole Mexican army," she murmurs, then sighs. "Did you do that because you didn't think you'd get me?" The answer that she receives is not as complimentary as perchance she expected. "Not exactly," answers Hampton promptly. "I did it because it was my duty. Of course I felt blue as thunder, but I don't commit suicide for misery. You wouldn't want happiness to make a coward of me either, I suppose." "Oh, no," sighs his sweetheart. "Of course I know you're compelled to go to the front." "Oh, not immediately. Taylor won't be able to move for 6 weeks. I only brought the order up to get the horses for Hayes's command 2 hours ago. The boys won't be ready to go down for 2 or 3 weeks. Worth's division won't be concentrated at Camargo for a month more. A third of the volunteers and regulars haven't left New Orleans yet for the big campaign in northern Mexico and by the White Buffalo in the 2 or 3 weeks' leave I'll get." Hampton emphasizes his words with a possessive pressure of the delicate waist that vibrates in his grasp. "We're going to have, if you say so, girl, the very nicest honeymoon." "Oh, heaven!" gasps the young lady. "And I'm going to have the very sweetest bride man ever had." "You mean you would marry me immediately?" falters Miss Godfrey, in almost terrified amazement. "Why, I've only seen your face a few months." "Oh, yes, I've only seen your face that time, too. Reckon I might as well be scared as you. But I'm gritty in the marriage matter, I am," says Sharpe enthusiastically. "Bill Baldwin only knew his girl 2 days, and Luther Loring married his wife the morning after he rescued her from the Apaches. You've got pluck enough for a ranger's wife, Strella." It's the first time he has used her Christian name, but it seems to come easily to his tongue. "And after we've had 2 or 3 weeks of bliss, you put the kiss of a soldier's wife on my lips, and you say, 'Sharpe, you go down and do your duty for your country.'" "But my father," murmurs the demanded one, tremblingly. "Oh, don't bother yourself about him. I'll take care of that. I've seen dads pick out the wrong men for their daughters' husbands, and guess again," laughs Hampton, as if the affair was settled. "You explain the matter to the old man, and I'll be down to see you tomorrow evening. I cannot get away before, but perhaps you'd better tell your father to let you stay up in San Antonio till the wedding." "No, no, I must break it to him quietly," pleads the girl. Sharpe, give me a few hours to break it to Dad, though I suppose he'll see it in my face. Besides, it won't be so long after all, for Papa loves me." "Very well," remarks Hampton. "You tell Dad in your own way. I'm glad you say that you've no great shakes for money. Tell you the truth, that big hacienda always seemed to stand between us, but I've a little plantation of my own up in Shelby County, and if you're the girl I think you are, you'd share my blanket if I hadn't but one to my name." "Yes, I would," answers Estrella stoutly, though her face is very red. As for this nice answer, she receives a kiss that makes her quiver from head to heel. "Remember this, I can't give you more than a couple of days to get ready for the wedding," whispers the Ranger very longingly. "No, Sharpe, that'll be enough, because I love you," murmurs Estrella. She puts her arms tenderly about him and makes him happy with a kiss that carries her soul to her lips. But here Hampton mutters, "I'm afraid I've been a little selfish in my love. I've no right to ask you to hitch your fate, sweetheart, with a man who may be dead in a month, though I'd like to call you my wife before I die, dear one. Just wouldn't seem quite right if I didn't." "And you shall," cries his fiancée impetuously. "You said 2 days? In 2 days I call you husband, and you call me wife," whispers Hampton, taking off his sombrero to her in his simple frontier way, for the word wife produces reverence as well as ardor in true manhood. So, with her hand in her affianced, Estrella strolls out of the pecan grove to grow red under the eyes of Mr. Love, who, apparently awaiting them, sits whittling a willow branch. The frontiersman gazes at the coming bride, emits a prolonged whistle, and ejaculates sententiously, "Dropped." "Yes, I'm Sharpe Hampton's gal," says the new fiancée, bashfully but proudly in frontier fashion, though in truth she wonders even now whether she is rational or not, her dropping having been so sudden. End of chapter 14. Recording by John Brandon. Book 4, Chapter 15 of The Spy Company, A Story of the Mexican War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Spy Company, A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. Book 4, Miss Godfrey's Father. Chapter 15, A Mighty Suspicion. Here Hampton says, "Love, you needn't open your mouth about this to the boys." "No, sirree," answers Harry. But Miss Godfrey, taking a sweetheart's privilege, suddenly cries, "Sharpe, you haven't had any sleep for 60 hours. Now be a good boy and go off and get some rest. Mr. Love will take me back to the hotel." "Right ye are," rejoins the frontiersman, and turns his back abruptly upon the couple. This, as they are still secluded by shrubbery from the street, gives Hampton an opportunity for a farewell kiss. The girl, as she returns it, makes him very happy by prattling in an affianced voice, "Now please do what I say. Get a little sleep. You're not all iron. You're flesh and blood." "Oh, very much flesh and blood when I get you in my arms," answers Hampton, with such a look in his eyes that the coming bride retreats from him laughingly yet blushingly. To her he says significantly, "Don't forget, sis, I'll be down to see Dad tomorrow evening at Live Oaks and make arrangements for the wedding." "Yes, Sharpe, tomorrow evening," whispers Miss Godfrey, and watches with her heart in her eyes the captain stride back towards the Rangers' quarters just across the great plaza. Then very happily and excitedly trips off towards the inn, escorted by Mr. Love. "Thar's purty considerable ginger left in Sharpe yit, allowing he's travelled horseback 3 days and nights running, eh?" suggests Wild Harry. "Yes," murmurs the girl. "Ye look as if he'd a been about as spry wid ye as 3 or 4 city fellers," laughs her companion. "Your hair's must awful." "Yes, but please don't talk about it, Mr. Love," falters Estrella, hanging her head, though there is a mighty elation in her heart. She thinks, this morning, shuddering from the proffered hand of Jasper Monkton, this afternoon, happy in the arms of Sharpe Hampton. Suddenly, her bliss is tempered with the direful consideration, how shall I tell my father when he says what I am about to do will bring beggary upon him? And the agitated girl would go into a miserable brown study, where Mr. Love, the escort, to give her time for contemplation. As he walks by her side, he is chuckling. "Ye Wargis, like the coon up the tree and Martin Scott, weren't ye, Mistrella? When he come along, you say, 'Oh, dat you, Sharpe Hampton? You're such a dead shot. I'll come right down.'" This, emphasized by the frontiersman's coon-like actions, would make Miss Godfrey laugh in a half-bashful, half-hysterical way, did not the harum-scarum fellow suddenly say, "And he most kissed your mammy's locket off ye." For in her interview with her affianced, Miss Godfrey has pulled this trinket from out her riding habit to show it to the Ranger captain as proof of her father's great love and tenderness for her, and now it is carelessly dangling about her white neck by its golden chain. "Ah, you recognize the trinket," murmurs Miss Godfrey, much more interested in other things than in her jewelry. "Sartin. Every one at Live Oaks knowed that 'ere locket. Your dad ordered it made in Matamoras. It's greaser workmanship. Look here. Reckon I do know the locket." Wild Harry takes the bauble as it dangles from her, and shows he is well acquainted with the trinket, for he presses the hidden spring and astounds Estrella by saying, "How do you like your dad's face?" "My dad's face!" half screams the girl. "Shucks, it's empty," mutters the erratic fellow. "Ye yanked Dad out to put Sharpe's picture in, eh?" "But there was a picture there 2 days ago," whispers Estrella. "You said my father's face?" Then she suddenly asks, a strange quiver in her voice, "What was the portrait like? You're certain my father had one painted?" "Oh, sure as you're tremblin' now. On ivory or chiny? Your dad said it was to send to your mammy. Bless your heart, he was so proud of his picture. He showed it to everybody about the plantation. Didn't he show it to ye? It had an Italian name written under it." "Amalfi," screams the girl. "Why, yes, ye guessed it fust time," answers Love, and playing with the locket does not note that his listener's face has grown pallid and her eyes strained by some marvellous and astounding thought. "That was the name of the travelling Italian that painted it," continues Harry, closing the trinket. "The pronouncing of Amalfi always kinder stuck in my windpipe. He was a no count kind of a dago who'd wandered up here just afore your dad went on that 'ere expedition lookin' for the Gran Quivira, that time when the Comanches came down and wiped out the plantation and killed my mammy. You remember, girl, my mammy?" Love's eyes grow so dim he doesn't notice the monstrous effect his words have had upon his companion, for Miss Godfrey is thinking very hard, and now has a strange suspicion in her voice, as she is saying with lips that have grown ashen, You can see my father today without wounding your feelings by visiting the place of your mother's death. He is here in town." "What? Jim Godfrey here? It's strange I haven't put my eyes on him," cries Harry heartily. "Yes, he's now at the old Mexican posada, talking to your colonel. Supposing you go down and shake his hand, and come along with him. I'd like to see you very much together." "Wall, I'd like to see myself together with Jim Godfrey very much, Miss Strella," remarks the frontiersman, "though I shan't say nothing to Dad." "Like to tell Dad yourself? Little bashful, eh?" For Estrella is quivering and waving like a lily swaying in the breeze. "Yes, and even if you don't see my dad," falters the girl, a curious weird intensity in her voice, "don't say anything about this locket or anything else to Hampton, at least not until you've seen me." "Why, sartin, but I don't see how that makes any difference." Here the frontiersman interrupts his own speech by suddenly crying out, "Great golly! Love has made ye loony." For Estrella is reeling and gasping half hysterically. "You said my father's face was in that locket. My father's face! Oh, it seemed to come to me out of the past. Good heavens, I began to remember. Holy poker, this hot sun, or Sharpe Hampton, has rubbed your poor brain out," mutters Wild Harry, and seizes the delicate girl to keep her from falling. Then he takes her in his strong arms and carries her back to the inn, where, finding her father has not returned, he says to the Mexican hostess, "Here's a gal who's got sunstruck or high strikes or somethin'. Ye revive her. I'm too bashful to unlace her stays and do the proper thing by her." As soon as the proper thing is done for Miss Godfrey, in the retirement of a little chamber of the posada by a couple of Mexican girls, Mr. Love goes away to find her daddy. Quite shortly, Estrella revives and goes to pacing her room, muttering, "That picture taken from the locket. By whom? And why taken? The sight of it was a surprise to my father. Is he my father? Oh God, what is in my head? Is he my father? But Love will see him. 10 years can't have changed him too much to be recognized. Still, it is very curious, very suspicious." And she recalls the mysterious change in her father's letters after the Rock Springs fight, and begins to remember what Hampton had told her on the steamer about the man they had rescued from the desert combat, and his going back to the Live Oaks hacienda, and after discovering every living thing upon it dead, making up his mind to rebuild and restock it, though before that he had only intended to obtain the gold buried in the ruins and then go away from it. Frantically she strikes her forehead and asks, could it be possible? And answers herself, yes, it might. Every white man on the plantation butchered. Nearly every settler that could possibly have seen his face gone to death at the massacres of the Alamo and Goliad. Every Negro on his plantation run off. The whole country deserted and made a desert by raids of the savages and forays of the Mexican rancheros. It might be. Then, sweetheart's confidence coming into her, she murmurs, I must see Sharpe. I must get Wild Harry to bring him to me. Next pauses and mutters, my heaven, no, not till I am sure. If Sharpe doubted my father also, and Dad turned out to be Dad, then he would never forgive my husband. It will be hard enough now when Hampton's marriage to me ruins Dad. Next bursts out hysterically, Dad! Oh, I pray heaven he is Dad! and through her kindly mind comes a frantic hope that her suspicion may come to naught. She has given this man a daughter's tender love so long she finds it very hard to think it only dross. She has placed him on high in her confidence and affections. 'Tis difficult to throw him into the dust. She murmurs to herself, "O God, I loved him so dearly, and yet I must know." Pacing the room, she waits for Harry to return, and finally, such is her anxiety, goes down into the street and watches for him. But the Texan Ranger never comes along, and tired of racking anxiety and tremendous suspense, the girl goes back into the inn and seats herself on the low balcony of the posada and still watches. Shortly after, Godfrey and Monkton come hastily walking up the street, full of the excitement of a big horse trade. As they pause at the entrance of the inn, she sitting on the low balcony that is scarce 5 feet over their heads, hears Monkton say to Godfrey, "That order of Uncle Sam's quartermaster's all right." "Sure," replies the other, then asks, "Do you know who brought it?" and whispers some name she cannot distinguish. This is greeted by a muttered execration from Jasper, who adds, "Curse him! Fortunately, he's been in the saddle 3 days, and wasn't very lively to get about town to see her." "That's so much the more reason we better get her out of town quick," answers Godfrey, and orders their horses to be hastily brought up. At their summons, the girl descends to them. Fortunately, it is now growing dark, and they don't look very closely at her. But when her father approaches her to place her in the saddle, she draws slightly back and says, "Mr. Monkton, please." This so delights both Godfrey and her suitor that both gentlemen seem very much pleased with their fair charge as they lope along. But between them rides a girl whose eyes sparkle as the stars of the night above her, and whose soul is racked with, "Is this man my father? If he is, for my suspicion, I'll sue his pardon on my bended knees. If he is not, let him beware, for he has accepted from my lips the kisses of a daughter." In her agitation, she has almost forgotten that she is coming bride to the Ranger captain. Elated with Estrella's complaisance to Monkton, and likewise a successful horse trade, and talking mostly of that, her 2 escorts during this dark ride do not note the distracting passions on Miss Godfrey's face. This is very fortunate. It gives the young lady not only time to control the display of her emotions, but to determine upon her methods of action. But the conversation, as they ride along, brings Miss Godfrey's thoughts once more upon her love, yet also makes her reticent in regard to it. The gentlemen are quite merry over the price they have got for their horses from the Ranger colonel, Godfrey saying, "Jingo, didn't Hayes hold out on the figure for those broncos? But he had to have the nags to get his command down to Taylor in time," adding grimly, "Reckon many of his boys will leave their bones the other side of the Rio Grande." Estrella is quite sure from the tone of his voice that he hopes Hampton will be one of those doomed to death. But Jasper here startles both his companions by remarking, "Jim, did you see that long-legged Ranger squinting at you for the last 10 minutes you were fixing up the horse trade with Hayes?" "Not Sharpe, Hampton?" asked Godfrey uneasily, and Estrella exhibiting no surprise at his words. He glances at her, but she is too interested in Jasper's communication to notice this. Monkton answers easily, "No, it wasn't the captain. I know him by sight. It was a slim, crazy-eyed fellow in buckskin, who looked at you as if you had made him a little more loony than usual. I was going to tell you about him, but didn't like to interrupt when you were getting such a long price for the horses from the Texan colonel. Some of the boys in the saloon called him Wild Harry." "Wild Harry? Why, I thought he was with Hampton's company down at Matamoras," stammers Godfrey. His voice is husky. Despite the darkness, Estrella can see him sway in his saddle. She's not surprised that under the plea of clinching up his saddle, Godfrey has her ride ahead, while he and Jasper go into quite a long and muttered conversation. In it, apparently, Monkton learns something that impresses him also. When the two men overtake the young lady, neither seems in such high spirits as before. This gives her suspicions greater strength. Miss Godfrey now makes up her mind not to mention her promise to Hampton. "Why should I sue?" Blushing, trembling, and embarrassed, for a father's blessing, until I am sure he has a father's authority and love. She thinks cogently, and is quite relieved at postponing an ordeal that even in her sweetheart's arms had made her cold with apprehension. So, taking it rather leisurely, after a long ride through the darkness, they reach the hacienda of Live Oaks some time after midnight, to be ushered in by Zelma, who has supper on the table awaiting them. As Estrella, avoiding Monkton's attentions, hastily slips off her horse, she is no more the girl who yesterday had left this place drooping under a father's entreaties that it almost breaks her heart to deny, nor a bashful maiden trembling at the wooing of a man she loathes, but a woman determined to give herself to the man she loves, and to make sure the man assuming a father's station to her has a parent's authority over her before she asks his blessing. Even as she dismounts, Estrella shows how carefully she has considered her position. If Godfrey has purloined the picture, her not mentioning her loss will make him suspicious. As soon as she is in the doorway of the house and standing in the light, she says, her fragile hand playing nervously with her locket, "Papa," the word comes very hard to her tongue now, "I hope you won't be very angry at me, but in San Antonio I discovered I had lost the picture from my locket. It must have fallen out while I was galloping so recklessly into the town." The languor and great exhaustion of the long ride make her eyes tranquil, but they are bright enough to notice that at mention of the locket a sudden anxiety has flown into both men's faces, indicating that they have discussed the trinket. Her careless words apparently being relief to them, for Monkton asks nonchalantly, "What locket?" And Godfrey cries heartily, "Shucks, don't bother about it. I'll give you my picture to put in that folderol on your wedding day, daughter. Do the polite to her, Jasper, and tote your sweetheart into supper." Estrella, embarrassed at the words, has tact enough to refuse her suitor's escort to the table on the ground of extreme fatigue, and to permit, though she winces under it, a paternal salute on her white forehead from Godfrey. So, leaving the two gentlemen to smoke their cigars and drink their whiskey together, the girl goes wearily but hastily up to her chamber. Here, fortunately, the great joy of approaching nuptials almost obliterates the miserable uncertainty of her position. But after a little, exhausted by her long journey, nature claims its meed. Rest comes to her, and despite excitement, she has the blessing of a dreamless sleep. Awakening early in the forenoon, a sweetheart's rapture thrills her, and she whispers to herself longingly, "This evening Sharpe comes to tell Papa." Then, full recollection smiting her, she moans to herself, "How to discover, for I will discover. I'll ask no father's blessing on my nuptials till I know." Pondering on this, an unutterable horror crushes her. She shudders. If he is not my father, perhaps he killed my father, but finally puts that idea away. Hampton's report of the Rock Springs fight, showing there was no need of murder to produce death in that dread affair. Forcing herself to calmness, the young lady goes downstairs and soon discovers things that add to her suspicion. To her relief, her father and Monkton have been long away on the business of getting the big bands of horses driven in from the prairie and the proper nags selected for delivery to the impatient ranger colonel. Miss Godfrey is waited on at breakfast by the octoroon. Toward the end of the meal, chancing to mention the loss of her picture rather nonchalantly, as if it were but a matter of passing moment, Estrella is astonished to see her maid's eyes grow apologetic and her manner greatly confused. "Come with me to my room, Zelma," the mistress says, assuming indifference, as she places her coffee cup on the table, "and let us see if we cannot find that portrait together. It possibly dropped out of the locket before I left for San Antonio." As they go upstairs, her attendant gives Miss Godfrey a shock. She says with equal carelessness, "What makes you and your father both so brisk about that picture?" Estrella, for the moment, is too startled to reply to this, but in her room her suspicions become more vivid as she notes that her maid's examination of her chamber is entirely perfunctory. Inspiration smiting the mistress, she suddenly cries, "Zelma, you know where that miniature is." "Miss Estrella, what makes you think that?" stammers the octoroon. "Why, because you're not looking for it. If you've carelessly lost this portrait from the locket, confess it to me, and I promise pardon." But the girl, who is trembling now, not answering her, the mistress cannot help imploring, It is a picture of my mother's brother. I don't want to lose it. Tell me about it. Have I not always been good to you, Zelma?" And so finally works upon the feelings of her attendant that she sobs miserably. "Don't ask me, Miss Estrella, don't ask me. If I told you, I'd be skinned alive." "Ah, no doubt you would," assents Estrella. She is now sure that her maid either took the portrait by Godfrey's orders, or had seen him purloin it, and been warned to keep a silent tongue. She breaks out in anger, half simulated, half real. "You carelessly have lost it. That's the reason you dare not open your lips to me. But I shan't tell my father about it because he'd punish you terribly, though I shall punish you myself." She takes the young woman to the sewing room, gives her a big lot of sewing, and commands, "Don't dare to stir from here until this is finished," but to make very sure, locks the culprit in. Coming out of the room, she thinks, alone for hours. With the exception of old Dinah, the cook, she and Zelma are the only inmates of the house. Dinah never leaves the kitchen. It is quite certain that Monkton and Godfrey will not return till evening from the corrals. She thinks desperately, "I'll search his room and get that picture." Whereupon, safe from Zelma's eyes, she goes cautiously into what she once called her father's bedroom and investigates his wardrobe and his desk. This is a simple matter. The frontier planter's clothes are few, and his plain deal desk has but a country lock, the key of which is in it. Carefully examining the pockets of his clothes, she finds nothing of importance in these. Next, she inspects the papers in his desk, which are not very numerous, most of his business documents being at the house he calls his office, but does not find the portrait, though looking over the last package of papers tucked away in an envelope, something meets her eyes that makes Estrella utter a shriek of rage. It is the letter she had written to Hampton. This increases her determination to discover whether this man who has assumed a father's authority over her is really entitled to her love, duty, and obedience. She must know that. She will know that. She murmurs to herself, "Oh God, I loved him so." But the letter in her hand makes her add bitterly, "He wasn't very merciful to me." Thinking of the picture, she cries to herself, "The face smiled at me from the past. 'Twas a recollection of childhood. I can see the dear eyes now. I will see again that picture. Yet search how she will, and she seeks it in careless, reckless eagerness, she cannot find the miniature. Finally, concluding that the portrait must have been destroyed, she desperately determines there is one living witness who can say from his own eyes, this Jim Godfrey was Jim Godfrey before the fight at Rock Springs, and is your father. I'll send for Harry Love and bring them face to face. She writes a hurried note, orders her mare saddled, and rides off to the cabin of a hunter a little way up the San Antonio trail, where for a few dollars she knows she can get a Mexican to speed with a message that very day into the Pueblo town. She is altogether too experienced now to trust the letter to an ox team. But even in the act of dismounting at the hunter's cabin, a sharp-eyed, brown-skinned muchacho comes spurring down the San Antonio trail, and putting his cunning glance on her, promptly pulls up his mustang, and edging alongside of her, whispers, "Pronto, aquí Donna Yankee," and passes to her astonished but eager hand a thumb-worn and dirty slip of paper. For a second she thinks it is some message from Hampton, but starts as she deciphers in half-printed illiterate script, "I've dropped on what knocked your senses out of ye. You guessed it. Down ternight with evidence. Until then, keep mum as ye love your life. Cute Harry." As its full import smites her, the girl almost falls off her horse. Her mighty suspicion has become a crushing and appalling certainty. She reels in her saddle and mutters to herself, "Orphaned." End of Book 4, Chapter 15. Recording by John Brandon. Book 4, Chapter 16 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. Book 4, Miss Godfrey's Father. Chapter 16, Night on the Lone Plantation. Before Estrella can collect her senses, the Mexican boy, apparently instructed with a whispered guarda, has ridden off. For a moment she's carried back into the past and sees the dying man by the desert spring, and her brown eyes grow full of tears at thought of her dead father. Then her cruel situation forces the present on her. She had given this man called Godfrey a daughter's tender affection and loving kisses, and she feels a big hole is in her heart. Fortunately, Harry's missive eradicates a good deal of this sentiment. As she rereads Love's scrawl, the letters that are dim to her teary eyes grow very big in awful warning. Keep mum as ye love your life. Until this time, personal danger had not been in the girl's mind, but now it looms up and confronts her. She looks on the great estate this man has usurped from her, and thinks in quick discernment, after he has slaved for it these many years, this man will do anything to keep it. That is why he wanted me to marry Monkton. Then he'd be safe from me. Pondering over the matter, she makes a wild guess that Jasper had discovered her putative father's secret, and so had gained sufficient power over him to force him to divide the spoils. This man had to take me as his daughter, to be Jim Godfrey, and have title to my dead father's gold that he dug up from the ruined hacienda, and these miles and miles of land, fertile as God's gardens, she mutters. Then jeers bitterly. And now he would make me the bride of his accomplice, and so render me forever helpless, and seal my lips eternally by wifely pride and wifely duty. She gazes at the herds of cattle and bands of horses and gangs of toiling Negroes, and utters significantly, "It is a principality worth fighting for all this is mine," and the sweet accents of devoted love coming into her voice and Sharpe's. From this reverie she is startled by a voice at her side. The man whom she had called father, riding up to her, says authoritatively, "Daughter, I saw you from the field. You got a note from that Mexican boy." Her agitated face answers him. He commands, "Let me see it." But under an instinctive touch of the spur, the agile mule-foot bounds away, and before Estrella is overtaken by her surprised mentor, she has wrapped the paper up with 3 lucifer matches that, after the manner of the prairie, she carries with her, and has ignited them on the pommel of her saddle. With her pursuer's hand upon her arm, she laughs as the tinder floats away from her on the breeze, and feels for the moment that she is safe. Fortunately, Godfrey takes for granted from whom the note has been received, and commands tersely, "You come right home with me." Resistance would be useless, even if she cared just now to defy him. Miss Godfrey turns mule-foot and rides doggedly beside him, and so enters the big patio, where, slipping from the side saddle, she stands upon the threshold of the house, confronting him. Godfrey doesn't get off his horse, or the crisis might have come immediately. Still mounted, looking down at the girl, she makes a beautiful picture in her riding habit, her face flushed, her eyes rebellious. He says sternly, "Ever since last night, daughter, I've noticed you've acted kind of queer," then questions sharply, "You have met against my orders Captain Hampton in San Antonio?" She turns her face haughtily to his and answers shortly, "Yes." "Very well. You remember I told you I'd punish you if you ever had anything more to do with him. If you have lost your pride, by the eternal, I haven't lost my pride as your father." Despite herself, the young lady cannot restrain a mocking, sneering laugh. It doesn't make her mentor more tender to her. He continues, "Now you go right up to your room and stay there till I let you leave it. I'm too busy now. But tomorrow, unless you do what I tell you, I'll tend to you frontier fashion." But yesterday the girl would have grieved at his condemnation and grown tearful at his reproof. Now his threat eradicates her last tender feeling for him. With every vein in her body throbbing with indignation at his assumed parental authority, she bites her lips to restrain the angry, defiant words. A moment after, she answers haughtily, yet resignedly, "Yes, sir," and goes up to her chamber quite content to get from his company, for she sees enough in his face to make it certain that a rash word might now put great danger upon her. Recollecting that tonight she will have Wild Harry's evidence to make her defy any interference by this man with her coming marriage, she laughs to herself savagely. It is he who shall beg my mercy, not I, his, and strides her room like an indignant Juno. Soon tenderer and happier thoughts possess her. She remembers that this evening she will have at her side a man capable of protecting her from everything save the violence of her own love, and reflecting that in 2 days she is to be a bride, occupies herself pleasantly by packing a trunk for a simple honeymoon outing. During this, towards evening, she is somewhat startled by hearing a man called Godfrey crying out from his bedroom rather nervously and astoundedly, "Jasper, the devil's up! Someone's been searching all my things." His hurried steps tell of agitation as he runs down the stairs, apparently to seek conference with his coadjutor. A little later, probably urged by Monkton, who wishes to see the woman whose beauty grows to him more tempting with her coldness, Godfrey sends Zelma to the young lady's chamber and desires she shall be at the supper table. And master told me, pleads the maid anxiously, to make you look your best, Miss Strella. Make me look my best? Well, I should think so, cries Estrella. And remembering she is being decked to meet her affianced husband, she selects for this summer evening an exquisite light frock of pure white muslin trimmed with simple ribbons. Filled with sweetheart's bashful thoughts, under the octoroon's anxious attentions, the tears, and she has shed many of them this day, are washed from her cheeks, and she soon becomes as fresh and dainty as a rosebud. On her face is expectant happiness and hope, as she sweeps down to astonish with her beauty the two men waiting for her below, and take her place at what she had once been very happy to call her father's table. Then a curious, nervous meal goes on. Though the conversation of Monkton and Godfrey is chiefly over coming crops and the horses they have sent off to San Antonio for the ranger colonel, there is a current of uneasiness apparent in their voices, and Estrella starts as she notes in the faces of these men some project not as yet developed. This nervous tension quickly affects the octoroon, who, dressed like a prim French maid, is waiting on them. Zelma's pearl-like complexion becomes pale as delicate china, and her plump white arms, bared to the elbows for table attendance, quiver as she arranges the dessert. For Godfrey, after remarking that someone has been sneaking about his bedroom, suddenly asks the attendant, in terrible voice, "Wench, have you been rummaging my desk, trying to find something to steal?" Next chuckles, "By jinks, you look guilty. Your legs are shaking under you, as if you had a fever and ague." The short skirt of the young woman makes this easily apparent. With her tongue almost cleaving to the roof of her mouth, Zelma answers in low, broken voice, "No, Mr. Godfrey, as God is my judge." "Reckon you'll find I'm the only judge about here," jeers the old man blasphemously. Apparently he has been bracing his nerves for some active measure by afternoon libations. But the attentions of Jasper Monkton, who towards the close of the meal has drawn his chair quite close to Miss Godfrey, the confident smile upon his suave face, and the possessive manner in which he would put his arm around her tempting waist, though she repels him both with eyes and hands, do not permit Estrella to think very much about this matter. Her diffidence and coyness now seemingly annoy the man, who calls himself her father. In his eye comes a determination to force this fragile beauty, who had once been so pliable in her daughterly love, to do his will. As he smokes, he speaks, saying rather nervously between puffs of his cigar, "Jasper has been begging you off again, Strella. I have concluded to forget your disobedience if you do my bidding, daughter." "And what is that?" asks the young lady, struggling to control her temper. "Why, you just agreed to marry Jasper, as you know are my wishes, and I'll excuse you just this once for running after that ranger captain." "That I shall never do," answers Estrella, and rising haughtily, sweeps out of the room and goes to her chamber, because she is afraid of letting her tongue disclose too much. Here she thinks pertinently. An hour or two more, and Hampton will come, and then I'll speak. But this inaction is not to be permitted to her. A few minutes after, Zelma comes trembling into her chamber and shudders. "For God's sake, Miss Strella, protect me. You said you would. When I came here and gave up my liberty to be with you, you said you would." "What do you mean?" "Oh, this. They're accusing me of breaking open and searching Master's desk to find something to steal. God help me. They've been drinking," and even in the gloom the octoroon's eyes flash wild with terror. "They have told me that that I am to go down to Master's office to be whipped. Miss Trella, think of that, whipped because I've been rummaging Master's desk trying to find something to steal. That you shall never be. Miss Godfrey's voice is cold, though her heart is throbbing, as if it would break through the corsage that confines it. She knows now that to save the unfortunate Zelma, she must tell of investigating Godfrey's desk. To give the real reason for her act, instinct warns her, may put danger even on her life. She tries to invent some other plausible excuse or motive to render to this man, muttering nervously to herself, if Hampton would but come. But she must act quickly. Godfrey has called from below. Come along, you thieving wench. I'll teach you to sneak about my papers. And Zelma has tremblingly run down to him. Some remarks about going light on the girl and not spoiling her beauty for the New Orleans market float up the stairway to horrify Miss Godfrey. As the sobs of the victim die away, the mistress cries mentally, Zelma shall not be punished for my act. Taking a piece of paper, she hastily writes on it, Find me at the office. With this in her hand, she runs downstairs and leaves it on the dining-room table for Hampton's eye, in case he should come during her absence. Then, reckless of everything but her errand of mercy, Miss Godfrey issues from the house and follows the two men, who have already led their victim out of the big patio and well on their way down the road to Godfrey's office. She has forgotten, coming sweetheart, obliterated from mind is Harry's promised evidence. Likewise is even banished the danger that she may bring upon herself, if by any inadvertence she discloses that she knows she is not this man's daughter. As picking up her dainty skirts, Estrella flits with light feet through the road made dusty by wagon trains from Matagorda, and stands before the rough one-story adobe building called Godfrey's office. She has scarcely ever been in the place, having had a kind of horror of it, because she knows that sometimes slaves connected with household or stables are punished in its rear room, the regular whipping post of the plantation being down among the distant Negro quarters. Its floor being raised but little over the surrounding prairie, the windows of the building are scarce 2 feet above the path outside. The night being warm, these are wide open, and she glances into the front room. At one side of it is a small iron safe for papers connected with the plantation. Several ledgers and a well-thumbed memorandum book lie on its unplaned deal table. From this a couple of candles in tin candlesticks emit a subdued flickering light. Both Godfrey and Monkton are seated on rough wooden chairs in careless poses, the evening being very sultry, smoking their cigars nonchalantly and comfortably drinking their whiskey from a bottle and glasses already placed upon the table. Estrella shudders as she sees these men coolly taking their ease, unmindful of the trembling woman, who apparently is in the rear room preparing for her torture, for a subdued sobbing is heard through the slight partition, mingled with the rustle of feminine garments being hastily removed. Though she is so excited that the whole scene seems blurred to her, her senses are so strained she even notes the odor of a honeysuckle that is climbing about the window, and that a swarm of mosquitoes and insects, attracted from the prairie, are burning themselves to death in the flames of the candles on the table. But above all, one thing impresses itself upon the delicate girl, the awful loneliness of the place. The lights from the Negro quarters are very distant. The nearest cabin of a frontiersman or hunter is a mile away. Only the gloom of a summer night is near to her. She shudders as she thinks, what aid is there from me, for any one here against the acknowledged autocrat of this lone plantation and his overseer? Love's warning grows very vivid in her mind as to her ears come those significant words in Monkton's acute voice. Did you notice, Jim, that Strella has never once called you Dad since we came from San Antonio? Yes, and by the Lord, Harry, I'm going to find out what she means by it, snarls Godfrey. Here the sight of a long, lithe, torturing rawhide switch lying on the table makes Estrella desperately lay her hand upon the latch. As the girl comes in, it is as if a fairy were entering the den of ogres, for the whole place smells of liquor and has that rough, unkempt, bald appearance common to the frontier, far from the refining touch of woman. As they see her, the triumph upon both men's faces tells their visitor that her coming is what they want, though the man whom she once called father, hastily rising, asks, "Daughter, what's your business here?" "To protect the girl I brought with me from New York," she answers determinedly. "You shall not punish Zelma." "Reckon a little'll do her good," says Godfrey. "She deserves it. The wench has been rummaging around my desk, trying to find something to steal. Unless," he adds significantly, "someone else did it." This increases Estrella's perturbation. She guesses that they suspect she has been investigating Godfrey's desk, and have lured her here on this errand of mercy, to coerce her by her sympathy with the unfortunate octoroon into confessing her act and telling her reason for it. With a shudder, she remembers Harry's warning, "As ye love your life, keep mum," and loving life very much now, as coming brides do. For one coward moment she hesitates, but Godfrey's action forces her to generous resolution. Picking up the torturing switch of twisted rawhide, he calls savagely, "Wench, are you ready in there?" And a scream has answered through the partition, "Master, for God's sake, spare me." He is stepping to the door, but Miss Godfrey is in front of him. To him she says, holding up a white hand in commanding gesture, "You shall not torture Zelma. It was I who investigated your desk." At this, Monkton springs up with a muttered execration, and the faces of both men tell Estrella that they fear, she guesses, some secret they will protect with their lives, or with her life. But it only braces her nerves and makes her throbbing brain more acute. "You were going through my desk?" mutters Godfrey hoarsely. "To find what?" Though he tries to conceal it, his face is convulsed with both terror and menace. Monkton himself has come a little closer to her, his features full of awful inquiry. "To find what?" repeats the man she had once thought her father. "This," cries the girl in sudden inspiration, and plunging her hand through the laces of her corsage, she draws from her throbbing bosom the note she had found. "This, my letter that you intercepted, my missive to Captain Hampton." At her words immense relief ripples the faces of both her inquisitors. "Oh, Hampton, the Comanche killer!" sneers Monkton, his attitude growing more easy, though his face is flushed with jealous rage. "Of course I did," says Godfrey in fatherly tones. "It was my duty to keep you from making a love-sick fool of yourself, daughter." He gives a sigh of relief, sits down in a chair, and relights his cigar. Perhaps the awful denouement that is drawing about them might be averted, for Estrella has called into the door of the rear room, "Zelma, you're saved. Go back to the house, poor girl," and is herself stepping to the entrance of the building, anxious to get away from the two men whom she now loathes. But at this moment Monkton, made fervid by the ethereal beauty of this priestess of mercy, who looks in her simple muslin frock exquisite as a sylph, bars her way, and says insinuatingly, "You've begged the wench off from your father. Now you'll have to beg her off from me. You see, there was a fellow named Him Jones, came up to Matagorda from Corpus Christi, and he didn't know I was boss of this estate, and got to laughing and chatting in a bar room about your octoroon beauty who was going to gallivant with Mr. Yazoo Sam. You see, in old times I knew Yazoo Sam very well, and he was great at running off niggers. Jasper checks himself and continues smilingly, "But perhaps you didn't notice your wench's didos." Reckon you were too much taken up with that dragoon fellow, young Pelham, I believe his name was. Him Jones was talking about him, too, and getting closer to the lovely object of his passion, whispers, "You can save the wench by a single kiss. You know how I have loved you since I saw you at Saratoga. Why don't you marry me and make everything quiet and settled on the plantation?" "Yes, that's the ticket," breaks in Godfrey. "Marry Jasper. You know he's the man I want you to take. Don't keep on your high horse." To this, Miss Godfrey, fighting to restrain words that may bring discovery upon her, says coldly, "I have already answered no to that question." "Oh, you won't give me a kiss?" "Very well," laughs Monkton. "Then Zelma shall sing a little song to Mr. Yazoo Sam, and would step towards the inner room." But Miss Godfrey stands before him and commands, "I forbid you to lay a hand upon my property." "Your property? That's good," jeers Jasper arrogantly. "Reckon you don't exactly understand your position here." At this Godfrey falters. "Don't rile him, daughter, or he'll turn us out paupers on the prairie. Marry him to save your poor old father. Don't you know he's got a bill of sale of everything on the plantation? Don't put on city airs, child. You're only the daughter of a plain backwoodsman anyway." But this man's continual calling himself her father drives the girl frantic. Forgetting prudence, she cries mockingly, "A bill of sale of my plantation from you? Pish! It's not worth the paper it's written on." "What do you mean?" This in a whisper from both men. "I mean that you are not Jim Godfrey, that you are not my father." And the daughter of a plain backwoodsman becomes haughty as a Juno. The lights of the candles flash on her white arms and panting bosom. The thought that she had given this wretch a daughter's kiss, a daughter's love, makes her toss prudence to the winds and break out, "Interloper, liar, usurper! My father died at the Rock Springs fight 10 years ago. Now both you and your accomplice off this plantation that is mine." Even as this leaves her lips, she remembers love's warning, and would seek his words, but the actions of the men before her tell her it is too late. For Godfrey has muttered with an awful curse, "By heaven, she knows!" and Monkton has locked the door leading to the outer world. She is alone with two monsters, who shock her by holding whispered consultation, all the time keeping their eyes upon her, as if they were beasts of prey and she was to be their victim. She hears one mutter, "You fool, to make me bring her from New York," and the other answer, "By heaven, I'll have her anyway." From very force of habit, Estrella's hands go to the silken sash that girds her slight waist, seeking for the ranger's pistols. But with a sigh she remembers she has left the weapons in her chamber. Then the two men come to her and smite her with a monstrous proposition. "Now, Jim, to save her life, she must marry me right off," says Monkton shortly. "Yes, marriage with you is the only thing that will stop her lips sure," mutters Godfrey, adding in cruel significance, "except the other thing." Here the girl, in her terror, for she sees they mean by the other thing her death, makes a false step. Hoping to frighten them, she says haughtily, "That's impossible. Tomorrow I marry Sharpe Hampton." At this the two men look at each other wildly. They know that if she has promised herself to Hampton, neither man nor devil will keep the ranger from coming bride. Driven desperate, Godfrey remarks huskily, "So much the more reason you marry Jasper now." "Yes, mating with me is the trick that will stop her gabbing," cries Monkton, adding with saturnine acuteness, "and stop Sharpe Hampton too." Stop Sharpe Hampton from making me his wife when he loves me? Jeers Estrella. Stop him when he says I am his son in heaven? But Monkton's crafty rejoinder paralyzes her white lips. You can stop him mighty quick, he says suavely, when you're bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. The Ranger captain's too high-stomached a fellow to take such a jilting. He'll keep away from you as if you were poison and ask no questions. To this he adds, in words that seem like blows upon the threatened one's heart, You've got to marry me, or be buried before morning. Don't you see, fool, that it is the only thing that can save your life, whispers the man called Godfrey. We daren't let you live. Do you suppose that I'm going to be thrown out of wealth and possessions that have grown in my hands all these years, and be twisted from a nabob into an outcast pauper in a second? I'll deed you my property, screams the frightened girl. Only let me go. Shucks, a deed under these circumstances wouldn't be worth a cent, says Monkton. Besides, I want you. I haven't dreamt of your loveliness and hungered for your caresses these 2 years to give 'em up now. You've got to give in, my beauty, and become my wife right off. Then the room grows red with horror to the victim's eyes as Godfrey says huskily, as if ashamed of his own words, There's a nigger parson down at the quarters can do the business good enough in 5 minutes. Your being Jasper's flesh and blood will keep your lips shut forever. You have got to be Jasper's right now, or die right now. For a second the horror of her position is hardly real to the half-fainting girl, but the proposed bridegroom's eyes, lighting up in unholy rapture at the loveliness he thinks already in his arms, makes Estrella a goddess of purity assailed by shame. Her face, cheeks, and bosom grow red as fire, then pale as the death that she elects. She says simply, You can kill me, but I live Sharpe Hampton's. Next raises her voice and cries desperately, Help, Hampton, help! I need you. Quit screaming, or we've got to kill you, mutters Godfrey. Already he has one hand upon her white throat and seems to be raising the other to strike her senseless. Again the sweet young voice rings through the still night air. Hampton! Sharpe! Save me! Then, even as her senses become dull and the scene sways mistily before her eyes, the angel of death descends and protects this maiden from 2 satyrs. On the trail outside, 2 sharp revolver cracks ring out so rapidly they make almost one report. The man who had called himself Miss Godfrey's father falls upon the swooning girl, and the other, his accomplice, is a dead body ere he reaches the bloody floor. A few minutes later, Estrella finds herself lying in a chair, her face wet and herself being brought to her senses by kindly slappings of her hands and shoulders. She says dreamily, though there is a strange interrogation in her voice, Did you put me in this chair? No, I found ye there, answers Mr. Love, astonished admiration making his wild eyes very big. But she, staring about and seeing blood upon her dress and the bodies lying on the floor, springs up and shudders. Who killed these men? Shucks, don't get frightened, girl. After ye fit the scrimmage, says Wild Harry reassuringly, yer did it fine. That feller over there was plugged straight between the eyes. He points to Monkton. And this cadoodler ain't got many breaths in his body. He indicates her putative father. Don't take on so. They desarved it. Reckon Dad got onto your knowin' he wasn't Dad a leetle before I got down, and then you gave it to him straight. Hampton taught yer to shoot the pistol, didn't he? I'd have done it myself if I'd have been here. At this, Estrella asks in astounded voice, And you didn't shoot them? No such luck, answers Love, then mutters, What do yer want to possum it on me fur? You must have shot 'em, but I'll make everything safe for ye. A coroner's jury'll soon bring in a verdict of served 'em right, when I'm your witness. These last words are interrupted by a moaning plea for water from the man called Godfrey. Estrella cannot forget that she once held daughter's love for this man, and her quick hands pour the liquid between his ashen lips and try to soothe the passing of his spirit. On this, Love breaks in, saying sternly, Roger Norton, the best thing you can do with your last few breathin's is to square yourself by telling all about it. Roger Norton, is that your name? Cries Estrella, and looks curiously at the dying man. I recognized ye as soon as I put my eyes on ye. Roger Norton, says Wild Harry. You were her dad's clerk who went up with him on his hunt for the Grand Cavera, and thus escaped massacre down here. You thought you'd take Jim Godfrey's place, seeing everyone was dead, and so to seize on the plantation, you lassied the daughter. That's about straight, isn't it? Yes, gasps the man. There isn't much to tell. But still, commands Love. Ye put it down on paper, Estrella. Writin' always makes things easy. And the girl sitting at the deal table inscribes hurriedly the tale the wounded man, in low voice, gasps out. I saw a big chance with everybody dead who knew Godfrey in these parts, and I took it. I became Jim Godfrey. 'Twasn't so hard for 6 years. No one ever came around this place, but new immigrants, new niggers and Indians and Mexicanos. I meant to do the right thing by you and would have left you the property till that devil, Jasper Carew Monkton, came along. He had not known Godfrey, but he thought he recollected me in old Mississippi days. He suspected me. Somehow he was aware Jim Godfrey was a knight of the Golden Circle. He gave me the grips and signals of the secret order. I could not return them. So he finally made sure that I was not Jim Godfrey, but Roger Norton, that he had once seen as purser's clerk on the Mississippi River. Then he worked on my fears and got a hold on me. And then when he'd gone up north and seen you, Estrella, he got wild for you and would have me bring you down so that he could, if necessary, force you to be his, and you know the rest. I meant to be pretty good to you, and I hope you'll forgive me as far as you can. The poor creature, sighing his life out, looks pleadingly at her. But the girl suddenly asks, Tell me, who killed you? I don't know. Then she, bringing the paper to him, half sobs, half gasps, Sign this, and I'll forgive you. And the frontiersman, lifting the expiring wretch higher, he succeeds in putting his name beneath his dying revelation. Then his head drops, and he falls forward on the floor. And now, says Estrella eagerly, please let me write that you were killed while making an attack upon me, that— She pauses. The eyes of the man who had called himself Godfrey are closed. His breath has gone. What's all this strange palaver about? Mutters Love. Nobody's going to hurt you for killing them skunks. No, but I didn't kill them. Well, who did? It warn't me, though I'd been proud to do it. I think it was Sharpe, whispers the girl nervously. "'Tain't possible," cries Love indignantly, "or this fellow Monkton would have been dead as quick as the other. Sharpe Hampton don't shoot twice at a man. But I might have been in the way. I stood so. Yes, reckon he'd have shot a leetle high to avoid ye. Perhaps it was Sharpe Hampton. But Zelma can tell." And Estrella runs into the next room, putting her hand on the shoulder of the shrinking octoroon. Miss Godfrey asks, Zelma, who fired those shots?" "I don't know, miss. I don't know," mumbles the poor cringing creature, who is still half nude in preparation for her chastisement. "I was waiting here when I heard their awful words to you. Then the reports. Next I heard someone in that room kissing you, and seems to me I distinguished, for God's sake, I didn't mean to kill your father. But those fearful men are dead, and I'm only your slave, ain't I, Miss Strella? Only your slave." This her mistress does not answer. She has run out into the other room, where Harry is calling, "Look here! Here's a piece of paper kept in place by a bowie knife stuck in it, and we never seed it. We'd make fine spies, we would. Upon it has been agitatedly scrawled, 'Goodbye, forgive me.'" "That's Sharpe's writin', straight enough," mutters Wild Harry, "but I never knew his hand could tremble before." "It is my first, my last love letter," screams Estrella, and seizes it, kisses it, and fondles it. Then Harry mutters, "Well, I'm darned if this don't beat conniption fits." For the girl is crying to him, "Get on your horse! After him! Sharpe Hampton thinks he's killed my father, and that this wretched blood stands between his love and me. After him! Bring him back to me. I promise to marry him tomorrow. After him! Find him before he gets down on the Rio Grande and throws his life away in some wild skirmish, because he thinks he's killed my father and can never call me wife. After him, and bring him back." End of chapter 16. Recording by John Brandon. Book 5, Chapter 17 of The Spy Company. A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 5, Beyond the Rio Grande. Chapter 17, Florito's Fandango. It is a hot, sultry summer night well south of the Rio Grande, on the most southern of all roads, leading from Camargo, first over low cactus-covered chaparral plains called the Tierra Caliente, then through the foothills of the Cordilleros to Monterey and Saltillo. This road, passing by the little adobe town of China, avoided by the main divisions of Taylor's army, has not been cut up by trains of wagons transporting provisions and camp equipage, or guns of the artillery, though it has been scouted over and ridden over by Texan Rangers and Dragoons, who have cleared it of the rancheros and the regular Mexican cavalry of General Ampudia, who holds in force the town and citadel of Monterey. Upon this road, grown dusty under the hoofs of cavalry, stands a little hamlet near the first foothills of the mountains, pleasantly shaded by some palmettos, palms, and century plants that indicate it is still near the Tierra Caliente, though it is watered by a stream whose swiftly flowing cool water, as it hurries to join the San Juan River, shows that it rises in the heights of the Sierra Madre. Within this hamlet, this sultry night, though the breeze from the mountain tempers it for the benefit and amusement of the ferocious Yankee voluntarios, is being given a fandango. The Mexican mozos and leperos, cringingly doffing their sombreros, have gathered in the prettiest poblanas and manolas of the town, though they grind their yellow teeth and snarlingly feel their machetes when out of immediate observation. For the bright eyes of the senoritas flash alluringly to the wooing of these Yankee desperadoes, who are very ardent in their lovings to Juanita, Inatzita, or Lolita, now that Sally, Molly, and Annie are to hum in faraway Kentucky or Tennessee, and who practice the good old-fashioned soldier routine. If you cannot make love to the lips that are dear, at least you can kiss the lips that are near. Under live oaks lighted by torches, the Salle de Danse, being a smooth, well-beaten circle of earth surrounded by tables for gaming, and likewise the sale of tortillas, frijoles, dulces, an aguardiente, pulque, and other liquors of the country. A merry crowd of Texan Rangers and Uncle Sam's troopers are engaged in loving, polka-ing, smoking, drinking, and gambling. These are interspersed with Mexicans who smile between their snarls, and senoritas whose white chemises scarcely veil their charms of busts and shoulders, and whose short, bright-colored petticoats do not entirely conceal their graceful legs and ankles. Under the feet of everybody roam a drove of hairless Mexican dogs, struggling to get a snap at tortillas and frijoles, yet snarling, yelping, and howling under the kicks from the big boots of rangers and troopers. In addition, a banner announces Florito's troupe of artists from the Nueve de Teatro, City of Mexico. These add to the entertainment a one-legged clown, whose performance of a maimed athlete seems to amuse the careless crowd, and a boy whose handsprings and flip-flaps are more those of an orangutan than a human being. But after a little, the stellar artiste of the company, coming out with languishing eyes and coquettish songs, sends the concourse wild with the ever-popular La Punchinada. Then, changing from song to dance, she is greeted by some wild vayas and buenos from the Mexicans, and cries of "Keep it up," "Go it heel and toe," and "Fling your shanks lively" from Los Yankees. These are acknowledged by Bully for Uncle Sam's voluntarios from the archly naive figurante, who, with flashing eyes, flowing hair, and waving of rebozo, throws her agile limbs very gracefully to the music of guitar and mandolin, clanking her castanets in cachuca and tapping her tambourine in bolero. But her cachuca and bolero being finished, the sylph goes about laughing and chatting and even drinking glasses of wine with the assemblage, holding out tambourine for reward, though her attentions are chiefly directed to the boys of Uncle Sam, to whom, being more liberal than her compatriots, she says archly, "Pesos por me." Nothing less than $1 goes. "Sabe, big silver dollars. Ah, you handsome gringos diablos." Coming out of the crowd with her tambourine packed full of money and jingling it merrily about under a torch-lighted oak, she pauses, starts, as if a snake had stung her pretty bare legs, and mutters, "Caramba! You here?" and faces the drooping and beautiful figure and sad, earnest face of Estrella Godfrey. "I have been watching for you," says the American girl, and would put gold in the dancing girl's tambourine, remarking eagerly, "Carmelita, you remember how you saved him and me on the prairie? Have you seen him?" "Him? Caspita? You mean the gallant captain?" cries the dancing girl, then shudders. "From you, never." With a shame-faced gesture, she rejects haughtily the proffered guerdon. But a lithe little Mexican just behind her cries, "Caramba! Jealous idiot, you refuse gold?" and seizes the half-eagle from Miss Godfrey's fingers. "Florito is not so dainty." Then snarls, "Demonios! You're dropping all the money out of the tambourine." With this, her patron takes the instrument from the listless fingers of his subject, who is staring agitatedly at Miss Godfrey. Then takes place a curious, half-incoherent interview, broken in upon and interspersed with the chinking of money and the cries of gamblers from the neighboring tables, and the thumbing of mandolins, guitars, and the shrieking of a fiddle from the Mexican musicians. The two girls making exquisite contrast in the torchlight that is now mellowed by the moon rising over the spurs of the Sierra Madre. Carmelita, in snowy chemisette and red-tinted skirt, carelessly worn Mexican fashion, in half-savage nudity, is a picture of barbaric passion. Estrella Godfrey, clothed for her journey in the saddle over Mexican trails in the Indian costume she had worn on the prairie, might be barbarous also. Such are her flashing eyes and agitated gestures. Did not a pathetic sadness dominate and make soft her wildest emotions? "You have been riding? You have got that wild-eyed Ranger Harry with you," whispers Carmelita. "I saw you come in this evening escorted by that troop of Yankee cavalry." "As I thought. You seek Il Capitan Hampton." Then her eyes blaze, and she mutters, "You, Donna Americana, shall not find him, not through Carmelita." "I must, or he'll be dead soon," sighs Estrella. "They tell me such stories of his careless, reckless exposure in every skirmish and fight he can get into. Jesus, he is brave, isn't he? Resigned from the Texas Rangers, Madre de Dios, as if they didn't get killed enough, and organized the spy company, free to find death in the Mexican lines, men who don't want to come back. His first lieutenant, an English lord who was shooting buffalo on the plains and learned his wife had run away with a duke. His second officer, the little daredevil they call the Bravo, the pet of a Louisiana plantation, until his sweetheart was seduced by a New York gambler. Then he killed the gambler and has come down here to get himself killed. A dear little boy who smokes cigarettes while bullets fly about him, and each night dreams of home and mutters, 'Mother.' The rest of them frontiersmen whose wives and daughters have been carried off by Indians. Borderers whose families and sweethearts have been slaughtered by rancheros, each a despairing man who wants to die but sell his life, and all driven to despair by our sex, Donna Americana." At this dread description of her sweetheart's command, Estrella Godfrey's eyes grow agonized. She cries, "You have seen him fight?" "Seen him fight?" cries Carmelita. "Diablo! How these despairing men massacred the Lancers of Carabajol! Ha, ha, ha! It is great to see Sharpe Hampton fight." "It is," cries Hampton's fiancée, her eyes lighting up also. "Ay de mi! And for you, Americana," sighs the dancing girl, "that is more than he ever did for me, except when he courted little Florito, who was counting and stealing my money, because Florito was going to beat me." "Ah, then in gratitude to him, tell me where I can find him, and take despair from him," pleads Miss Godfrey. "Otherwise I'll only see his dead body. You know these mountains ahead of us. Aid me to get word to him." "Word of what?" Shame flushes the expressive features of the figurante. She asks eagerly, "How many letters have you written?" "Oh, many," moans Estrella, "besides verbal messages by dragoons riding to the front." "Caramba! Dragoons don't overtake Sharpe Hampton," jeers Carmelita, then breaks forth into a nervous rhapsody. "The spy company, always in front of all, the spy company. 60 men leave Matamoras. Now there are only 30 left, always in front, always seeking death. Blue chip men who risk their lives on a revolver shot, always fighting, always dying. Crazy men led by a crazy chief." "Ah, you have seen him," whispers Miss Godfrey. "You know where he is? Take me to him, that I may make him want to live." "And you have written how many letters to him to make him want to live?" asks Carmelita in nervous eagerness. "Ah, yes, from Matamoras, 5. 2 from Camargo. Diablo, 7! And you'll take me to him?" "How can I? I am but a girl, helpless as you with fighting men and battling armies. Ask that young dragoon army officer, the one by whose side you rode today," and Carmelita goes jeeringly away from the half despairing American girl. but out of sight, concealed from her rival by a cactus hedge, and she gets to counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, yes, 7. I have them all. All that came to the crazy captain, who cares so little for his life he is willing to toss it on the Mexican lances, who some day, Diablo, will perhaps get crazy enough to love me. And yet one night, as he slept on the open prairie, I crawled through the grass to him to put my lips on his, and even in his sleep he turned away from me and whispered her name, Strella. Then I could have driven knife through him, or through myself, but better it through her now she's here. I knew she'd come. Something told me. Come to tell him she forgives him for something that's driving him crazy because he thinks he lost her. But I can stop her. Stop her forever. Why not? Why did not Donna Highhorse keep up north, where she ought to be, immodest thing, following a man? Into her half-crazy rhapsody is now insinuated the soft, suggestive voice of her patron. Little Florito, coming beside the dancing girl, whispers, "The American Rika, the daughter of Godfrey, who owns the enormous flocks and herds and plantations in Texas. We missed her once. This time we will have her, a grand ransom. Here, far away, in the recesses of the Sierra Madre, we can make Donna Godfrey so unhappy she will be willing to write that they send whole mule loads of silver dollars for her rescue. Santos, last time I think you played us a little false for love of that Texan captain. Now, whispers Carmelita, now when she is alone, no mercy is in my heart. Then come, I'll tell you my little plan. Donna Estrella is seeking the man she loves. We will aid her, Diablo, we will aid her." At this, Carmelita bursts into a mocking, jeering laugh, and follows her patron for true Mexican dagger-in-the-back plotting. As for Miss Godfrey, after having turned away hopeless of any aid from Carmelita, she goes to seeking among the gambling, laughing, dancing throng about the tables the wild-eyed Harry Love. Exclamations that arise over the twanging of the guitars and mandolins embarrass the young lady. "Wah!" says the Texan Ranger. "Draw a bead on Josepha's ankles. Never saw purtier in old Kentuck." "Come on, boys, let's give the greasers a Virginia reel," cries another, leading out a bright-eyed poblana. "Don't show your teeth, my little jealous Tomasito," he adds, "or I'll knock them down your yaller belly." This is addressed to a snarling Mexican who resents the enlèvement of his sweetheart. As for Mr. Love, he is imbibing aguardiente, and has hilariously exclaimed, "Golly, ain't drunk so much since I war weaned." Then he laughs to a little Manola of imploring eyes. "No, can't have all my Monte winnings this trip," clinking some silver dollars in his hands. "But I'll give ye one of these hyar to flip my heels wi' ye," and would lead the muchacha to the dance, did not at this moment his eyes rest upon his beautiful charge, who in dejected attitude is looking sadly on. "Here's your dollar," he cries to the poblana. "Go and dance with Tomasito," and turning away comes to Miss Godfrey, who is at the outskirts of the crowd, at the little adobe house where she has taken up her quarters, and been made quite comfortable for a few silver dollars by the Mexican family that live in it. He says, in answer to the somewhat reproachful glance of the young lady and her inquiries, "Have you heard any news of him? I ain't so full of mescal as I look. I can think and talk straight as a rifle ball. From the gab of some of May's dragoons, they calculate they'll overtake Sharpe sometime if he ain't killed fust. They say the talk at headquarters is that Hampton's spy company has done more reliable scouting than any other gang of Rangers. Old Rough and Ready's gone sweet on him, and that they'll offer him a captaincy in the Rifles, like they're going to give Sam Walker, if Sharpe lives to get it." "Lives to get it? Oh, if I could see him and tell him that wretch's blood doesn't stand between us, then perhaps he'll live, breaks out the girl despairingly. Next sighs, sometimes, Harry, I feel someone stopping my communications to my affianced. You know how you rode after him down to Matamoras? He had left there, but you sent on my letter to the front. You had to return to your command. Now, thank God, the ranger colonel has given you dispatches to Hampton, though I don't think it is much more than simply, for God's sake, Sharpe, don't throw away your life too carelessly. Something of that nature. Hayes in his kind heart calls it a dispatch, and makes it your military duty to get this on from China. He gave it to my teary eyes, to my beseeching, that's all. He let me have you, Harry, to take me to the man I love, to the man who is going to die. Yes, we're all a-goin' to die, remarks Love philosophically. If we get on much further, we're now with the foremost cavalry troop, and if we go ahead of 'em, Lord knows what'll happen to us. I can fight for ye as good as any man. I can kill a few dozen greasers, I hope, before I go under. But there's too many dozen to kill. Yes, but I must see him. If he'd only join the main army and take his chances with the rest. He must soon if he lives. They're all gathering together now before Monterey to storm it. Then he'd have the chance of any other man. Now Sharpe has no chance at all, I think. You know, if he had hope of me, he wouldn't try to throw his life away. Get me to him. Wall, I'll see what I can do. You know, the country from now on will be full of rancheros, and Hampton's away south of Monterey on the Saltillo road, I calculate, trying to see if the Mexicans are sending any reinforcements to join Ampudia. But I'll take a look about and talk to you a little later. The frontiersman goes away, leaving the girl anxiously pacing the mud floor of the adobe hut and sighing to herself. How to reach him? How to reach him? In this she is interrupted by little Florito, who comes to her, a very suave look upon his olive face, and a pleasant twinkle in his beady dark eyes, stroking his long mustache, and setting jauntily his red sash over his big bell-shaped trousers, and clanking his big spurs on his yellow boots. He says, "Honored Donna, I heard your request to Carmelita. You wish to be guided to Il Capitan Hampton. I can get you there for—" "For what?" asks Estrella eagerly. "For 100 silver pesos, or I'll take it in gold. I'm not particular about little matters. I know a safe trail slightly south of here, more towards Monte Morelos, that will reach the village where Hampton should be tomorrow." "You are sure you can get me to Captain Hampton?" Miss Godfrey's tone implies doubt. "Quien sabe? I can try," mutters the Mexican. "If not tomorrow, certainly the next day. Are you willing to take the risks? There will be some." "Yes, any risk. I will speak of your offer to Mr. Love, who has dispatches for the captain from the Texan colonel. He will go with me." "Oh, the wild-eyed Harry! He will go with you? Bueno. Speak to him. Then tell me if you wish to meet Captain Hampton." The Mexican goes away, cursing to himself. Diablo! If that crazy Texan ranger went with us, at first sign of treachery poor Florito would become vulture meat. Not Wild Harry, por amor de Dios. In this he is aided by the Texan himself. Miss Godfrey, coming to Love, says, "Harry, good news. A little Mexican, who is the head of the dancing troupe, who displays the one-legged clown, and Carmelita, the dancing girl, and the boy who turns somersaults. He tells me that he knows a trail south of here. For 100 pesos he will guide us through it to the village where Hampton must be tomorrow or the next day." At this, Love, turning his eyes upon her, cries, "Not much. That moon has made you loony. Trust ourselves to that little sneaking yaller belly? No, siree. We'd have 100 ranchero lancers around us. We'd be gobbled." "But he says he'll swear on the Virgin that—" "No, Miss Godfrey," answers the ranger. "I'd never, if I lived to get through, dare to tell Sharpe that I let ye put such risk upon yourself. Besides, 'tain't possible ye'd get through. Ye put that wild idea out of your head. Get into your blankets and sleep it off," and goes away, leaving the girl more unhappy than ever. But into her reverie comes Carmelita, and whispers to her sweetly but passionately, "You say, Yankee Donna, you have news that if given to Il Capitan Hampton would prevent his throwing his life away, which ay de mi, I fear he will do soon. No man can take such chances forever. Escopeta balls pierce a gallant heart as well as a coward's. If you wish to give word to him, I'll try to aid you. But Mr. Love says it isn't possible we'd get through." "Doubtless that would be true with a few armed soldiers, but Florito's performing troupe will not be touched by rancheros. We are free of attack. One night we dance to Canales Mexicans. The next night we amuse Gillespie's Rangers or McCullough's mounted men. We're free to all. Now, if you alone go with us, you become a member of Florito's traveling troupe, a dancing girl like myself, eh?" "Oh, goodness!" half shudders Miss Godfrey, blushingly gazing at the outer costume in which Carmelita stands before her. But a moment after she adds, "Still, I might journey with you. You might say I was a dancing girl, and I could keep my face veiled, after the manner of the Mexicanas, and I don't think I'd be noticed." "Of course not. Come with us. The 100 pesos for Florito. Come with us, but don't tell Wild-Eyed Harry. A word to him and he wouldn't let you go. He has already warned you, hasn't he?" "Yes. It is your option. You can have word with Captain Hampton, or you can let him die unknowing what you wish to say." "I'll have word with Captain Hampton," answers Estrella excitedly. "That wretch's blood shall not forever stand between us. Here's your 100 pesos. She gives it to Carmelita in gold, from a little sack she carries at her belt. "Go make the arrangements. What time do we leave?" "At 2 o'clock in the morning, when all sleep. But we must go out quietly." And Carmelita departs. To herself Estrella communes devotedly. "I'll take the chance. It's been so weary waiting. A month. And he thinking all the time that wretch's blood was that of my father. And so there could be no hope for us together in this life. Yes, I'll see Sharpe tomorrow or the next day. See him. Oh, heaven! Will the clouds pass away and the sunshine break forth upon us again?" After a moment, Miss Godfrey, becoming calmer, sits down and writes in pencil. There is no pen and ink in the place. Upon some pages of a memorandum book, certain instructions to Mr. Martin, her old guardian, who by this time she thinks must be at the hacienda of Live Oaks taking charge of its enormous estate, for now she has discovered large sums of money in New Orleans banks, and the tremendous flocks and herds and fields of which she is possessed. But her riches have perhaps only hastened her speeding after her affianced, separated her by her terrible misapprehension. Unable to get news to Hampton, Estrella had desperately come down to Matamoros, then up the Rio Grande to Camargo, where she had left Zelma behind her, wishing to be free for rapid travel, the octoroon being unaccustomed to horse exercise. So she, riding Indian fashion, as she had come over the prairie with revolvers in her belt under Love's escort, had journeyed overtaking various columns of Taylor's infantry, and regiments of cavalry, and battalions of artillery. As the fair girl has passed through, the rough soldiers' hats have been raised quietly to her, they thinking she is some young widow or some daughter coming down for her dead. For many brave spirits have passed of wounds, and more of fever along that track from Camargo to Monterey, and many more will die as they storm the Mexican citadel, ere they plant the American flag on the bishop's palace. With this letter, which she addresses to Alexander Martin, and with another that bears the name of Sharpe Hampton, the young lady comes out of the little adobe house and wanders to the Fandango, which is still in progress, though the torches are burning more dimly. Here she finds a dashing young officer of May's dragoons, to whom she says, "Lieutenant Pelham," and he, looking at her, whispers, "Miss Godfrey, how can I serve you?" and raises his hat, though courteously, quite formally, for already this young man knows that there is no hope for him of the fair girl's love. "In case there is any accident to me, would you kindly deliver this letter to Captain Hampton? You, I think, owe it to me for the wild words you spoke to him that evening in Corpus Christi that kept his tongue silent so long. Of course you know we are affianced." "Yes," mutters the dragoon, "I know that, and for my impulsive words I will deliver this letter to Captain Hampton if I die doing it. But you spoke of some accident to you. There is some danger here, of course, to everyone. Have you anything particular to fear?" "No, except that I shall be without escort. Tomorrow I journey by a quicker way than your column would take." "That must not be," cries Pelham earnestly. "That must not be." "I've got to go. I have got to find Sharpe before the next fight," answers Estrella frantically. "Every minute from him is danger to him. I've got to tell my affianced there is no reason for his leaving me, who was to be his bride within 48 hours, leaving me almost at the church door." "He thinks you untrue to him?" gasps the dragoon in low, astonished voice. "Thank God, not that. Sharpe thinks he has killed my father, when it was only a vile wretch impersonating him. Should you meet Sharpe Hampton, tell him he did the kindest deed man could do for woman in shooting down the false Jim Godfrey, who, pretending fatherhood, would have made my broken heart the buttress of his safety against the world. Sharpe will understand. The story is too painful for me to tell in detail. Goodbye. Thank you for your promise." Miss Godfrey goes quietly away, and finding the company's quartermaster sergeant, delivers to him for transportation her letter to Martin, and also a short note requesting him to hand it to Private Harry Love at Reveille. Whereupon, early this morning, long before daybreak, a strange cavalcade gets in motion. It consists of Florito's troupe of traveling performers. Among them rides Estrella Godfrey, looking not so unlike Carmelita, being dressed in the riding costume usual to Mexican girls. In front of her travels the one-legged clown, who has now become two-legged, straddling his horse with the grace of a vaquero. The boy who threw somersaults the evening before is an equally good equestrian, and leads a couple of pack mules laden with the performing costumes and the impedimenta of the party. So they take their way out of the little Mexican village, passing the American sentries, to whom Florito delivers a pass signed by the commanding officer, though the showman seems to be known quite well to the outposts, one of them saying, "That was a mighty good show you gave us last night. But by Pike County, you didn't trot out both of your dancing girls." He glances towards Miss Godfrey, who is heavily veiled with her rebozo tapado. "Yes, my debutante," chuckles Florito. "She dances for the first time at the next pueblo." Then they take their way up a trail leading by a rushing brook that comes foaming from the Sierras, behind which the moon is now sinking, its last rays illumining heavy chaparral of cacti, Spanish daggers, mesquites, and prickly pears, though higher up among the hills are pines and firs. With every step of mule foot along the rocky path, Miss Godfrey thinks excitedly, "I am getting nearer to my love." But Florito, as he rides, the last of the party, grins to himself. Diablo! A grand ransom, and likewise a grand revenge. The affianced wife of the ranger captain who quirted me publicly on the plaza of Matamoras. Por Dios! And she my prey, whom I will make my peon, and coin her charms into money, till I let her ransom herself and make me rich. As for Carmelita, perhaps she has some conscience, for once or twice, riding by the side of her beautiful fellow peon, she has opened her lips impulsively, as if to say some words of warning, but each time the very loveliness of her exquisite American rival has made her snap her pearly teeth together like a vicious peccary. End of chapter 17. Recording by John Brandon. Book 5, Chapter 18 of The Spy Company, The Story of the Mexican War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Spy Company, A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. Book 5, Beyond the Rio Grande. Chapter 18, The Waif of the Border. From Monterrey, the capital of Nuevo Leon, now beleaguered by General Taylor's army, extends a mountain valley running something over 40 miles to a little southwest of the town of Saltillo, a long upland plateau varying in width from a few hundred yards to 4 or 5 miles. It is quite well cultivated for Mexico, having a number of cornfields watered by the San Juan River, which gradually towards the south diminishes into a little stream. On both sides, it is bordered by the almost impassable mountains of the Sierra Madre, most of the escarpments of which are very steep. Up this valley passes the main and only road capable of the transportation of artillery or the necessary impedimenta of an army marching from Monterrey south to attack San Luis Potosi, en route from the City of Mexico. But a cutoff, a narrow mule path leaving the immediate rear of Monterrey, leads through the high mountains, and after a number of miles of rocky trail over commanding heights and dizzy precipices, re-enters the Saltillo Valley. Monterrey being now surrounded by the American Army, Worth's division having gotten in the rear of it and cut its garrison off from the main road. This rocky defile is the only path open for passage of infantry or light cavalry reinforcements to the garrison of the beleaguered city, though utterly impassable to artillery and heavy accoutered men. Into this trail leads the little mountain path over which Florito and his party, escorting Miss Godfrey, journeying through the hills from the east, descend upon the third day after the night of the Fandango. Florito thinks it is far from the highways of troops, as he has no wish to surrender this valuable young lady he is luring into captivity to rancheros. Under his guidance, they have gone at first towards Monte Morelos. Then they have turned west through the hills, which gradually have become higher Finally passing the divide, they have spent 2 nights at little mountain ranchos, and are now descending into the main Saltillo Valley, nearly a score of miles southwest of Monterey. At the junction of these 2 trails, just out of the big valley, is a little pueblo, nestled in the hills and well sheltered among woods of mountain timber. From it, running down into the main plateau, the path is wider and less precipitous, and might even permit the passage of a well-horsed light field piece, though the gorge leading to the mountains is impracticable to any but horsemen or footmen. As Miss Godfrey, in company with Florito and his party, rides into this little Mexican town towards evening, she scarce notices the place itself, which seems very quiet and peaceful, though from the northeast comes a low, faint, very distant rumbling, which she thinks is thunder, though it is the roar of cannon telling of dying brave men around the distant walls of assaulted Monterey. All the young lady's eyes show her is that there is a long, narrow defile leading through the great mountains to the north, and into this descends the smaller mule path that she has traveled. That beyond this, almost where the gorge debouches upon the plateau, is a little town of adobes containing the ordinary plaza on one side of which is the usual Mexican church built of stone, with its little peculiar-shaped belfry. Opposite this, on the other side of the plaza, stands a half-ruined monastery. About it, cactus-covered walls also of stone, in which are visible the orange trees, flowers, and grapevines of a deserted garden. This religious house has probably been abandoned by its monks from the time of the Mexican War of Independence. Slightly nearer to them is a lower building, presumably once a convent for women. It adjoins the monastery, yet fronts another side of the plaza. Over all this, lighting the gorge and making red the Saltillo Valley beyond, is the great tropic sun sinking behind the higher peaks of the Sierra Madre. But in the red glow that illumines the unpaved streets, though her eyes seek for them hungrily, as those of a traveler on the desert looking for an oasis, she notes no Texan Rangers. As their little cavalcade comes jingling into it, she can see only a few rurales of the nearby valley, a lot of cigarette-smoking mozos and leporos, and a few gaudily skirted poblanos, who lounge about in their free Mexican style, though this evening the very distant thunderstorm to the north seems to put some excitement into them. These crowd about the little party as Florito halts his caballada in front of the deserted convent, whose adobe walls are quite thick, having grated windows and an unusually strong reja fixed on its heavily studded street door, though the ironwork is rendered weak by the rust of generations. This ruined convent Florito's party takes possession of with scant ceremony, their chief hurrying off in his active Latin way to plant his banner in the plaza and see the alcalde as to arrangements for the upcoming exhibition. Here in a big room with grated windows opening upon the plaza, Carmelita says, "Behold our quarters," and perhaps to make herself comfortable, laughing, as Estrella shudders, at the alacrans, centipedes, and scorpions that they find wandering about its corners and crevices. "Do with them as I do," she cries vivaciously, as she crushes an alacan under her little foot. But even these reptiles affect Miss Godfrey's mind only passingly. She has sunk upon a pile of blankets they have tossed down for her on the mud floor, and is thinking only of meeting Hampton, which now seems to her almost suspiciously delayed. After a little she watches lazily, for she is quite tired. The hastily lighted fire and the tortillas being made upon a hot stone by a girl who seems to be the maid of all work of the party, and who sold mezcal and refreshments at Florito's Fandango 4 evenings before, likewise the olla podrida, which is being cooked in an iron pot, plenty of chili colorado being tossed into it, with sufficient of garlic to make her open her nostrils. During this, the American girl runs over in her mind rather dreamily the incidents of her strange journey, which through the mountains has been quite coolly pleasant compared with that of the hot roads over the lower plains. During her travels she has received complacent attention from her fellow travelers and much encouragement from little Florito, who, as he has ridden beside her, has whispered to her every now and then, "Vamos, il Capitan Hampton is ahead of us." To this she has said, "You seem to know his company's movements very well." And the little scoundrel, being anxious to keep up her resolution and incite her to rapid riding, has disclosed to her rather incautiously, though he is far away from Mexican lancers, that he has been at times a spy for the Americanos, and thus knows Hampton's probable location. "I have been with the Texan captain on and off this month. So has Carmelita," he says between puffs of his cigarette. "We have been valuable to him in, you understand, information. Carmelita and I could go into Monterey unquestioned." "You have been with Captain Hampton, and she has been with Captain Hampton for the last month," mutters Miss Godfrey, and looks with uneasy eyes at the beauty of the dancing girl, who is riding in her graceful Mexican style near the head of the party. "Cerito, Carmelita is quite the right hand of the American captain. She would do anything for him. You understand, quite the right hand." "Ah, yes, I believe I understand," sighs Estrella, though she cannot believe his words. Yet once or twice in the last day or two, thinking of this, she has said to herself, "Why should I try to see him? If Sharpe really loved me, he could not." Then shuddered. "Why not? He thinks a father's blood stands between us, and I am lost to him forever." This has affected her spirits as she has ridden over the steep mountain passes, the sure hoofs of Mulefoot carrying her safely across the dizzy trail. Several times she has cried mentally, "It is a duty. Under the circumstances, I will tell this man." Then has tearfully faltered, "If he has no hope of me, what may he not have carelessly done? May he not have tried to forget me in—" She cannot continue the cruel thought. She simply wrings her hands and begins to hate Carmelita as thoroughly as Carmelita hates her. As for Carmelita, several times during this curious journey she has looked upon her lovely companion when they have got to chatting together, as girls will do, even if they hate each other, with strange spasms of conscience in her eyes. Once she and Florito have had a very angry discussion, the little showman bandit raising his cuerta to the dancing girl, and she, putting her little hand upon the stiletto in her bosom, has muttered snarlingly, "The time has passed for that, caramba! A blow, and you are dead." Then she has laughed jeeringly. "There are tenderer shoulders than mine. Eat your other slave." But Miss Godfrey doesn't know the covert suggestion of Carmelita's words, and journeys unsuspectingly along. For all through this curious ride, even after the days have passed in which Florito has promised she should encounter the Texan Ranger, she has had but little thought of her own personal peril. She has grown so accustomed to thinking of Hampton's danger that her own risk seldom rises in her mind. Besides, she feels quite confident of her own powers of self-defense. Has she not the Rangers' 2 5-shooters at her belt? And does she not know how to use these arms with precision and effect? Perchance she wouldn't be as confident of their value did she remember that at the last halt, where she had unbuckled for her convenience the belt that carries the heavy weapons and put them by her side, that Carmelita has attracted her attention by taking her to see some wild flowers growing in a rocky nook, lovely orchids that are found very beautiful in Mexico, that when she has returned from this, only a few steps away, in a little neighboring gorge, Florito's manner has been much easier, and he has chuckled right merrily to himself, as she has buckled on the belt containing her weapons. The retrospection is interrupted by the return of Florito, who says contentedly, "Carmelita, I've seen the alcade. We perform this evening in the little plaza." But Miss Godfrey, starting up, asks him any news of the spy company. No news of the Rangers," he grins, "but we are going towards them tomorrow." He waves his hand towards the west. But Florito's only intention is to get as far as possible from the Rangers, and in fact he doesn't care to be bothered by Mexican rancheros. They might take his valuable captive from him. In his mind is the pleasing thought, "Tomorrow we will cross the valley and enter the main range. A few days from now we will be in their fastnesses, well away from the contending armies, where I can make this Rica girl write such tearful letters that they will send for her delivery whole mule loads of silver. Diablo! Then I will become a Rico myself." So over their supper he gets to chatting quite merrily, saying to Carmelita, who has already put herself into dancing toilette, "Santos, you're pretty enough to make a saint want to kiss you," and chucking her under the chin would perhaps place a salute upon the dewy cherries she calls lips. But she steps back, and raising quick as lightning a stiletto, utters this astonishing sentiment for a woman: "Florito, dare to tell me I am beautiful again, and I'll kill you. My lips are only for one man." "Who never kisses them," sneers the acute little scoundrel. At this cruel scoff, Carmelita looks at him with agonized face, then throws up her hands and gasps, "Ay de mi," and sinks down upon a pile of blankets, crying as if her heart would break, while the volatile little showman goes chucklingly away to engage pine torches to illuminate this evening's exhibition in the plaza. Looking upon this, a curious thought enters Miss Godfrey. For whom does she keep her lips? Hampton, who never kisses them, and for every sob of Carmelita there is a rapturous hope in the American girl's heart. Quite shortly afterwards, hope is changed to terror. Florito flies in excitedly and cries, "Santos, you see them?" "What, the spy company?" ejaculates Miss Godfrey, starting up wildly. "No, maldito, the accursed lancers of Canales. See, they are coming up the defile from the Saltillo road." Looking through the grated windows, Miss Godfrey notices in the dusk a column of rough-riding lancers, the colors of their little green, white, and red Mexican flag, its center emblazoned by an Aztec eagle, being apparent in the light of the torches flaming for Florito's exhibition in the plaza. To the little showman's rage, these fellows, some 100 of them, make their preparations for the night, putting up a picket further up the canyon and lighting fires in the plaza, the bulk of the men occupying the church and their officers going off to the alcade's house for their supper. Peering out at them, Miss Godfrey thinks, these are the men from whom Hampton rescued me by putting the Comanches on them 5 months ago. And in all this time, the man I love and I have had but one blessed interview in which we told our passion to the other, and now, when I had hoped to see his dashing Rangers, these ruffians again cut me off from him. Fate is against me. Fate seems also to be against Florito. He is not very eager for the lancers of Canales. The beasts will give me next to nothing, he snarls. And they'll want everything, every dance, every contortion, every performer among us. Then he cries suddenly to Miss Godfrey, "Keep your head from the window, girl." Next mutters affrightedly, "Diablo, you will have to appear now." "I?" This is a half-scream from the American girl. "Yes, the mozos are chattering of my 2 dancing girls. I mentioned you in my troop to the alcade. For your own safety, you will have to be a figurante. Otherwise, the officers of these devil lancers, if they guess, will demand you as their prisoner. And then, santos y moritos, what will happen to you?" I, a dancing girl," stammers Estrella, getting red to the roots of her hair. "Cerrito, why not? You can dance." "Oh, yes, but only ballroom steps." "Caspita, that's the idea, ballroom steps. A novelty. La polka is now the favorite dance of Mexico. Polka high, kick your feet in air. Polka after the Parisian manner. Carmelita, make her look like you." And he goes away, leaving Miss Godfrey trembling and confused. As for Carmelita, a kind of nasty triumph is in her eyes. She is thinking, Hampton turned up his nose at me, the dancing girl. Bueno. She will be no better than I am. And then her beauty and Canales' officers. Madre de Dios. It is a devilish thing I am doing. But she goes with eager hands, making Estrella, like herself, chatting laughingly. "You will never be discovered. Bah, some yellow clay and some wild cherry juice upon those pretty white legs of yours, and they'll be as brown as mine. My skin as white as yours? Your face is as tanned as mine now. It is only sunshine." And Carmelita pulls her chemise from her shoulders, showing them as beautifully formed and as dazzlingly white where protected from the sun as even those of the fair American. "Jesus, dressed like me, floating rebozo on your head, comb and castanets? Vaya, you're a dancing girl." During this she has been getting the American girl into a costume like unto hers that she pulls from one of the saddlebags. In this, though unaided, she has not been resisted by Miss Godfrey. For in her agitation, Estrella doesn't know exactly what to do. She is thinking of Canales' awful lancers. In her ears is ringing Florito's terrible insinuation. And then, "Santos y moritos, what will happen to you?" In a state of modest coma, Miss Godfrey permits Carmelita to unbind her hair and do it up in the floating Spanish fashion, with comb and lace rebozo floating from it, and allows even her shoulders to be stained with the wild cherry juice which Manola, the girl attendant, has brought in. Though glancing down upon herself now in the dancing girl's costume, she knows she could easier die than pose in this semi-nudity of limbs and bosom before the crowd gathering in the plaza. Mistaking the repugnance on Estrella's face, Carmelita says reassuringly, "Idiot, don't be frightened. You look well enough. Verdad, you've got the finest shape in all Mexico." Putting a blazing torch before a cracked mirror that she uses during personal adornment, she places her arm about Estrella's waist and half pulls the American girl to it. "Here, look in the glass." She laughs.
Then he ejaculates in a dazed way, Santissima Virgin, we're as like as two cherries. Miss Godfrey, carelessly gazing into the mirror, starts, astounded. For face to face, the heads of both girls crowned with Spanish combs and floating lace scarves, their hair unbound and mixed together, their delicate shoulders and bosoms side by side rising from the snowy chemises. They look like copies of the same painting. Though Carmelita's figure is a little slenderer and her eyes and hair are slightly darker, the features of both have the same cast, their eyes the same expression, their faces the most striking resemblance of family and blood. Jesus, we're as like as two sisters, laughs Carmelita. Like as two sisters, cries Estrella, looking at the mirror as if fascinated. Like as two sisters. She ponders a moment and then asks eagerly, You told me you were the waif of the border. Who were your father and mother? Devil knows, jeers Carmelita. Apparently they look like your father and mother. Did I not tell you once I had a sister stolen? Your age? Asks Estrella, her voice tender but anxious. Quien sabe? The sisters at Chihuahua got me when I must have been about 4. They called me 12 when I left them. I'm 18 now. But why are you bothering with these questions? Let me get you ready for La Polka. You remembering nothing of your past? No memory floats to you? Goes on Miss Godfrey, unheeding. Yes, my first recollection was a kick of a mule, and my second, a crack from a quetta. And but don't you dare cry for me. I'm tough as rawhide. Besides, I had a bauble once, a little circle. It was of gold. So I lost it at Monte. Bet it against a silver dollar. A circle like mine, cries Estrella. Yes, did you win it from the Monte man? Besides, there was a word. The word? You remember? Oh, it wasn't even Americano. Sounded like the priest's Latin. Guess I must have heard it at Mass. What was it? Well, it was some name or something. What are you asking me these questions for? Caramba! What are you excited about? Here's the cherry juice. Let me make those white legs as brown as mine. Think, please think, cries Estrella. Nothing till you think. Well, it was C. Bill. Then Carmelita snarls angrily, Curse you, don't kiss me. For the other has got her arm around her, and is half crying, half whispering. Sybil, I believe you're my sister. Ah, don't try that dodge on me to get my sympathy, scoffs Carmelita, pulling herself away. If you were my sister, do you suppose I could stand by and see you? She snaps her pearly teeth together and goes away, murmuring in a shamefaced manner, Sister, that would be bad luck. Sister, Santissima Virgin. Then I couldn't hate her. Still, this consideration seems to have some weight on the dancing girl's mind. Quite shortly after, Florito coming in crying, Canales and his officers are all ready for the show, and asking eagerly, Let me look at my debutante. Carmelita, drawing him aside, whispers, Impossible to display her. Look at her trying to hide herself from you. That extraordinary attribute the Americanos call shame would betray her. Canales must not guess you have a Yankee with you. You have been going too much lately with Americanos for your own safety. If they suspected you had been a Yankee spy, poor little Florito would be stood against that church wall and filled as full as escopeta balls as pigs are with stuffing. Santos y demonios! I believe you're right, shudders the little fellow with white lips. Hastily throwing a serape over Miss Godfrey, he whispers, "Keep close, girl, for your own life. Don't burn any lights. Carmelita shall dance in your place, and I will, if questioned, say you are ill of the fever or the vomito. That will keep them away." But Carmelita, gazing at him, mutters excitedly to herself, "What devilish thing has Florito in his eyes?" When Florito blinks, look out for him. Santa Maria, he has blinked 4 times. End of chapter 18. Recording by John Brandon. Book 5, Chapter 19 of The Spy Company. A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 5, Beyond the Rio Grande. Chapter 19. The Spy Company. So the two leave Estrella in the dark, bat-haunted, insect-crawling place. She hears Carmelita's light voice die away in the distance. Likewise the exclamations of the clown, who has become again one-legged, and the acrobatic boy, as they go out to performance. Then after a time, from the plaza float in the shouts and buenos of the crowd, as the performance seems to go merrily along. Though the illumination of the torches in the plaza puts a dull radiance into portions of the room, Miss Godfrey doesn't look out or heed this very much. She is meditating of the sister she has claimed, and her heart becomes tender to the waif of the frontier. She sighs, thinking of the uncared-for child tossed helpless among the rough men of the border, Mexicans, Yankees, and half-breeds, whose diversion Carmelita must have been at fandangos and fairs, whose badinage, applause, and admiration the dancing girl had been compelled to accept as part of her very business, controlled by a master who cares for nothing but dollars. By this time Estrella gauges Florito's character very well, though there is a crafty zenith of villainy in the little fellow that later will make her blood run very cold in her veins. Then, under the martial sounds without, for they are changing sentries, her mind drifts to the man she loves, but scarce hopes to see again. Thinking of Hampton, she shudders at Canales. About this time, Miss Godfrey can hear horses' hooves coming in at a gallop along the mountain trail from the north towards Monterey, and every now and then the dull, distant thunder seems to float through the mountain pass, though it never gets nearer, and there is no lightning. Then there are fiercer cries and great excitement from without, and the listening girl hears horses' hoofs again, though these go rapidly down into the main valley. But the hasty words of 2 men passing along the side of the plaza by her grated window tell her that the booming of distant thunder to the north is the American attack on Monterey. Likewise, that for some unknown reason, reinforcements have been sent for by Canales. Hearing this, Estrella wrings her hands and cries out in despair. Florito again promised that tomorrow I should meet Hampton and his dashing Rangers. And now more of these ruffian lancers to make escape impossible. So it goes along in her mind. Carmelita, Hampton, Canales, each bringing misery to her, till almost morning, the revelry being still kept up outside, as these aguardiente drinking rancheros are not troops under regular discipline. As daylight comes into the great room through its big barred openings, danger imminent and degrading confronts the watching girl. Carmelita enters hastily and goes nervously about exchanging her dancing costume for the riding dress in which she travels. Then she lights a cigarette, and as she puffs it, communes with herself, as if trying to fight down a rising conscience. A courier has come from the north. Canales has sent to Muertos for reinforcements. A colonel of cavalry may head them. Before his commanding officer arrives, Canales will take action. She walks up to Estrella and mutters, "Jesus, why have you made me a devil? Why have you loved the man I love? Why have you made his face cold to me? Why have you caused him to turn from my proffered lips?" "A dancing girl's lips are proffered to too many," says Miss Godfrey, rising haughtily. Agony and despair have embittered her tongue. "Oh, yes, a dancing girl, but still like you. Cold northern creature, immaculate. Caramba! Don't turn from me as if I were contaminated, immaculate as you. I was a child when I first saw the handsome captain and loved him, as he kept me from a beating. A child. Since that time I've held my lips for him as surely, as safely as you, cold northern beauty, have preserved your lips. It's easy to be virtuous when one loves but one man, and he won't love you." Then she cries petulantly, "Stop kissing me." For Estrella has got Carmelita in her arms and is caressing and sobbing over her and blessing her, because Sharpe Hampton has not succumbed to her witcheries and allurements. "Oh, you needn't thank me. Thank him. When Sharpe has lain out on the open plain at night, when Florito and I have been engaged in going through the Mexican lines and bringing him information, I have crawled to him to kiss him, and in his sleep he has murmured your name. Oh, I could have driven knife through him or through myself. That's why I have kept from him your—" Carmelita snaps her teeth together, but hangs her head in a shamefaced way. "That's why you're here about to be—" She pauses again and cries, "No, no! You have called me sister. I must save you from that," and hastily throws a cloak over Estrella. "Save me from what?" "Florito. That little villain must sacrifice you to save his beastly life. Made arrogant by Aguardiente, he foolishly showed the gold you had given him, and what he had picked up by other efforts, some of it from the man you love. Canales always wants all the gold he sees. The guerrilla officer had heard reports that Florito had been an agent for Los Yankees, so they will shoot Florito for a spy if they spare not his life for some big ransom. Florito knows that, and his big ransom will be you, your charms and beauty." "Me?" shrieks Estrella, springing up, and passes to the door as if to try to fly. But Carmelita puts detaining arm upon her, and mutters sadly, "Too late." For staggering in is little Florito, his cunning face very pale, his snake-like eyes excited, his lithe limbs trembling. A burning torch is in his hand, as if he feared Estrella might conceal herself. This he sticks into the mud floor of the room, murmuring apologetically, half to himself, half to his victim, "There is nothing for it. Canales, if I give you to him, will after—" his tongue seems ashamed to utter the devilish thought, "after a time permit you to be ransomed. That money the guerrilla officer will divide with me. But otherwise he accuses me of horrible things. Me, a Mexican patriot. He hints I am a Yankee spy, and threatens a court-martial. A drumhead don't take 10 minutes. Suddenly the little chap listens and gasps tremblingly, "Dios! I can hear the guard loading their arms now." To this he adds in devilish yet faltering philosophy, "Man, when his life is in danger, must do everything to protect it. It is his duty, you see, Senorita Godfrey, his duty." For Estrella has thrown herself upon her knees and is pleading, "For God's sake, don't give me over to Canales." But seeing he still moves towards the door, the American girl suddenly springs up, commands hoarsely, You shall not!" And drawing her revolver, sights him by the torchlight. To Carmelita she calls, "Bar that door," and to the showman says sternly, "Move an inch to tell them you have me captive here, and it is your last step." The pistol is leveled very straight and doesn't tremble. But the little fellow, with a mocking laugh, still moves from her. "Then God forgive you and forgive me," mutters the brave girl, and shoots to kill. But the lock on her revolver only snaps. She turns the cylinder again, aiming very straight, pulls the trigger once more, but no report answers the sharp click of the lock. To her jeers Florito. "You forgot you've left your pistols aside when Carmelita took you to see the wild flowers in the glen." "Oh, you conscienceless wretch!" cries Estrella, turning in despairing reproach upon the dancing girl. "You, whom I once called sister, you!" Then she falters, deserted, for Carmelita, with a muttered "Forgive me," has run out of the door, and Florito has darted after her, and is now bolting the door upon the outside. The girl hears the bars coming down one after the other, then the click of a rusty lock, though the dastard calls through in guarded voice, "Courage! I want all your ransom. I shall not give you up till I am looking at the guns of the firing party. Dios de mi madre, I am a man of honor." Fortunately, in this moment of despair, Estrella Godfrey's pistols are unfireable. Else she would kill herself, and thus make sure Canales never will put his paws upon her. But now the very helplessness of her situation forces her to inertness. Gazing about the big, empty, mud-floored room into which she has been locked, the girl feels sure its doors will never open except for her delivery to the bandit chieftain. She looks at her nude white limbs and uncovered shoulders and shudders. I will not be dragged out in this shameless garb, and hurriedly throws off the light costume of the dancing girl and contrives to put herself once more in the Indian riding dress she had worn. During this she has once or twice, attracted by noises in the plaza, looked out with staring eyes. By the increasing morning light she has seen apparently a drumhead court-martial of 3 or 4 officers gathered together outside the church. It is scarce 300 feet away. Before them she recognizes Florito. She knows he will not tell of her until his last chance is gone. She is too valuable to share her ransom with another. But now what passes before her swimming eyes makes her shiver, as if she had the ague. She sees the firing party being drawn up. Florito is about to be dragged to the fatal wall. With wild gesticulation he has beckoned imploringly Canales apart, and talked hurriedly to him, and that guerrilla chief with long black mustache, dark, ferocious, merciless eyes, is laughing, and looking at her place of imprisonment, and giving some hurried orders. But just here a mounted man, coming down the trail from the north, hurries into the plaza and draws the scoundrel's attention from her by crying out, "Americanos!" The laugh and triumph stop on the guerrilla chief's face. Estrella sees his officers hurriedly marshalling all his men. Surely, to seize a poor girl, they wouldn't need so many, she thinks, and noting Canales point up the cannon, she follows his motion and gives a gasp of crazy joy. Coming down from the north along the trail are a company of mounted men. By their garb and armament she knows they are Rangers, and looking with all her eyes can't believe them. Her limbs tremble as the fear of death is lifted from them. She whispers, "The spy company," then cries, "Sharpe Hampton! He's here! I'm saved!" To herself she laughs. Canales' men are gliding away. They have no wish to battle with even these few Americanos. then pauses, horrified in her triumph, for she notes the Mexicans are preparing an ambuscade, some 50 of them going quietly with their escopetas into the church that the Texans must ride past. The rest are hurriedly mounting and arraying themselves. She sees under the mists of the morning a cloud of dust, very distant, coming up the broad Saltillo Valley. She remembers Carmelita's words and mutters to herself with white lips, "Reinforcements from Muertos. It is an ambuscade." Hampton, pursuing the cavalry, will ride into the deadly fusillade from the church. I must warn him. She would lift up her voice and scream out, but knows the Texans are too far distant. A few cries won't frighten Sharpe Hampton, she thinks, then suddenly grows very pale. For by the rising sun she sees from each house, and even from the church itself, the mozos and poblanos of the town are waving white flags and handkerchiefs and shutters, flags of truce, to kill the man I love. In her excited anguish, she attacks the door with her little feet and hands, as if she would break it down and run out to warn him. Then, seeing oak planks are too strong for her fragile strength, she ceases bruising her flesh against them, and for Sharpe Hampton's sake forces herself to become cool and think with all her might. Suddenly she takes the cylinder from her revolver and examines it. A second later she cries joyously, "Florito only spoiled the caps," and goes to refilling the nipples with powder, and from a little pouch in her belt recaps the weapon. Running to the window, white flags are floating everywhere, no signs of ambush from the church, and Canales, heading his squadron, is apparently retreating down the defile to lure the Texans on. Putting the revolver up through the grating of the window, Estrella fires 2 shots into the air in quick succession, and finds it gives the Texans warning. The little command of some 30 Rangers that have been coming down the trail cautiously, though they have quickened their pace at seeing the flags of truce thrown not only from the ordinary dwellings of the town, but from the church itself, suddenly pause at the pistol shots. She sees Hampton hastily knock up 2 or 3 rifles that are leveled towards the opening from which she fired, and whispers to herself, "Thank God, they know it is a friend." Then, noting that the Texans, after reconnoitering and discovering Canales' mounted lancers at the other end of the street, turn their horses' heads and ride back in seeming flight up the canyon, she wrings her hands in anguish and moans, "They are retreating. I have saved Sharpe, but taken the last hope from myself." Though she can hardly believe her eyes, and remembering Carmelita's description of the dread nature of this command, sneers, "For men who want to die, the spy company seem to take very good care of their lives." At this moment, seeing the backs of the Rangers, the Lancers, who are on horseback headed by Canales himself, can no longer hold themselves. With shouts of rage and cries of victory, in their excited Mexican way, they spur past the church and up the canyon after the retreating Texans, and nearly reach them. Then, in a flash, all is changed. The Texans wheel quick as terriers whose tails are grabbed, and meet the Lancers with shots from deadly revolvers so coolly discharged that almost to each report a ranchero falls off his horse. Oh, merciful heaven! They killed nearly 20 at the first fire. Oh, those murderous pistols! Screams the excited girl. Ah, they're all coming this way together. For with pistol shots ringing out, the spy company is now in the very midst of the Lancers. The whole concourse coming into the town in hideous medley, dying men falling from their horses at every jump. Estrella nearly laughs as she sees the boy lieutenant called the Bravo, coolly smoking a cigarette, dodge under a ranchero's lance and shoot him down like lightning. So they come past the captive's window into the plaza in front of the church, from which the Mexicans in ambuscade dare not shoot, being as liable to hit friend as foe. Then Estrella gives another elated scream, for though shooting and fighting to its very gates as the Texans reach the stone-walled convent garden, they swing off and ride in. Here, springing off their horses, they man the cactus-covered wall and pelt with rifle shots the Mexicans in the church opposite. "Oh, what a lovely ruse!" yells the girl, and dancing about with excitement, careless of shots, some of which have lodged quite near to her, continues her comment. "They have hardly lost a man, and now with their rifles against escopetas will soon make those in the church throw up their hands and wave real flags of truce. It is the last of Canales. Sharpe killed him." For she has seen the guerrilla chief fall from his horse to Hampton's pistol as the ranger wheeled into the convent garden. Then another look comes into Estrella's eyes. Though this tender creature has no pity for the man who would have made her his prey, the bodies of 2 or 3 Texans lying down the road stabbed to death with lances make her wring her hands. But the girl has little time for sympathy. Her eyes are too much engrossed with the combat that goes on about her, at its opening quite in favor of the Americans, whose deadly rifle balls search each orifice and window in the church opposite to them, slaughtering the rancheros who fire upon them. So the thing goes on for an hour. Then the Texan fire grows more deliberate. Apparently they don't care to use a great deal of ammunition. She wonders if it is to make preparation for the regiment of Lancers she can see coming up the Saltillo plain, with them a light field piece, heavily horsed. Sharpe must be warned to retreat, she thinks, before numbers overwhelm him, and would go forth through the hailstorm of bullets in the plaza to give him information. But the strong oak door, locked and barred by Florito, makes this impossible. She knows its strength too well to attack it. Into her mind, made active by excitement, flashes, there may be some other way. She goes looking about the great apartment, which up to this time she had only carelessly inspected, being kept from its distant portions by its wandering alacrans and centipedes. Its recesses are dark, but relighting the torch Florito has left behind him, she makes a hasty search. Finally discovering a little portal unfastened, which apparently leads to the rest of the building, she opens it and goes groping by torchlight through the dark passageways and cells of the old convent, disturbing now and again a snake that rustles from her. All the time the faint reports of musketry and rifles outside show the fight is going on. In other days she would have gone shuddering, crouching, trembling through the gloomy route. Now she strides with revolver in one fair hand and torch in the other. Finally she finds to her eager searching a passageway leading first into a little chapel, then into the convent once used by the old priests. The din outside of this is terrific, showing that she is close to the combat. Issuing very cautiously from this, she crouches down behind a stone balustrade, looking from a low terrace, despite musket balls and escopeta slugs that whistle about her, upon an awful sight. The day is a bright tropic one. The hot sun shines down through a little heat haze upon the church across the square, shrouded in the smoke of its musketry. In the foreground are the orange trees, plants, and flowers of the priest's garden, their leaves dropping and their twigs and branches falling to the earth, cut away by pelting musketry. Just in front of these, manning the cactus-covered wall of stone, are the spy company, marketing their reckless lives at a very stiff price in Mexican blood. Wounded and unwounded, the slender line of Rangers defend this wall against tremendous odds, for already some of the Mexican reinforcements have arrived from Muertos. 2 or 3 dead bodies lie in the orange trees of the garden, and a dying gambler, lying beside them, desperately maimed, is deliriously shrieking out, "Copper the ace!" The rest are all at their posts, and one, a youth whose head is swathed with bloody bandage, and whose pale face and ashen lips foretell coming death, not strong enough to stand, is half leaning on a couple of saddles and firing his rifle slowly and accurately, doing his duty till he dies. Another, an old, hard-featured scout of the frontier, is patting him on the back and pouring down the dying boy's white lips the last drop of water from his canteen, and laughing. "Bully, little Johnny! That was a great shot of yours. That swatted a greaser sergeant." Further down the line she hears a Saxon voice shouting of mounting guard in St. James's Palace, and looking, sees the English lieutenant who Carmelita said was a lord, with a great big wound in his breast, propped up and shooting his rifle, but between shots raving of the Royal Horse Guards blue, and lords and honorables and dukes and duchesses. Behind this line is a sunny-haired boy she recognizes as the Bravo from Carmelita's description. He's walking up and down, coolly smoking his cigarette, though he has a cocked revolver in his other hand, now and then giving orders to the Rangers and selecting places for them to direct their fire. But even this doesn't impress the girl so much as the figure of Sharpe Hampton, who is just springing on horse, ready to dart out into the hail of bullets. Though noting the awful danger to him, the little Bravo has stepped up and between puffs of his cigarette has called, "Sharpe, don't try it. The boys can't spare you this trip." To him Hampton says, "I have got to. We're at the very last cartridge. The ammunition mule lies dead 300 yards up the street. I've got to. How's Harrowley?" He nods towards the English lieutenant. "Going. He's raving of Hyde Park, and he's got into the aristocracy. He's fighting just the same, gritty, but going." "Then when I'm away you're in command. Remember, Worth's orders are to hold this pass so that no cavalry and light troops get behind him while he's attacking the Loma and the Bishop's Palace. Hold it till I stop smoking cigarettes," laughs the boy. "That'll be long enough," answers Hampton. "Now tell the boys to keep down the greaser's fire till I get round the corner of the plaza." Miss Godfrey is about to cry out to him, but just then a man falls dead from the wall just in front of her, and before her pale lips can frame an outcry, Hampton, bending low in his saddle, dashes through the half-open gate. The Mexican musketry seems to give him heavy greeting, but a yell from 1 or 2 of the men further down the wall tells her Hampton has disappeared round the corner of the plaza. Then she sinks down to pray for him. Apparently her praying is not in vain, for distant screams of rage and carambas and carajos float from the church opposite, and the Mexican shooting is stronger than ever, despite the faint replies of the almost cartridgeless Texans. Then there is a yell, and though the bullets fly faster from the church, Hampton comes dashing in, springs off his dying horse, and throws 2 big leather bags down in the garden behind the wall, and says to the Bravo, "Close call. They shot my sombrero off and clipped one of my spurs." Then the men come gradually down, 1 or 2 at a time, to replenish their cartridge pouches, though a few old frontiersmen only take powder and ball, loading their rifles in the Kentucky way and using patched balls that go very straight. During this, Estrella is trying to get down into the garden, but finds no outlet from the terrace. Once or twice she wildly calls her sweetheart's name. In the noise of battle the girl isn't heard. for now the Texans are intent upon a regiment of cavalry coming up from the valley. Ahead of it is a field piece dragged by 20 horses up the steep path, and the bravo has cried, "There's a gun coming round the corner, Sharpe." "Then it must never be fired," is the terse reply. Estrella hears the orders quietly given, and a detail told off, each man in rotation, to shoot the first Mexican gunner, putting linstock to that cannon. Almost as the words are spoken, there is a quick trample of hoofs, and the gun, dragged by 20 horses, rapidly enters the plaza and is placed in position, the Texans holding their fire. But as they wheel the field piece into position, there is a noise as if a bunch of firecrackers was exploded from the wall, and Estrella sees half a dozen cannoneers go down, though one, apparently the sergeant of the section, takes up the linstock, but to the crack of Hampton's rifle he falls dead. Another seizes the port fire, but a frontiersman shoots him down. He staggers from the gun and tumbles dying on the plaza, and so on. Every man trying to fire that cannon dies, till all the gunners have been shot away. Then the Mexican officers desperately put in a detail of dismounted lancers to do the work, but none lives to reach the cannon, and it stands only attended by dead men. At this time the rest of the Texans are keeping down the fire from the church. They are not quite so many now. One lies moaning with an escopeta ball through both shoulders. The boy who was mortally wounded and fighting on has given a gasp and dropped his rifle, and the English lieutenant has screamed deliriously, "Charge! God save the Queen!" and fallen from the wall. Of this Estrella has seen little, frantically trying to find entrance to the garden. She has left the terrace and is exploring the vaults underneath the chapel. Now, discovering a little narrow portal, she has come crouching through the musketry-pelted orange trees of the garden, and is within a few feet of Hampton. Even as she raises her voice to call him, a shuddering dread palsies her tongue. The man she loves, remarking to the sunny-faced boy they call the Bravo, "Hang it! They've got riatas around that gun. They must never get it into the shelter of the church," pulls both revolvers from his belt, cocks them, and runs out of the open gate into the hail of bullets on the plaza. At this, even the little lieutenant, throwing his cigarette away, mutters hopelessly, "That's certain death." Springing to the wall and clambering up a little embrasure in it, Estrella peers over and sees Hampton running straight at the 6-pounder that is surrounded by a new detail of men. As he comes, 100 muskets from the church across the plaza are leveled at him. She shrieks, "Sharpe, come back!" and frantically waves something she has plucked from her belt, beseeching him to return. Then there are cries of astonishment from the Texans. Hampton has shot the gunners all about the cannon, and disabled the gun itself by firing up its vent. Not a Mexican hand has been raised against him as he comes running back. But now from the church arise enough anathemas and curses to almost unsanctify it, and volley after volley of vengeful musketry. But the spy company's fire is very deadly and makes the escopeta shots inaccurate. So Sharpe comes into the garden as if he had a charmed life. Here he says, shortly and sternly, "Boys, what dastard of you raised a flag of truce upon this wall and made me murder those 6 Mexican gunners?" "Murder greasers?" scream the men. "Yes, not one of them defended himself. They thought we had surrendered. I saw the white rag as I hurried back. Bedad, we'd no more wave a flag of truce than the devil would drink holy water," jeers an Irish ranger. The Bravo simply says, "Not one of us, Captain, hoisted a white rag." Then they all pause, astounded, for a sweet girl's voice from a cactus-screened part of the wall cries over the din, "I did." Gazing at her, Hampton gasps, "Strella!" Good God, you here?" And reaching up, plucks her to a place of greater safety. "I did," says Miss Godfrey stoutly. "The Mexicans this morning waved flags of truce to lure you into ambush. Turnabout was fair play. I waved a white handkerchief to save your life." End of Book 5, Chapter 19. Recording by John Brandon. Book 5, Chapter 20 of The Spy Company, a story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Brandon. Book 5, Beyond the Rio Grande. Chapter 20, Carmelita's Return. With this, the Rangers lining the wall near them yell with laughter, even as they fight, and one cries, "Wah! Did the greasers up with our own medicine?" And another shouts, "She's clean grit, Sharpe." "Yes, I hope I am," answers Estrella, radiant in the thought that she has saved, if but for a moment, the existence of the man she loves. Adding to the inquiring and astounded faces turned to her, "I'm Sharpe Hampton's girl. I journeyed all the way from San Antonio to tell him not to throw away his life." In the seclusion of a cactus-screened embrasure, she holds up her lips for his caress. Though his hungry eyes never leave her, the captain makes no move to take her to his heart, but whispers in a dazed yet moody way, "You here?" "Yes. Here to tell you to live for my sake." "Impossible." A horror is on the Texan's face. "Don't you understand?" He shudders. "Don't you know, girl, I've killed your father. Your father's blood is between us," and would turn from her to give some orders. But she answers, "No father's blood. You thought you killed my father, when it was only a vile wretch impersonating him. The shooting down of those villains was as great a kindness as man ever did for woman." "Not your father?" Sharpe passes his hand in a dazed way over his face and mutters, "Impossible." "Impossible? Would a daughter's lips salute her father's slayer?" cries Estrella, and bashfully, yet tenderly kisses the doubt from her lover's face. Then the pent-up passion of his long despair breaks out in Sharpe Hampton. In a hungry, crazy way, his arms go round his sweetheart as he listens to her hurried yet wondrous tale. At its close he whispers, "Thank God, you've made me want to live," and gives his kisses so ardent that they reward the girl who is half swooning on his breast, for all the dangers and troubles of her long journey from San Antonio. At a distance the fire of battle had illumined his features, but now close to him Estrella sees what this man must have suffered, and her heart goes out to him even more. She nestles to him, and even with the bullets smiting the wall against which they lean, the two go into a short, blissful love dream. But now some hasty orders from the bravo call Hampton to active combat. With a hasty, fervid clasp, he shudders. "My own, those devils of guerrillas will butcher you as well as us if they break in," and springs from her to do desperate battle for her safety against constantly increasing odds. For more troops of Mexican cavalry have come, and they now charge up to the ruined gate, hoping to press in by very force of numbers. But the Texans, coolly waiting till the rancheros get within revolver range, open such a fire on the assaulting horsemen that their bodies are piled up around the convent entrance, and riderless steeds run everywhere about the plaza. So the battle goes on, but now the Texans, under the hot sun, suffer for want of water, and the Irishman, coming up, touches his hat and says, "Have yez any spirits left, Cap'n?" Langdon's wounded, so he's faintin'." "Spirits," cries Estrella. "Floritos. Give me 2 men to go with me. I can get spirits." "And water also?" asked Hampton eagerly. "Yes, I think so." "Tell 2 men to go with me." She runs off, followed by 2 rangers, through the little chapel and long passageways, and coming into the big mud-floored room of the woman's convent, finds to her joy a couple of bottles of aguardiente in the saddle-bags of the showman, and 4 or 5 pails of water that had been brought in for the cooking. Likewise some frijoles and tasajo. With these she returns and begins to minister to the rangers, begging Hampton to have the wounded carried into the little chapel where she attends them, pouring spirits down their fainting lips, and giving them the attention and care that women give when men most need it. Now the talk is through the command, even as they fight on. The Sharpe Hampton's girl, the one he had been crazy for and wished to die for, has come to him. Looking on their leader's face, they know he wants to live. He becomes the rara avis of the company, the only one who cares very much for life. A haggard frontiersman voices this between rifle shots. "I'm glad Sharpe's changed his mind about getting rubbed out, but by hell I ain't. My wife and darter are still Comanche squaws." This idea seems now to affect the Texan captain. More Mexican reinforcements arriving, he mutters to Estrella, who, despite his orders, has crawled to his side on the firing line. "God, girl, you shouldn't have come here. You make coward thoughts. I get to thinking only how to save you, but I can't leave my wounded to be butchered here."
"Yes, fight it out, Sharpe. Fight it out," she whispers. "I loved you because you were a brave man. I wouldn't love you if you were a coward." Looking at the girl, the Texan Ranger's face, though at times it has a wild light of happiness, at others is covered with unutterable despair. To her he once mutters, "I don't think we can get away. We have only 15 unwounded men now, and the cursed greasers are bringing up more troops from that valley. Were I alone, I wouldn't mind, but you. Besides, the cartridges are getting low again. We have had to use so many to keep them from firing that field piece, and they're bringing up another one. When that comes, if I don't stop its discharge, why, I reckon we're gone." About this time there were wild cries from the Mexicans. Another field piece is being wheeled into the plaza under the slackening Texan fire. Then suddenly Estrella, who is looking on from as safe an embrasure as can be found, comes to him and whispers, "My God, Sharpe, you mean to do it?" "Yes, I've got to, dear. I'm going out to kill those gunners with revolver shots. It's the only thing. Revolver shots at arm's length sicken 'em. Then there'll be no more gunners to fire the piece." But she has got hold of him and is imploring him, "For God's sake, give yourself one chance. Don't die before my very eyes. Think how I came to save you. Don't go." Then has suddenly screamed, "He's gone for you." For the little bravo has taken 2 hasty puffs of his cigarette and tossed it away, muttering, "Reckon it's my last one," and with 2 big revolvers in his hands has run into the plaza and is shooting down the Mexican gunners just as they are unlimbering the piece. But he is not protected by a flag of truce, and though he comes staggering in, he falls dying at the feet of Hampton, as Estrella cries, "Why did you do it?" To her he answers, "Why, Sharpe looks so cursed happy. I thought I'd die instead of him." Then whispers, "A cigarette, please." But after a puff or 2, his blood chokes him. He coughs, and opening his arms, as if he were taking some loved form into them, mutters, "Mother," turns his face away and goes to heaven. Estrella is sure he goes to heaven. As she sobs over the dead, she whispers, "Sharpe, that boy's death is not in vain. I hear something coming down the trail. Coming down. Horses' hooves. Women's senses are sometimes more acute than men's. The Texan captain listens and says, I hear nothing, and yet I have good ears upon the trail. Next, abruptly cries, Boys, there's horses' hooves, lots of 'em, down the trail from the north. They can't be anything but our troops. Never mind if you shoot your last cartridges now. Give it to the greasers every chance you get. Listening, his men hear also the sound of hoofs, many of them, at full gallop coming down the trail. The Mexican outposts are being drawn in. They are preparing to ride away. Estrella, gazing at them, gives a gasp of horror. Apparently in revenge for their defeat, they drag out little Florito from the church, put him in front of the wall, and a firing party sends the traitor to his last account. One of the Rangers jeers, The little greaser has got his pay from both sides now. As the head of an American cavalry column enters the plaza, there is a cry, May's Dragoons! And right at Estrella's side a man remarks, and headin' 'em is Wild Harry and that dancing girl who were spying for the captain all last month. But Miss Godfrey is too happy now to have aught in her but kindness for one she thinks her sister, and who has once more saved the life of the man she loves. She looks on without a jealous pang as Carmelita, riding into the convent garden, calls almost hysterically to the Texan captain, Dio, Sharpe, saved your life again, didn't I? Wah! How we rid, chuckles Harry, who is beside her. Lucky Worth has taken the Loma and Bishop's Palace, so the cavalry can be let off for this job. A shout of triumph from the Texans announces they have heard this news also from some troopers of the relieving force, the rest having gone in pursuit of the Mexicans. Then Mr. Love, nodding towards Carmelita, mutters to Estrella, She told me about yer. Jingo, you're gritty. Looks as if you'd made Sharpe fight pretty hard to keep his life this trip. He glances at the scene of combat. During this, the colonel of the relieving force recalls his squadrons, remarking significantly, Hampton, you've sickened them of fighting for today. He points across the plaza towards the shambles around the deserted field pieces. Here a young lieutenant returning with his recalled troop of cavalry, coming up says, Thank God, Hampton, I've overtaken you at last. Here's a letter Miss Godfrey charged me to give to you. Then Pelham, gazing astonished at Estrella, mutters, How did you do it? Fortunately, she got here ahead of her missive. Otherwise, reckon I'd gone under with many of my boys, sighs Hampton, looking at his skeleton troop. He is not mounted, though a fresh horse has been brought up to him. He stands rather holding on the pommel of the saddle. During these brief moments, Miss Godfrey has twice had Carmelita's name upon her lips, adding to it that of sister, but the other has always turned her head from her as if ashamed. At Pelham's mention of correspondence, an expression of humiliated misery runs over the dancing girl's vivacious features. Her face grows pale as the Texan's, before whom her horse is standing. To him she desperately mutters, Sharpe, here's your correspondence, and pulling from her breast a package of letters, stained and dirty, from long mountain travel, hands them to the astonished captain. From whom? He asks. They are addressed to him in a feminine hand that he has never seen before. But Miss Godfrey cries, From me, my letters. Yes, kept from you, Sharpe, by me, murmurs Carmelita. Oh, it was easy. You were always at the front scouting. I took them from the quartermaster for delivery to you. I didn't know they'd make you want to live. How happy your face is. Adios, Sharpe. She holds out her hand. Take it and forgive me. Where are you going? Asked the ranger, his voice rather low. To my countrymen, the Mexicanos, of course. Carmelita has reined her horse to turn away. Her eyes are full of tears. She looks him in the face, and her lips seem to say, Querido mio, forever. But Hampton, Some guess of her design getting into him cries, "Catch her! She's going to her death." They have shot Florito out on the plaza there for being a spy. Do you suppose they will spare her after having brought you down upon them? As he lays hand upon Carmelita's rein, she plucks it from him and shudders. Stay here to see you and her? Por Dios, no. And drives the spurs into her Mustang. But Estrella screams, "Stop her! She's trying to get killed!" And being already mounted, rides after her, shouting, "Sister, come back!" To her imploring, Love and half a dozen other troopers join the chase. But it is difficult to catch a Mexican girl on horseback, and Carmelita nearly reaching the Mexicans, who have turned back, Wild Harry suddenly pulls up his rifle and shoots. "Don't! She's my sister!" screams Estrella. "Do you want to murder her?" "No, I want to save her life," says the frontiersman. "Shoot at the greasers, boys." "As if you are shooting at their girl." "Shoot! It is the only thing will save her life. Plug close to her, but mind your eyes and don't hit her." Under his direction, the troopers pour in a volley from their carbines, which reach one or two of the Mexicans, though Carmelita rides on. They shoot again, as if they were shooting at her. All the time Estrella beseeching them, "For God's sakes, my sister, my sister!" Then, as the troopers pull up, Wild Harry chuckles. "Thar were a great idea, plugging at her as if she were an escaping prisoner. That will save her life from the darned greasers, if anything will. The very notion that we wanted to kill her will make the yaller bellies think she is one of our kind." "Do you think they will shoot her?" questions Estrella, in frantic eagerness, as she sees her sister's red serape disappearing in a cloud of dust, surrounded by Mexican cavalry. "Reckon not, after our trying to pot her," cries Love. "War, that were a mighty cute, crazy stratagem of Wild Harry, warn't it?" Becoming more composed, Miss Godfrey looks about her and says, "Why, Sharpe's not here." "That's kind of funny," mutters Harry. "The cap is generally in the front of every scrimmage." The two ride hastily back to find the Texan captain seated on a pile of saddles and an army surgeon bending over him. "What's the matter?" asks Miss Godfrey, springing from her horse. "Nothing to be scared at, Strella." The Texan's answer is so faint she hardly hears it. "Nothing? Why, he's been shot for hours," says the surgeon, who is working over him. "He was bleeding slowly to death and didn't know it. But thank Providence I got to him in time, and now with plenty of woman's nursing—" "Plenty of woman's nursing," cries Estrella. "Oh, he'll have that." "Yes, I see he will," remarks the surgeon dryly, for already the girl has soothing hands on her wounded hero. A little after, she turns to the colonel commanding, and says to that grim officer, "You have got to stay here till Hampton has recovered some strength." "I guess she's about right, sir," remarks the surgeon, "for a day or two anyway." So the colonel leaves Sharpe Hampton in the convent, but leaves 2 troops of cavalry to protect him and the rest of the wounded. In a few days the ranger captain is brought up through the mountain pass, attended by a devoted woman, who is sighing over him, yet fighting death for him as bravely as he had fought guerrillas to save her. Thus they reach the city of Monterey, over which the American flag is now flying, and here learn that an armistice of 2 months has been arranged between General Taylor and the Mexican military authorities. From this city, Miss Godfrey tries to learn something of Carmelita's fate, but can hear nothing except that no woman has been executed by the Mexicans. After a time, she brings her wounded lover by easy stages to Camargo, still escorted by Wild Harry and Pelham, with a detail of troopers. Here she is joined by Zelma, and they board a steamer to take them down the Rio Grande to Matamoros. Upon the vessel's deck, taking leave of his lost love, Pelham says rather sadly, I suppose the next time I see you, if I ever come back from the front, you will be Mrs. Hampton." "I hope so," answers Estrella, her eyes very bright with this idea as she turns them upon her wounded sweetheart,
who is now sufficiently recovered to enjoy the air and a cigar upon a camp stool. "I know so," laughed Hampton, who has regained some of his old-time spirit. "By San Jacinto, you couldn't get me to run away from her again, even if I had shot 3 or 4 daddies. You see, Strella's relatives have been rather hard on us. First, her putative father's death separated us. Then her letters to me were cut off by her real sister. Between ourselves, I rather imagine Carmelita is Sybil." "I'm sure she is," says Estrella. "And in that matter, Mr. Pelham, I hear your regiment is ordered to join Scott and to go down to the City of Mexico. When there, do what you can, for heaven's sakes, to find my sister and bring her back to me." Here coquetry sparkles in the coming bride's eyes. "You know, Sybil is very like me. Just put us in, she pauses, embarrassed, "in airy Mexican nothings, short skirts and bare legs," laughs Hampton, who has heard the dancing girl episode, "and they're as alike as 2 peas." "Hush!" murmurs Estrella blushingly. "Mr. Pelham will think you're delirious again, Sharpe." "You offer a very attractive inducement, Miss Godfrey," observes the dragoon, and after he has taken his leave, walks off the steamer's deck, whistling rather contemplatively. 2 months later, the big hacienda of Live Oaks is decked for festival. The tenants, settlers, and under-overseers are feasting on wild turkey and fresh venison, and every Negro on the estate is so full of good things that he can only lie around and yell for his missy. This gala day is under the auspices of Mr. Alexander Martin, who has taken charge of his ward's great estate, and with his daughter, the dashing brunette Clara, is now making this festivity for Miss Godfrey's wedding a simple little frontier ceremony, but oh, how happy a one! This is indicated by Miss Clara Martin, who, gorgeously arrayed in finest New York fashion, has acted as a bridesmaid, and now remarks to Wild Harry, who, in the first biled shirt he has ever sported in his life, is gazing solemnly at the groom, "Don't they look happy? Captain Hampton could make any girl's heart beat, because he's every inch a man, though he still walks with a cane. I'd risk him against a grizzly bear. Are there any more like him?" "Yes," replies Harry modestly. "There are 500 more just like him under Hayes, and I'm one of 'em. I'm just like him. Wah! That's a mighty cute hint of mine, ain't it?" he chuckles, for his wild eyes have awful suggestions, and Miss Martin is red as fire. For one of the few times in her life, the New York belle is embarrassed. She has turned away to the bride, who has just been received by Zelma. In a modest maid's dress of white, the octoroon makes a beautiful picture, her pearly complexion and exquisite tinting giving her Dresden shepherdess effects. As she curtsies to Estrella, she murmurs, "Dear mistress, did not I say out on the prairie I'd like Captain Hampton for a master?" "You have no master now," remarks the bride radiantly. "Sharpe and I thought we'd do something for you on our wedding day. You're your own mistress. Mr. Martin has your papers of manumission." "Oh, God bless you!" cries the girl, and kisses Sharpe's hand as well as his bride's. But I'll never leave you anyway. I can stay with her, can't I, Captain Hampton, just as you will, forever?" A year and a half after this, the Mexican War being finished, Captain Hampton and his wife, chancing to be in New Orleans, Sharpe buying supplies for the big plantation, and Estrella purchasing pretty things for herself and baby, are standing on Canal Street watching Uncle Sam's soldiers returning victorious from the capital of the Montezumas. As May's dragoons are riding past, a sunburnt officer salutes his colonel, and after a few hundred words apparently receives dismissal. An orderly seizes his horse's bridle as he jumps off and shakes Hampton's hands, saying, "I'm luckier than a good many of the boys. I've got back with life and promotion, and—" Did you see anything of my sister, Captain Pelham? Asks Estrella very eagerly, her eyes filling with tears. Why, yes, answers the captain heartily. I remembered your suggestion, and if you and your husband will come up to the St. Charles Hotel with me, I've a little loot from the Mexican capital I'd like to show to you. In fact, it's kind of a present to you. Yes, but tell me about my sister. Is she alive? Whispers Estrella, her eyes growing misty. Alive and well, I'm happy to say. Thank God. And they, entering the parlors of the St. Charles Hotel, an ethereal creature in white muslin and big blue sash and well-flounced skirt, after the extreme fashion of that day, tripping from the veranda through its crowd of Creole exquisites, says excitedly, Carlos mio, run and catch Sharpe Hampton. I saw him on the sidewalk below. Then pauses, for Estrella has taken her in her arms and is whispering, Sister. Sybil, my dear, remarks Pelham, you have forgotten the etiquette I've been teaching you. Mrs. Pelham, permit me to introduce Captain Sharpe Hampton. Oh, yes, Dios mio, Carlos, a gentleman, my brother-in-law, in America. What shall I do? Kiss him? Of course, says Hampton promptly, and Estrella laughs as she sees her husband get his first kiss from Carmelita. Jesus Maria, I was trying to kiss him for 4 years, and now, por Dios, it doesn't seem very much, laughs Carmelita. Carlos mio has a longer mustache. But after a moment, the two gentlemen, as is usual in some cases in the Southwest, go down to liquor to the bar, leaving the ladies together. To her sister, in the course of their chat, Estrella says, Sybil, how do you get along in civilization? Esplendito. I am studying society under my husband's tuition, remarks Carmelita, in fine lady languor, then breaks out vivaciously. Caspito already. I am the best-dressed woman in the American Army. I get along magnifico. Everything except wearing stockings. And caramba, they're the very dickens. But supposing you tell me about my little nephew. I'll show him to you, answers Estrella in mother's pride. And Zelma being summoned, she says, bring down Crittenden. Crittenden? Crittenden, the little cigarette-smoking bravo of the spy company. Yes, we named our child after the boy who died because Sharpe looked so cursed happy, murmurs Estrella, her eyes going far away and seeing the sunburnt plaza, the smoke drifting from the musketry in the church, and the spy company lining the cactus-covered convent wall and fighting and dying, that she might be happy. Fini. Recording by John Brandon. End of the Spy Company. A Story of the Mexican War by Archibald Clavering Gunter.